Wrote a song for you. I hope you like it. It's called I Hope You Die. Stick 1,000 needles in your eye. Miller's Secret Thoughts. Miller. Shoot him, goddammit! Motherfucking shoot him! I yelled desperately into my mic. We all watched in horror as the man, who was holding the young woman up against the church's glass doors, started to rape her. The woman's face was pressed up against the glass as she sobbed. The man's body was completely covered, except for one tiny portion of his head, and I knew, rationally, that the opening wasn't large enough. James had a single tiny window from his position at the top of the building across the street, and the glare from the sun off the front glass was enough to cause even the most experienced snipers trouble. But if anybody could do it, it was James. The man was a savant with a rifle. I just hoped he'd be able to make that shot because there was no other entrance or exit into the building except for 3 tiny windows at the back that was lined with metal bars. They could come off, but not without a lot of noise. I need a distraction. Get him to move 2 more inches and he'll be done, James's cool voice said from the mic in my ear. I moved, not even thinking. I was moving forward and running towards the side of the building as fast as my legs would carry me. What do you want me to do? I asked. James paused, but it was Downey who answered. Movement. Pop your head back around the side and let him see the movement. Maybe he'll move to get a better look and allow James some more breathing room, Downey murmured quietly. I nodded and started to move, letting the top left half of my body pop into view and back out. Hey! I saw his head snap around just as I disappeared back from sight. Then a loud pop filled the air, followed by some glass shattering. I moved, darting around the building to find the young woman on her knees, her pants down around her ankles as she sobbed uncontrollably. I moved, stepping onto glass and debris until I was down on my knees beside her. I moved forward, moving my arms around her to gather her stretchy pants at the waistband, pulling them up until they were covering her once again. She whimpered, and I said, It's okay, honey, I know. He's dead. He was very much dead, too. Half his head was now gone, and his lifeblood now filled the floor surrounding his body. Gone? She cried desperately, starting to turn back and look. No, honey, don't look. He's not looking too pretty, I said honestly. She shoved me away anyway, and turned to look at the body on the floor before she reached back and let loose a vicious kick with her pointy-toed boots into the dead man's side. You stupid! Kick. Fucking kick. Piece of filthy, cock-sucking shit! Kick. I pulled her away from the body as men started to fill the room around us. Come back here, I said, moving her out of the way. She came willingly, my arms wrapped tightly around her waist. I didn't bother to ask if she was okay. There was no way she could be. Not when she'd just been raped on national television. Try as we might, there was no way that it wasn't caught on the multiple reporters' cameras that witnessed the heinous act. Mercy Shepherd! A distraught woman's voice wailed from the front of the church. The woman, Mercy, the distraught woman had called her, turned to find an older woman with graying brown hair running up the steps to the church, but she was stopped by police before she could get much further than the 3rd step. She turned into me, shielding her face with my chest. I don't want to see her right now, she whispered frantically. I pulled her with me into what looked to be an office and shut the door until all that was left open was barely a crack. She didn't move away from me. Her lean body actually somewhat collapsed into mine. I caught her in time to prevent her from slamming into the cheap laminate floor at my feet. I knew him, she whispered into my chest. Her hands were clutching my shirt with a grip that could rival the Hulk's, but I didn't complain. If anything, I was happy to offer my assistance. The last hour had been a freaking nightmare, which was why I allowed her to cry in my arms. If it was a nightmare for me, it was a living hell for her. We'd arrived on scene after receiving a call from a distraught churchgoer that a man had started beating his girlfriend for smiling at another man. Once we were dispatched, we got call after call of witnesses saying that the woman was hurt really bad and that the man now had a gun pointed at the woman's head. We arrived on scene less than 10 minutes after the call was taken, just in time to see him reveal the woman's lower half to an entire block of downtown Kilgore. He then proceeded to finger her roughly, pinching her breasts and pulling her hair, all the while he kept a gun trained at the back of her head. They disappeared for a few moments as what churchgoers had described as a come to Jesus. The men and women at the church couldn't give any indication who the couple were, but it didn't take John, one of the other members of the SWAT team who did all the computer work, to find out who he was. Mitch Moose, a 30-year-old accountant, brought the young woman back to the front window 30 minutes later, where he proceeded to rape the woman in front of God and the entire population of Kilgore, Texas. All the while we watched on, helpless, because every vital piece of his body was covered by hers. Which led us to now, me holding a crying, distraught woman in my arms who'd just been raped. I didn't know what to say. What did you say in times like these? Do you need me to get anyone for you? I finally settled on. She shook her head, her hair rubbing against my vest and tangling in the Velcro at the straps. No. She didn't try to untangle her hair, so I decided to leave it, not knowing if that was going to set her off if I tried to touch her face. We need to get you looked at, I finally settled for. She shook her head again. I know every single man in the fire department. I don't want them to see me like this. A chill went down my spine, and the names started adding up. 2 and 2 became 12. Motherfucker. Mercy Shepard. Any relation to Fire Chief Shepard? I asked softly. She shuddered in my arms before taking a deep breath and saying, Yes. That's about when I realized that I knew her. She was a good friend of Downey's woman. Downey was another member of the SWAT team, and the man that allowed me to have his apartment when my brother Foster and I came to town. His woman, Memphis, was the neighbor that used to live next door. Memphis had met Mercy nearly a year ago and had been volunteering at Mercy's place, Second Chance, ever since. I'd taken notice because of the things she started to do for the community, mainly the members of the armed forces that came back from overseas and weren't quite polite enough for a real job. They used Second Chance as a plank where they'd transition back into society without actually having to be in society. Not if they didn't want to, anyway. Second Chance was quickly becoming one of the most sought-after businesses for construction and odd jobs in the community, not only because they did good work, but because the community loved their heroes and would do anything to help support them for what they sacrificed. And their leader, their tiny little boss, was just raped. Second Chance, I said quietly. She nodded. Yeah, what you do for those men, that's a good thing. That's a really good thing, I said quietly. She shrugged. They're going to fucking flip. Yes. Yes, they were. Every man in that place looked up to Mercy. They appreciated her kindness, were happy that she gave them a chance, and they loved her. They were protective of her. Hell, every man in the fucking county knew how they doted on her. Even the most scarred of men looked out for her. And to know that what they saw as their reason for moving forward and moving on with life had been raped was going to set up a clusterfuck of mass proportions. Good thing the fucker was dead, because he would have been chopped to pieces, least needed body part at a time if he weren't. How about if I take you to the hospital, I asked softly, in my cruiser. I didn't actually have my cruiser with me, but I was fairly positive I could get one. She shuddered again. Can you take me to a hospital that's not in town? I immediately thought of Benton, Louisiana, the town where my brother and his wife lived. He was part of a motorcycle club there, and a woman that belonged to another one of the members was a SANE nurse, a sexual assault nurse examiner. She'd be able to do everything that they would here, and she wouldn't be known to the entire city. I can do it. I just have to clear it with Chief Rhodes first, I said quietly. She nodded but made no move to move away from me, so I worked my hand into my pocket and withdrew my phone. The chief answered immediately. She needs to be seen by a doctor. She wants to go out of town, somewhere where she doesn't know every nurse and paramedic in the county, I answered back. Silence. Her father's not going to like that. In fact, he's raising up a big stink right now because I won't let him through the police line, Chief Rhodes explained quietly. I felt a tiny hand sneak up and pull the phone away from my hands, and Mercy's soft, melodic voice said, Tell him I'll need a time out. He'll understand. I guessed the information was relayed over the line because she visibly wilted in my hands, causing me to fall forward when her weight collapsed entirely. I lowered her to the ground, going down on my knees beside her. The phone was in her hand, still up to her head, as she listened to what was being said on the other end of the line. No! The denial was torn from her. It sounded like it had come from the very bottom of her soul and was wrenched out of her with such force that it took her breath right along with it. No, she said more firmly. There's a back entrance. Mr. Spurlock will take me. The chief must have given her my name because I hadn't given it to her yet. The woman had a backbone of steel to stand up to the chief like that. He was even more intimidating than my CO when I was in the Navy. For her to stand up to him was a minor miracle in and of itself, although she did have to deal with men like that on a daily basis. She may just know what she needed to say to get her way. Women were adaptive like that. Fine, she snapped. Just don't expect to ride in the same car. With that, she hung up and exploded out of my arms. No more sad Mercy. In her place was pissed Mercy. One who was ready to blow if she didn't get her way. Something that I'd definitely give her. All she had to do was ask, and I'd bend over backwards to get it for her. Because no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get the last hour to stop playing on replay in my brain. Chapter 2. Here's to you, fuckhead. I hope you step on a Lego and break your face. Miller's secret thoughts. Miller. How's that girl doing? Trance, my brother, asked. Oh, his name wasn't really Trance. His real name was Killian. It wouldn't do to have a Spurlock brother not being named after a beer. My parents were the shit like that. I, of course, got the coolest name. I looked over at him to see him leaning against the wall, much like I was doing. I've been standing here for nearly 5 hours. I don't have a fucking clue. Does this normally take this long? I asked worriedly. Trance shrugged and placed his foot against the wall, causing the dog at his feet, Kosher, to grumble at being moved. Kosher was Trance's canine partner. I never saw Trance without Kosher. A pang of sadness hit me, as I remembered a time where it used to be another dog. Trance's retired canine partner, Radar, had died in a training exercise when Trance was attempting to teach the Kilgore SWAT team how to handle their own canine, one that Trance had supplied them with. Since Trance lived nearly an hour and a half away, he'd thought it'd be good to bring Radar with him to give him a chance to show off his skills. It was never meant to be anything more than a show and tell, but it had turned into a violent bloodbath, leaving an officer shot and Radar killed. Since then, Trance had acted differently. He was a little moodier and justifiably angry. His wife, Witty, had been distraught, as she should be. Hell, I was distraught. The entire police force, in both cities as well as the citizens of both towns, were distraught. Radar was a hero, and he didn't deserve to die like that. But he had, and now we had to live with it. Hours, a rumbled voice from my side said. I turned to find Cleo, the sane nurse's husband, walking down the hall. He was carrying a bag of clothes, new ones, if the tags hanging out of the shopping bag were anything to go by. I raised my eyebrows at him. Really? He nodded. The longest one I've heard about was 12 hours. I just shook my head. I'd wait here, however long it took. She'd asked me to, and for some reason, I didn't want to leave. Especially not after the pleading I'd seen in her eyes as the doors closed behind her. I was stuck where I was, literally, until she came out. My feet hadn't let me move in 5 hours and, I looked at my watch, 6 minutes. My bladder was screaming, yet here I stood. And when the door opened, emitting a very exhausted-looking Rue, Cleo's wife, I finally breathed deeply for the first time in hours. I really didn't know why I was affected in this way, but I was, and I couldn't help it. Something inside of me was ravaged at having witnessed that act of violence. And I didn't feel so much as responsible for her as just plain caring how she was doing. You got the clothes? Rue's question was geared towards Cleo rather than anyone else in the hallway. His brown eyes lit briefly on me before she nodded her head and said, You can come in. I blinked in surprise, but nonetheless went in and closed the door as Rue walked across the room. She knocked softly on the door that I assumed was the bathroom and said, I'm hanging the clothes on the doorknob just inside the door. With no answer, Rue knocked again, and a quiet, Thank you, followed the knock. Rue sighed and turned around, gathering up papers as she spoke. She wants you to take her back home, but I was hoping to talk to you before she got out. I blinked. She doesn't want me in here? I started backing toward the door before she even got the quick yes out of her mouth. I stopped with my back against the door and waited for her to proceed. She didn't disappoint. She's acting like everything's fine, but I think once she gets home and is alone, she's going to break. I want you to be aware and possibly go check on her, she said softly. I nodded. Okay. I would, too. I have some pamphlets for her to take home, and I think it would be beneficial for her to go speak with someone, Rue continued. I nodded again and took the pamphlets she held out. Okay. As she kept talking, I just kept wondering, why? Why did she want me? I wasn't a very nice guy. I didn't treat women right. I loved them and left them. She'd probably hate me in real life if I hadn't saved her. The last thing I need to show you is this. I need you to convince her to take it, she said softly. The shower turned off and I could hear Mercy moving around, tags being ripped from the clothes, and the distinct sound of cotton against skin. What is it? I rumbled quietly, looking down at her hand and a pill wrapped in a plastic package. It's Plan B, Rue said softly. The man didn't use protection. It's possible that she could be pregnant. This is to counteract that and must be taken within the first 48 hours after unprotected sex. I blinked. Why are you telling me this? I didn't want that responsibility. I wasn't responsible. Because I asked her to, Mercy said softly. I know that you don't know me, but you're all I have right now. You're the only one who has a sound mind. Mine is in turmoil, and my family's probably is too. I need someone that has a rational brain in their skull to try to convince me, because right now, I don't think I can take that. She indicated the pill with a nod, and I shook my head. I'm really not understanding what you think I can do. She came fully out of the bathroom in a pair of black yoga pants and a Mickey Mouse shirt. A pair of pink house slippers donned her feet, and her long brown hair was up in a messy bun on the top of her head. Please, she said softly. I sighed and took the pill that Rue was still offering me. Okay, I said finally. Are you ready to go? She nodded in confirmation and turned to stare at the door in trepidation. Not knowing if my touch would be helpful or not, I walked towards her, offering her my arm for support. The ride home was awkward, and what I pulled into when I arrived at her street was anything but normal. There were police cars, fire trucks, and news crews everywhere. Oh no, Mercy moaned. What the fuck? I asked as we passed car after car. There were literally people everywhere. Didn't these assholes know that this was the last thing she needed right now? Then I saw the huge crowd, and I was thankful we were in an unmarked car because I pulled through a loop-around driveway and started driving in the opposite direction. What's your second choice? I asked. She shrugged. My parents, I guess. She said it with the utmost reluctance that I was fairly positive that that was the last place on earth that she wanted to be. You're going to have to talk to them eventually, I said as I started to drive. Not towards her parents, but to my place. Why? I couldn't tell you, but I did. It was monumentally stupid, but she needed it. I know, she whispered brokenly. Just not yet. They're just going to tell me I told you so, and I'm not ready to hear that quite yet. I refrained from asking the question that was on the tip of my tongue, but only just barely. How about my place, or a hotel? I offered. She looked at me with her heart in her eyes. Your place. And that was the beginning of how I became well and truly fucked. And not in a bad way. Chapter 3. Back in the day, I used to call them names when someone pissed me off. Now I just unfollow them on Twitter. That'll show those motherfuckers. Mercy to Miller. Miller. When I got home the next day after dropping Mercy off at her house, I threw up for an hour. Once I got all the food and water up, I started on the bile. Then the dry heaves finished up the entire lovely round. I couldn't breathe, and all I could do was replay the previous day's events in my mind, wondering how the hell a woman would be able to get over what had happened to her that day. You okay? Foster asked a while later. I held up my thumb. Fucking peachy. I wasn't okay. I was far from okay. I'd done nothing but hold a woman that could do nothing but cry for the last day. I was literally exhausted, and I felt like a fucking dick for just dropping her off at her house. However, that had been what she wanted, so I'd done it, even though I'd been extremely reluctant to do so. She'd take it? Foster asked softly. I shook my head. No. Foster was speaking of the morning after pill. After hours of trying to convince her to do it, she'd finally flushed it down the sink while tears had coursed down her face at an alarming rate. Foster had entered our apartment somewhere in the middle of me trying to convince her, and Mercy telling me of her values of not killing a child, no matter how that child was conceived. She'd said over and over that if God wanted her to have a child with that man, then she'd have one, and she'd love it. I'd refrained from disagreeing or agreeing. Personally, I had a feeling that she wouldn't take it when I'd received it from Cleo's woman. Me, playing devil's advocate to a poor woman who'd just been raped, was mainly for Mercy's benefit. She needed to know the consequences of keeping a child that had been conceived like that, if she was even pregnant. Only time would tell, though, and I wasn't one to preach to her about right or wrong. I didn't know the Bible like I probably should. I was a Christian, and I spoke to God, but I wasn't an avid churchgoer. I was a man who believed in God and country. Country more so than God, but that was neither here nor there. It was her decision not to. I just hope she realizes what's going to happen to that kid if she stays in Kilgore. Everyone will know that that baby was conceived by rape, and the child will never live it down, Foster said softly, leaning his bulk against the doorframe. I turned on Foster with a snarl turning up the tip of my lip. That child will not be bullied. If he or she is, they'll have to answer to me. I'd practically spat that, hurtling the words at my brother as if he'd been the one teasing the defenseless child. Foster held his hands up in surprise. I wasn't saying I was going to do it. I was saying that was going to be what happens. People are dickheads, especially those old busybodies that have nothing else to do but talk their head off about everyone's problems but their own. I just shook my head. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen because I'll fuck them up. He snorted. The autopsy was done last night on the attacker. He had nothing in his system except a minute amount of alcohol. I looked at the toilet bowl, thankful that the cleaner had come only 2 days ago to clean the apartment. I wasn't a big fan of puking, and puking in a toilet that stank of piss and shit wasn't my favorite thing to do. Well, that explains a lot, I said sarcastically before pushing myself to my feet. He eyed me warily, wondering if I'd finished or not. He probably stood there and took pictures of me the entire time. He was a nice brother like that. How was her place? Foster asked, following me into the kitchen, where I promptly chugged a full can of beer. He watched me in silence, waiting for me to finish before I answered. Ghost town. After she went to bed last night, I called her pop and then Chief Rhodes, who took it upon themselves to clear that mess up. They let every single radio station, news station, and newspaper in the ARC-Law text that was there know that if one video showed up of Mercy, that they'd personally sue them, I said, just before I belched. 5, Trance said, walking through the front door without knocking. I flipped him off. We were going shooting today, or had been 3 days ago. Now, I was fairly sure I was dehydrated, and I'd need something more than just a beer to help me recover. Sadly, beer was all we had, and I'd have to wash a dish in the pile at the base of the sink if I wanted water. So, beer it was. After my third, I was finally okay enough to regard my 2 brothers who were staring at me like I was broken. What? I snapped. They both shook their heads, a gesture so much alike that it was comical. We all looked alike. I was the biggest and oldest. Trance was the middle and slightly less muscled than me, but the same height. Foster was the youngest and the leanest. He wasn't small by any means. He just didn't have the bulk like Trance or me. I sighed and walked to the bedroom, shucking my shirt and pants on the way. My socks followed as I headed to the closet, where I yanked out a fresh t-shirt that smelled like flowers and shit, courtesy, yet again, of the maid. My jeans were hanging up again, too. Ugh, I think she starched them as well. Look at this shit, I yelled at my brothers. Taking the pants, I rounded out the leg holes and set them down on the carpet where they stood on their own. Wow, Mandy does a good job at starching your pants, Foster observed dryly. Trance's eyes rounded as he watched my starched jeans stand on their own. They'd probably stand up against a stiff wind, too. Are you wearing those? Trance asked worriedly. I gave him a look and yanked all of my starched pants off their hangers, then walked to the washroom, where I threw every one of them in the washer and turned the water on scald, or hot, or whatever. Then I poured 2 cups of detergent into the wash with them and put it on its longest cycle before turning around to paw through the dirty clothes. I unearthed the pair of jeans I'd worn last week, happy to see that only a few stains from what I suspected was dirt on the knees. Slipping into the jeans, I walked back to my bedroom where I slipped my feet back into my boots. Did you get a new piece? Trance asked when I stood up. I nodded. Colt 45, snub-nosed, fits perfectly in my ankle holster. I can even run with it comfortably. Sweet. I just got 5 boxes of shells for my 45. I want to shoot it, Trance said, as he walked with me out of the house and down the stairs. Foster and I each had 3 bags apiece, plus I had 2 rifles slung over each shoulder. Trance walked to his own truck and removed his rifle and bags before depositing them in the bed of my truck. We all piled into my '87 Chevrolet, sitting 3 across in the single-cab pickup. The rifles went into the floorboard, and behind the seat, all barrels pointed towards the floor. It was a tight fit, but we made it happen. Although, if we were pulled over right now, we'd probably be arrested just on general principle. "Why do we always take your stupid truck? I have a brand new one," Foster grumbled from his position in the middle seat. I shifted into reverse, being sure to nearly nail him in the balls, and backed out of the parking lot. He cursed and covered his dick, causing us to laugh. "Because I'm the oldest," I said with wide eyes. He just shook his head, and I drove to the shooting range where we were members. "Do you think they think we're gay?" Foster asked as he eyed a car of chicks to our left at the first stoplight we hit. I looked over to find them all giggling and tossing glances our way. "No, we look alike. Unless they think we're incestuous, that is," I offered. Foster eyed where Trance had his arm running along the back of his shoulders, and I had my hand resting on the stick shift that was in between his legs. "No, I can't see how they'd think that at all." I snorted and put it into first gear as the light turned green. "Well, then let them think that. We don't have anything to prove to them." "What if my future wife was in that car?" Foster tittered. I shot him a glance. "Foster, those girls were all of 16. If your future wife was in that car, she'd have to come visit you in the state pen for statutory rape." Trance snorted. "You used to be like that, too." I shrugged. "I've changed my ways." I had to. Over a year ago, I'd been going through women like they were fucking candy. Then I'd literally fucked one of my dates so hard that the wall between our apartment and the one on the other side had fallen with my exuberance. And I hadn't had sex since. I'd nearly killed someone. 2 someones. Granted, the wall had been flimsy and a piece of shit and had withstood not just me having sex against it, but the previous occupant as well. I'd literally never been so scared in my life. Not even when I was in the middle of a fucking war zone with 30 Taliban pointing their weapons at my face. Trent and Foster snorted. "You've turned into a little bitch." That comment came from Foster, and I made sure to nail him in the balls the next time I shifted gears. "Fucker," he wheezed. I pulled into the driveway of the shooting range after 30 minutes of listening to their bullshit, and was relieved to see the place deserted. It was helpful that we'd come on a weekday. If it had been a weekend, it would have been hopping. "Rifle or handgun first?" I asked at the T in the road that led to the separate ranges. "Rifle." "Handgun." Rolling my eyes, I took a right, choosing handgun first. Foster shot Trance a triumphant grin, and Trance slugged him in the shoulder. "Ow!" he whined. I pulled into the spot next to the only car, thankful that I got a close parking spot. I hated nothing more than having to haul all of our stuff back and forth to the truck. It was inevitable that I'd forget something. Grabbing my ear protection from around the shifter, I placed it over my ears, since I could already hear the lone occupant of the handgun range shooting up a storm. It had literally not stopped since we'd arrived. 9 shots, reload a clip, 9 more shots. That didn't surprise me, though. Some people did it like that. Though I was surprised to see that the shooter was a woman. A sexy woman, in jeans so tight that it made my mouth water. She'd also caught the attention of Foster, too. Her long black hair was down to her ass in soft waves, and her shirt declared her to have some affiliation to the Kilgore Fire Department. Foster nudged me, moving his head towards the woman. Trance didn't even bother to look. He had a woman at home that he loved more than the air he breathed, as well as 2 beautiful children. He didn't need to look. He had it all. Everything that I wished I had, but never told anybody about. We waited for another 5 minutes for her to stop shooting before we announced ourselves, and when we did, she whipped around like she'd been shocked with a cattle prod. That's when my mind started to put together all the pieces. "Hey, Mercy," I said softly. "It's okay." I said it soothingly, mainly because she was gripping the gun like she'd pull it up at any second, even though we all knew she was out. Her eyes darted between Trance and Foster, her mind rapidly taking in their huge forms before she settled on me. When she did, she visibly relaxed. All the tension that had worked into her body the moment we announced ourselves dissipated, flowing out of her as if it had never been. "Miller," she breathed with relief. "Y'all scared me." We could tell. Trance looked at the woman curiously, but Foster realized who she was just about the same time that I had. Foster had kept himself scarce while Mercy had been over at our place. However, he wasn't deaf. He'd heard the conversation, courtesy of the shitty walls in the apartment. He'd also seen her while she was sleeping. Now, though, she looked pretty badass compared to her previous broken state at my apartment. "You look good, Mercy," I said softly. "What you shooting?" I knew what she was shooting, but it was an icebreaker to get her to talk. My brothers took that as their cue to start setting up, and I set my bag on the counter when I walked over to Mercy slowly. She really did look better. Dressed in her own clothes and shoes, with her hair washed and down, she looked like a totally different person. Even when I'd seen her yesterday, pressed up against the window, she looked like someone else. This Mercy looked like she was comfortable in her own skin. She looked like she'd never experienced the atrocity that had happened to her yesterday. Mercy held out her gun for me to look at, a pink .38 that fit her small hand like a glove. "You come here often?" I asked, touching the pink grips with the tip of my finger. She nodded. "Every Monday. I thought it best to keep up my regular routine." I could understand that. Routines were important to most normal people, but to people that were fucked up, routines were crucial. Something I knew all too well. "This is a good place to come. You want to shoot with us?" I asked. I expected her to say no, but she surprised the shit out of me by saying, "Yes." She must have read the surprise written all over my face because she laughed softly. "I'm out of bullets." I smiled. "Lucky for you, we have enough ammo to hold off a small siege." She raised her hand and ran it up and down my arm. "Thank you, Miller." I lifted my own and patted her hand. "Any time, Mercy me." She grinned. "Mercy me. I like it." I raised my eyebrows at her. "Now, let's see what you can do with a real gun." She snorted as she followed me over to where my brothers were standing, guns on the counter in front of them. "Is it safe to walk the target out there?" Trance asked. Mercy giggled. "Sorry, I was a little distracted." Trance nor Foster said anything, but I could tell they wanted to. That just went to show they knew how to handle women. "Now you may show me what the big boys play with," she teased. I smiled wide at her. "Your wish is my command." Foster snorted, and a smile played at Mercy's lips as she tried her best not to comment. Although she was still slightly nervous, she started to come out of her shell when not only me but my brothers started showing off their prized possessions. She shot nearly 2 magazines out of each handgun that we'd taken to the range with us. By the time we were gathering up our belongings to head to the rifle range, Mercy had become comfortable around the three of us. It was when I was walking her to her car that she stopped and looked up at me. "Thank you for helping me, Miller," she replied thankfully. I touched the tip of her nose with one of my fingers, eyes alight on the freckles she had dusted over her cheeks and nose. "That was all you, honey." She smiled sadly at me. "No, it was not." When she made a move to go to her car, I stopped her by taking a hold on her wrist. Her skin felt smooth beneath my work-roughened palms, and her bones felt tiny. I could literally wrap my thumb and forefinger around her wrist with my thumb nearly touching my second knuckle. She looked back at me with a raised brow and question. "What?" I moved closer when I heard my brother step out of the range behind us. "You really did do it on your own. I haven't done a thing for you that you couldn't have done for yourself. You're an amazing woman, Mercy. Your coping skills amaze me," I said truthfully. An embarrassed smile tilted up the corners of her lips. "You don't even have the first clue, Miller. I'm not that girl. I just put on a good act." With that, she left, and I was left feeling that maybe I should check on her later in the day. At least to double-check that she was all right. That was purely for her benefit. Wasn't it?
Chapter 4. Dad, you've always been like a father to me. Coffee mug. Mercy. 2 days later. There was a knock at the door, and I peeked my head out from under the blanket I was hiding under. Literally hiding. The only way I could sleep was if the lights were on. The TV was blaring, and the comforter covered me from head to toe. It had taken a little getting used to, but I'd managed it, especially when it was the only way I was able to sleep. Looking at the clock, I groaned, knowing it could only be 2 people. Nobody else would knock on the door at 6:30 on a Wednesday morning. Maybe if I ignore it, they'll go away. I sighed as the knocking continued. Throwing the covers off, I walked to the door. I guess I should have expected it. I'd been ignoring them for going on 3 days now. There was no way they'd let me ignore them forever. Not that I wanted to, I just didn't know what to say to them. "I'm okay" didn't sound very good. They knew I wasn't okay. "I'll be all right" was closer to the truth, but hell, who knew when I'd be all right? Shoring up my defenses, I opened the door to my mother and father. My dad looked ready to beat the door down, and my mother was pulling out her keys, getting ready to use them. You know, I said, swinging the door wide. Most normal people sleep at this time of day. My dad snorted and pushed me aside to enter, but my mom stared at me. If you were sleeping, I'd have not let him come, but we saw your lights on, and we all know that you sleep with all the lights off, my mother tittered. Sometimes mothers thought they knew everything, although she would have been right just 4 days ago. Then, I would have never had a light in the house on. Now, I couldn't sleep without them all on. Which also let her know that I wasn't all right. That just goes to show that you don't know me as well as you think you do. I was sleeping, I teased. I hadn't meant it to come out sounding so tired, but it had, and my father, who'd been busying himself making coffee, turned around to study me. My mother stopped until her feet were touching mine and pulled me into her warm embrace. I love you, baby, she whispered fiercely. If I could take your pain for you, I would. She knew I needed her. That's why she'd showed it like she did. How she knew, I didn't know, but she did. It must have been Mother's intuition or some shit like that. But I broke. Right there in her arms, I broke. I let go of all the pain I'd been holding in for the last 3 days. I told her everything that had happened. I told her how I couldn't sleep with the lights off because when I did, all I could feel were his hands on me, violating me. And she listened. She did what any mother would do, and listened to everything I had to say. Oh, baby, she cried softly. My dad's arms wrapped around me and my mother, pulling us into his strong embrace, causing me to cry harder. It's okay, baby girl. We'll get through this, he promised. I wasn't so sure I believed him. I told myself the same thing over the past couple of days, yet here I was, day 3 after the incident that I didn't like to put a label on, and I was still barely functioning. I cried in my parents' arms, much the same way I had that first day in Miller's, grief pouring out of me. It was cleansing, in a way. I was nowhere near better, but I felt like I could breathe. It had been an altercation I'd been avoiding for a few days now, and I felt free to finally have it off my chest. After a long while, my dad finally pulled away from us, giving us both a kiss on the forehead before he started puttering away in the kitchen. It was only when we smelled the bacon that my mom and I finally broke the embrace. But she did it only so she could cup my face. I want you to know I'm here, honey. Day or night, you need me, I'll be here, she promised. All right. During the day, I'll call you. At night, though, I'll probably just call Daddy. He's always up later than you are, I teased. She frowned at me, giving me a narrow-eyed look, and said, He's not up much during the night anymore, only if it's something really bad, that is. My daddy was the fire chief for Kilgore Fire Department. He was the bigwig that got to sit behind a desk and push papers, so he said. He didn't like it anywhere near as much as he had when he was an active-duty firefighter, but it was safer for his heart. Daddy had had 2 heart attacks within the last 4 years, and he'd slowed down a lot because of them. He'd had to leave his high-stress job, but luckily he'd still got to stay in the fire service. Most didn't have that option. Daddy, I want some pancakes, I said as I walked into the kitchen, hand in hand with my mother. My dad looked at me crossly over a bowl of batter. You think I don't know that? I smiled. My father always knew how to make me feel better. His pancakes only got cooked when it was a special occasion, like Christmas or a birthday. He said they took too long. I really thought it was because he hated standing there flipping pancakes while everyone else ate without him. Thanks, Daddy. I smiled, kissing him on the cheek before taking a seat at the table and waiting patiently. Anything for you, baby girl. Anything, he promised. We're really here to see if we need to cancel our cruise, Mom said once we'd finished breakfast and they were heading to their prospective jobs. I shook my head. Don't you dare. Y'all deserve to go on that cruise. That's been something y'all have wanted to do for years. It'll be okay, I promised. She frowned. But you don't have anybody else to talk to. I didn't necessarily agree with that. I had friends. The guys at work will talk to me, not to mention I have Memphis, I explained. Memphis was my friend I'd met early last year. She was married to another police officer on the KPD. She frowned at me. I guess so. I'd feel better if you had someone to call at a moment's notice, though. I thought about Miller then. Why couldn't I get the man out of my head? What hold did he have over me? I shouldn't be interested in the man that had first-hand knowledge of my rape and subsequent beating. But I was, and I did. I wanted him. I wanted to talk to him, to see him, to feel safe in his arms once again. But I couldn't depend on him like that. I shouldn't be ready to have another man in my life. I also have that guy, the one that saved me, I asked my mother. My mother nodded. The one that helped you that day, the big guy with all the tattoos? I nodded. Yeah, he said I could call him if I ever needed anything. She studied my sincerity for a few moments before nodding her head. Okay, but if you need us, I expect you to call us too. We'll get the quickest flight home we can. I nodded and gave her a kiss. And then she walked out the door in the next instant. My father stopped just on the outside of the door and turned, letting my mom go in front of him to the truck as he regarded me closely. Call me if you need anything. Okay, baby, he asked roughly. I put my hand up against his cheek. Thank you, Daddy. He smiled sadly before turning his head to rub his bearded cheek against my hand. You're my baby girl. Even if you're not really much of a baby anymore. I'll always be here if you need me. Call me, day or night. I nodded. I will, Daddy. He looked better now than he had earlier, and I was thankful that the previous look was no longer in his eyes. I hated that he looked so defeated, so broken. If I could have kept this from him, I would have. It wasn't good for him or his heart. I'd do anything to spare him the hurt I'd seen in his eyes earlier. I'd done a good job at convincing him I was all right, though. Hell, I'd even done a good job at convincing myself, too. When Miller had dropped me off 2 mornings ago, thankfully to an empty street and an empty house, I'd gone about my usual routine. I'd done what I always did, which was check in with work, run a few errands, and then head to the shooting range. I'd had myself convinced that I was fine, but the ammo that usually took me over an hour to go through was gone within 20 minutes, and I'd about had a heart attack when I'd heard my name being called by Miller. Hell, but I'd almost shot him. My face still throbbed like crazy. My arms and legs hurt. My ribs ached. The only thing that didn't ache was the one thing that everybody was so concerned about. On that thought, I made a beeline for the shower, jumping into it fully clothed. The cold water hit me like a slap in the face, and I was grateful for the rude awakening. I deserved everything I got and more. I was such a coward. A stupid, lying, horrible coward. I'd asked for everything and more by saying what I had said that day, and I deserved the humiliation that was the outcome of that awful conversation. And the next day the depression had hit. The self-loathing. I hadn't made it out of bed that day, and I'd had the same thing planned for today, too. Lucky for me, my parents didn't care to wait any longer. A knock at the door had me turning to regard it with trepidation. Since my parents had just left, and the crew I worked with knew I didn't want to be bothered, that left a very small group of people. Plus, the mail wasn't running today, seeing as it was a holiday, so that narrowed it down even more. I knew who it was, though, without even opening the door. The woman always had the ability to make my blood chill, and based on how I had shivers coursing down my spine, it had to be her. Looking through the peephole, I sighed when I saw Linda's scowling face. Jesus, but the woman was such a heifer. In the 12 months I'd known the woman, there wasn't a day that went by that I could say that I was looking forward to having the woman as my mother-in-law. Reluctantly, I opened the door, trepidation making my hands shake. Linda, She glared at me for all of 2 seconds before she pulled a gun from her purse and fired it. It didn't hit me. Well, it did, but it was water and not a bullet. It hit me in the face. Eyes wide in shock, I gasped at the woman. "What the ever-lovin' fuck?" I yelled at the crazy bitch. Seriously. She brought a water gun that looked like a gun out and shot me full in the face with water. The joke turned out to be on poor Linda, though. Mostly because a 250-pound pissed-off alpha male hit Linda like a linebacker and took her down to the ground at our feet. Miller had the stupid woman disarmed and pinned to the grass, face first, in less than 10 seconds. Holy crap, I breathed as I took in the scene. You just sacked my ex-to-be mother-in-law. That's when I started laughing my ass off. Over the last year, there wasn't a day that had gone by that I hadn't wished she'd get her comeuppance one day. This had to be that day. The day she finally ate crow. Miller had her on her belly, the fake gun tossed away like it was a rotten piece of meat, and then he cuffed her before standing up and giving her a disgusted look that spoke volumes. Then he pulled his phone out of his pocket and called into what I assumed was the police station. "This is Miller Spurlock, badge number 544934. I need a blue and white at 300 Moonshine Drive," he said into his phone. "One suspect in custody." "Thanks," he grunted and hung up. Then he turned those annoyed baby blues on me with his sexy cleft chin and hard, square jaw. My God, but the man was sexy. However, the thought of ever having sex again turned my blood to ice. Not because it didn't sound appealing, but because it did sound appealing. With him. Extremely appealing. It sounded like something that I really, really wanted to do. And that was what made me a slut. I shouldn't want that. Not with him, and certainly not so soon after I'd just been taken advantage of. Fuck, but I couldn't even say the word. What made me think I could be normal with someone like Miller? I was never even in league with a man like him before, and certainly not now. I was too plain. I had too many freckles. I was too skinny, and I didn't have much to work with. Hell, but my dad still called me Scarecrow. I literally had no substance to my body. I was working with boobs the size of most 12-year-olds and feet that were so small they reminded me of elf feet. I was also introverted and a bookworm. I preferred a good book over a live person any day. Yeah, I'd been surprised when Mitch had asked me out and was reluctant to accept. What I'd originally thought of as a challenge to myself to get out more had turned into a relationship that I stayed in because I couldn't figure out a nice way to get out of it. He'd been my first sexual encounter. My first bad sexual encounter, but an encounter nonetheless. He was sweet and boring, just like me. At first, it had been a breath of fresh air to spend time with someone that was so much like myself. But then it got to be really predictable. We'd have dinner, then we'd have missionary sex, if we had sex at all. Then he'd go home, he'd call me the next day at lunch as a cursory hello, and then he'd ignore me the rest of the day. He never once, in the year we were together, attempted to stay the night. He'd also never invited me to stay the night at his place either. Not that I would have accepted, since he still lived with his mother, or had when he'd been alive. All the while I continued reading my romance novels, the ones where I'd dream of a domineering man who'd give me what I craved. Not that I'd ever tell him, or at least hadn't intended to. That one act of openness from me on the way to church had spawned something dark inside Mitch to let loose. Never in my dreams would I had believed that he had that in him. Hell, I'd never known that he even carried a gun, and I'd been with him for a freaking year. And for Mitch to rape me? That wasn't even something I ever contemplated him doing. There. I said it. Rape. Rape, rape, rape. God, that was such a simple word, yet I felt my throat seize up the more I repeated the word in my mind. It was like a hulking, pulsing mass of sickness that sent shivers down my spine the instant I even thought about it. And the man in front of me, the one who had a body of a god and a smile that could make even old women melt, had saved me. had witnessed my most embarrassing act. Then I laughed sharply. Fuck, but everybody had witnessed that act, even my own parents. "Did you say you know her?" he asked, breaking me out of my dark thoughts and pointing at the unconscious Linda. That's when the hilariousness of the situation finally took hold. I pulled my phone out and snapped a picture. "Oh, yeah, I fucking know her. This is the slimeball's mother, you know, the one who you witnessed raping me." He ignored how I spat the word rape, instead still harping on the fact that she had a water gun pointed in my face. "I can't believe you just had a gun pointed at your face. I can't fucking believe it," Miller said after a long few moments of staring at me. I was still busy documenting the sight before me. If anybody in the world deserved to be sacked like that, it was Linda. She'd been truly horrible to me, and now this. It wasn't my fault that he'd died. In fact, that had been his own fault. He'd been the one to fuck up. He'd been the one holding a gun to my head. He'd been the one who beat the hell out of me in fucking church. Now that I was thinking about it, I didn't find her predicament so funny anymore. And I was fairly sure I was going to puke. Maybe I was in shock. That'd explain why I was laughing only moments after having a gun pointed at my face. "It was a fake gun," I said lamely. He turned his angry eyes back toward me, spearing me in place. They really were a beautiful blue. Dark blue. Nearly the color of midnight, but when the sun hit them just right, they looked nearly purple. "I didn't know it was a fake gun," he snapped. "What I knew was that you had a gun pointed at your face." I grimaced. Linda thought her son walked on water. I'm sure she's just distraught. The excuse was lame. He and I both knew it. But I really didn't want to have to press charges on her, not after her only son had just died anyway. He didn't seem to care, though. No, Miller was still just as pissed now as he had been when he'd arrived. Lucky for Linda, though, that a police car pulled into the driveway in the next moment, saving her from Miller's wrath. My house was in a cul-de-sac, so it didn't surprise me in the least that the moment the police cruiser pulled into my driveway, that nearly everyone in the circle was out on their front porch. My dad liked to call them rubberneckers. They were the type of people that held up traffic while at the scene of an accident because they were looking instead of driving. Every last one of my neighbors were busybodies. I was in the heart of Kilgore. My street consisted of 2 retired police officers, 2 retired firemen, 3 ex-military, 4 old ladies that literally had nothing better to do than watch the neighborhood, and finally, a retired CEO of Tactical Weapons of Kilgore. He had our whole street under surveillance because he had nothing better to do at this time. He also supplied the entire Arklatex police force with weapons. Needless to say, I lived on the nosiest block in Kilgore, Texas. I also loved it. Nobody cared about me more than them. 20 minutes later, we were watching as they hauled Linda toward the police cruiser driven by Miller's brother, Foster. "Make sure you rough her up some," Miller growled. I elbowed Miller, who grinned evilly down at me. "The bitch deserves it. I can't fucking believe she did that. She's just as fucking crazy as her kid was," he seethed. I grimaced and turned away, but Miller stopped me and handed me a card. "I came over to give you this," he said, holding out a card. I looked at it with trepidation. "What is it?" I asked warily. I read the plain white card as he said, nearly word for word, what the card did. "Rape crisis counseling. Benita Dawes. She's at the old hospital in the West Wing," Miller said softly. I looked up at him with fear in my eyes. I didn't think I was being that obvious about my fears, I said tiredly. He shook his head. "You weren't. I just got this from Rue, the woman who took the evidence when you were, you know." There was that disgusting word again, right on the tip of my tongue. I didn't say it, though, and neither did he. "I don't want it," I tried lamely. He raised his eyebrow at me. "What if I go with you?" he offered. My heart sank. I didn't want him there. Well, I did, but I didn't. "Why?" I asked. He seemed to think about what he was going to say before he finally said it. I've been responsible for making too many bad decisions in my life, and I can't do it anymore, Miller urged. I know this is the right thing to do. I don't know why, but I need to be there. I feel connected to you in some way, and I just know you need help. So here I am, offering help. The idea of him being there made me think that I might be able to get through talking it out, getting it all off my chest. Why had I latched onto him so tight? He didn't deserve this. He shouldn't have to take care of the woman he saved. Yet he was. And I was grateful. I was also selfish enough to take him up on the offer. Okay, I relented finally. Relief washed over his features at hearing my assent. And he smiled for the first time since he'd arrived 15 minutes ago. I closed my eyes and picked up the phone. If that was all it took to make him smile, then I'd make that appointment. Chapter 5. True friends always tell you what you need to hear. For instance, today you needed to hear, "Fuck that bitch." Text from Miller to Mercy. Mercy. 2 days later. I told him I wasn't happy with our sex life, and that I didn't love him anymore. I told him that I needed more, that there was nothing left for us to fix, and that after we left church, I was planning on packing what little I had at his place and leaving him. I whispered sadly. Miller stared at me. I could feel his eyes narrowing on me. I shouldn't have asked him to come, but he'd become my champion, and I found that I could do the things that I wouldn't normally be able to do with him at my side. He didn't deserve to hear everything that was wrong with my life. He didn't need to hear about my inability to be happy with the man I'd been with for nearly a year. I was positive he didn't want to hear about it, if the way his eyelids twitched at each mention of Mitch's name was anything to go by. So, from what I'm understanding, you feel like the rape was your fault, the counselor asked for confirmation. I didn't mean to tell him exactly what came out of my mouth. I hesitated. It started out just as being a standard breakup. I hadn't intended to tell him anything until we'd gotten home from church. The counselor, Benita, nodded. She was a short woman with her hair in a bob, just under her cheeks. She looked about 2 weeks over 18, yet she had her degree in psychology as well as counseling. She knew her shit. I knew that within the first 15 minutes of our session. I'm not saying it's my fault per se, but I am telling you that I'm the one that had asked for it, I explained slowly. I heard Miller growl underneath his breath, and a wave of heat started to flush my face. Did you tell him you didn't want to do what you did? Bonita asked. I nodded urgently. Of course I told him to stop. I'm not a fan of public displays of affection, but I am a fan of spontaneity. I told him on the way to church instead of when we'd arrived home for one simple reason. He asked, and I told. I'm horrible at keeping things inside. What else did you say that day? Bonita asked. I told him that I wanted someone that could overpower me, that could make me feel like I'm insignificant to their strength. Bonita nodded, and I chanced to look at Miller. Could see his face trying to remain neutral, yet he was doing a horrible job at hiding his anger. You've told me a lot about what you said to Mitch. How about what you were feeling during the actual act of the rape? Bonita instructed. I thought about it for a moment. It wasn't traumatizing, I decided on finally. I mean, it was awful, don't get me wrong. It didn't hurt, though, not the actual rape. It was the fact that I was scared, and the fact that he was doing it in front of so many people that really made it so awful. I took a shaky breath and said what I had to say next, knowing that it was going to make Miller hate me. I liked it, though. I had an orgasm, I said quietly. I deserved to be treated that way after all the depraved things I admitted to him in the car on the way to church. I'm so fucking gross, I can't stand it. Then, here I am wanting to have sex 4 days after I was raped. What does that make me? I didn't wait for her to answer. I did it for her. A slut. That's what. I could see Miller move out of the corner of my eye, and then he was on his knees in front of me. his big palms cupping either side of my face. "That's just bullshit, and you know it. You didn't deserve to be treated like that. The first time you said no. And we know you said no because we could see you as well as hear you." I flinched at the fact that they could all see me. But Miller continued as if he never even felt the flinch. "The first time you said no, that should have been it. No one deserves to lose that right. Everyone has the right to say no. Everyone. Man, woman, and child. As for liking stuff like that, who fucking doesn't? Nobody wants a boring man in bed. You need chemistry to keep a relationship alive. It's also possible to force an orgasm, to make a woman feel like she's enjoying it. That's just the body's biological response to a stimulus. It's what makes a rapist feel 10 feet tall. Humiliating you is what he craved," Miller snarled. I blinked at the vehemence in his voice, the power behind his words, the absolute truth in them. "He's right, dear. Everything he said and more, that's a way for the man to feel justified in doing what he did. If you enjoyed it, then he could say what he was doing wasn't bad. He forced you to orgasm. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to move on, nothing at all. That's called moving on. Not dwelling on the past, something you can't change no matter how much you wish you could. Some people it takes months or years. But the lucky ones, the ones that have the support of a man, like the one on his knees in front of you, or a loved one that'll help them through, those are truly the fortunate ones. The ones that can get past their fears and have a good life again," Bonita whispered fiercely. It was then that I realized that Bonita, too, had suffered at the hands of a man. That she'd been raped just like I'd been. She was right. Rape was rape. If I said no, then that constituted rape in all 50 states. Then, I felt like something lifted from my chest. I wasn't fixed, but I was on the way. All it would take was time. An hour later, as Miller and I walked into the local diner called Catfish Charlie's, I wasn't so sure about feeling better. In fact, I was worse. Much, much worse. I'd deliberately not gone out into public since everything had happened. After talking with the therapist for another hour and then telling Miller that I was scared to go out by myself, he decided we should try it. "No one will say a fucking word to you, I promise," Miller declared as he held the door open for me to walk through. I went, albeit reluctantly, but he stayed close to my back. So close that I could feel his heat along my back. His hand was resting at the small of my back as we walked up to the hostess station, where Janine stood, looking at me with sympathy. I'd give her credit, though. She didn't say a word as she seated Miller and me, then took our drink orders. Miller chose to take the seat beside me instead of on the opposite side, effectively pinning me in, protecting me and shielding me away from prying eyes all at the same time. "Smooth," I said, patting his arm. He grinned down at me and asked, "So what's good at this place? I've never been before." I blinked. "You've never been to Catfish Charlie's before? It's practically a historical marker in Kilgore. Even the out-of-towners know this place. How long have you been here again?" "A year," he rumbled, perusing the menu with exuberance. I snorted. "Why haven't you been here?" He shrugged. "They have a fishing bait that's used for catfishing named Catfish Charlie. I didn't think a restaurant could be very appealing, seeing as it's named after that shit." I smiled. "It's really good. Don't let the name fool you." He grunted. "Only for you, mercy me. Will I risk my health to eat in a restaurant that's named after something that uses ground-up fish guts and blood to make their product?" I stuck my tongue out at him and looked down at my menu, even though I already knew what I wanted. The table in front of me shifted, and I looked up to see Brock, one of the men that worked for me, sitting down opposite us. He wasn't alone, either. Porter and Maine were with him. Porter took a seat next to Brock, and Maine pulled up a chair from another table without asking the occupants. They gave him a look but didn't say a word, mainly because Maine was about 2 inches shy of 6.5 feet and built like a scary motherfucker. That's what Porter and Brock said, at least. "Gentlemen," Miller greeted the men. They didn't spare him a glance. instead focusing all of their attention on me. Porter, Brock, and Maine had been with Second Chances for a little over 7 months now. They were all from different branches of the military, and had all suffered life-altering injuries that took them out of their military careers abruptly. Brock was the first to speak. "We've been waiting for you to come in." I smiled slightly. I wasn't ready, I admitted. He nodded, his head turning down to look at the table as if he really wanted to say something, but was telling himself he shouldn't. And I was thankful. I didn't really want to start that here and now, not yet anyway. There was going to be a time and place to bring that up, but I wouldn't be doing it after I just had a very exhausting first session with my therapist, and brave in the public for the first time since the incident. Brock looked up, and I was struck speechless by the look in his eyes. Brock had become a great friend when he started on at Second Chances. He was tall with brown hair, muscular, and tanned. He was normal in every way, or at least with all of his clothes on. Brock was missing a leg. He'd been shot in the leg over a year ago and had caught an infection in his bone. In order to keep the infection from spreading, they'd had to amputate his leg from the knee down. He walked perfectly well, though. You'd never know he was even missing a leg at all unless he wanted you to know. A version of the same thing had happened to Porter, except for Porter had an above-the-knee amputation. Porter was quiet, and I didn't know much of his backstory. Only that he'd been released from the Marines on medical disability, and the life he'd thought he was going back to was no longer there anymore. At least, that had been what he told me. Porter was the strong, silent type. He had blonde, messy hair, beautiful skin, and blazing green eyes that reminded me of a wolf's.
"Maddie says hi,"
Maine said softly. Maddie was Maine's fiancée. They'd met shortly after Maine had moved here. "Tell her I said hi back, and that I'd like to do lunch sometime next week to see when she wants me to go try on bridesmaid dresses," I said softly. Maine was sweet, by far the most well-behaved of the group. He was the one who tried to keep the others in line. He was on the shorter side, around 5'8". He had black, shaggy hair and looked to have some Chinese ancestry that gave him an oriental hint to his features. He reminded me of Bruce Lee. Maine had severe PTSD and struggled with it on a daily basis. He'd just started being able to go out in public, but loud noises still scared the shit out of him and sent him into a fog of memories. Which was made more than apparent in the next few seconds when the doors to the kitchen banged open. The waitress who'd taken our order was in the process of going in with a large tray of dirty dishes, and the inevitable happened. 1 second, the dishes danced precariously on the edge of the tray, and the next they crashed loudly to the ground, causing Maine to freeze. He didn't remain frozen for long. The next second, he was spinning around and crouched down, hands covering his ears as he took in the restaurant with sightless eyes. "Shit," Porter hissed, standing up. "Don't touch him," I ordered them all. "Brock, call Maddie. She's at work and not far away." Maddie was a sales representative at the local Dixie Star boutique down the road. She owned the store and hopefully had a few of her underlings there so she could come up here. I'd found out that it took Maine a very long time to come out of his episodes. The longest one I'd witnessed to date was over an hour long, and the only one able to break him out of it was Maddie. Miller stood to the side, staring at the man, waiting for him to go crazy. But he also had a sympathetic look on his face, one that told of a dark understanding. "You okay?" I asked him. He turned his eyes to me, those gorgeous blue eyes, and shook his head.
"Yeah, fine."
10 long minutes later, Maddie came running around the side of the building and rushed in through the front door. She approached Maine slowly, eyes haunted as she walked up to him slowly. "Maine," she called from a few feet away. "Baby, guess what?" Maine turned his head but didn't otherwise acknowledge her presence. So there we sat, waiting on pins and needles for him to come out of his fog. Something he did long minutes later when Maddie whispered something in his ear.
"You're shitting me,"
he rasped. She shook her head, hugging him around the neck. "Nope. Found out this morning."
"You're gonna give me a baby?"
he whispered fiercely. She nodded, tears running down her cheeks as she threw herself into his arms. He caught her easily and whooped loudly. "I'm gonna be a daddy!" Brock and Porter were grinning ear to ear, as was Miller. I, on the other hand, wasn't. My mind was on my own life. My own little could-be. That just brought another possibility up, one I'd been studiously ignoring since the moment I'd refused the morning after pill. A pill that was against everything that I was, against everything I'd learned from the moment I was old enough to go to church. A pill that would have kept me from feeling like I was right this very second. I could be a mom. To a baby that wasn't created out of love like it should be, but out of hate. A baby that was made by a man that had raped me. Thou shalt not kill, that was what I was thinking when I'd refused that little pill. All of a sudden, all the things that I'd been ignoring crashed into me. I stumbled back, but I didn't fall. Why? Because Miller was there to catch me.
Chapter 6. Brothers are good for two things: drinking your beer and watching your back. Life lesson. Miller. 1 week later. "Wow, I'm surprised you graced us with your presence," James drawled. James was the resident sniper for the SWAT team and a really good guy. Most of the time. Right now, he just pissed me off. I was in a bad mood, probably overthinking the last thing Mercy had asked me to do as I walked out last night. To her. For her. Something that I thought about all night long and kept thinking about since the moment I woke up from what little sleep I was able to get. "Fuck off," I said, lacing up my boots. So I'd been spending a lot of time with Mercy. Big fucking whoop. He spent a lot of time with his own wife and kids, yet you didn't see me giving him shit about it. "Somebody's grouchy this morning. Who pissed on your bran muffin?" Foster drawled as he practically fell into the seat beside me. He looked tired, which I guess was normal for a man that stayed out so late that he was home after the streetlights went off for the morning. He did have a nice smile on his face, though. "Pissed in your cornflakes," I corrected him. "Whatever," he muttered as he started yanking his clothes out of his locker and shrugging into them. "Did you really wear no shirt or shoes up here?" Luke, the team captain, asked as he walked into the room already dressed. "Sure enough," Foster confirmed. Luke just shook his head and turned his gaze on me. "How's our girl doing?" he asked curiously. I smiled. Mercy had become quite the popular girl among the SWAT team. She'd practically been everywhere that I had for the past week, and she'd come to be a part of the team. Well, not the team, because I sure as fuck would never let that happen, but she'd become an add-on to me. Where I went, she went, and vice versa. When we were off, that was. Her parents had just returned last night from their Caribbean cruise, so I assumed that'd slack off, which made me unexplainably sad. We'd literally spent every waking moment that we weren't working together, and it'd kind of suck if her time with me was stolen away. Yes, call me selfish, but I was really taking a liking to having her around. "What the hell are we doing here so early? What the fuck is wrong with 9 in the morning instead of 6? Bennett, another member of the SWAT team, grumbled as he walked in the door. "The problem with that is that we need team hours, and that can't be done by 10 if we start at 9. Not to mention the place we're going to has to open late to let us have that place to ourselves," Luke snapped. "What the hell is your problem?" Downey asked as he followed closely behind Bennett. Downey was our hostage negotiator, and damn good at his job. Oh, he was good at the SWAT part of it too, but not like he was at negotiating. The man was a natural at what he did, and if he could talk the situation down instead of us having to use force to get inside, then that was a good thing in my book. I didn't want to put my life on the line if I didn't have to. "Where are we going, anyway?" John asked from his position in the corner of the room. "I left my nice, cozy bed with my sleepy, soft wife in it for the first Saturday I've had off in a month to be here. It better be good." John was our computer expert. He participated in all the drills and kept up his part of the training, but he didn't participate in the SWAT operations unless he was needed, instead staying in the truck to work his mojo magic with his computer. He was also newly married, as in last week newly married, which had surprised not just us, but the entire department, mainly because he'd married a young rookie cop that had been out of the academy for less than a month. She was cute, though, and they were happy. Who was I to say anything to the contrary? "You'll see. Get in the truck, boys," Luke said cryptically. We arrived at Extreme Paintball less than 30 minutes later, and every one of us had a grin on our face. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Foster said as he got out of the truck first. This counts as team time, Bennett grinned, hopping out of the truck and walking towards the front door. The place was massive and all indoor. I'd heard about the place, but had never stepped foot inside. There hadn't been enough time. The first month I'd gotten stateside, I'd applied at a few locations that had SWAT teams, but in the end had been recruited by Luke to become a part of Kilgore's SWAT team. Once I'd attended the academy, I'd immediately started the normal everyday work of a patrol officer in the Kilgore area, then had gone through training. From there, I'd had a lot of busy things to do, such as getting a house, fixing up the house, taking care of the property, and spending time with my family. A family that I'd neglected in the 8 years I'd been a Navy SEAL. Not to mention that Foster got out only 2 weeks after I had, deciding with me that it was time, especially after how the last mission had ended. Which was horribly, but that wasn't something I should be thinking about right now. Not when we were about to go into a paintball place and play for fun. My mind didn't need to go to those dark places again. There was a time and a place for that, and there needed to be whiskey. Lots and lots of fucking whiskey. Something that they didn't allow if the sign on the door was any indication. Michael's hand came down hard on my back, snapping me out of my thoughts like a cold hand clutching the beating heart from my chest. I reacted on instinct, going down low and sweeping my leg out. However, he must have been ready for my reaction because he jumped up and out, missing my sweeping foot, and then the follow-up uppercut with practiced ease. Fuck, I hissed once I realized what I was doing. What the fuck, man? Michael shrugged. Sorry. You were standing there looking at the sign like you were lost in thought. Wherever you were wasn't a good place for you to be right now. I shrugged and nodded. Thanks, I muttered. Michael replied with, Any time. Michael was yet another member of the 9-man SWAT team. He was dubbed Saint Michael before Foster or I had arrived, but I didn't see much saintly behavior coming from him. In fact, I'd seen him with more ladies lately than the entirety of the police department combined. Well, that might have been an exaggeration, but it was quite close. I had a feeling that it had a lot to do with a certain sister of Nico's, the last man on our SWAT team. Speaking of Nico, he gave Michael a withering glance as he passed, shouldering him out of the way as he passed us to go inside. What was that about? I asked him. Michael grimaced. Nikki, was all he said. I raised my brows at that answer, but chose not to reply. Nikki was the sister I'd been thinking about. No one was brave enough to ask him, especially with the way he'd acted a little over a month ago when he'd seen Nikki on a date during one of our weekly SWAT meetings. He'd gone fucking berserk, which was about the time he'd decided to start fucking anything that moved. But I was the last person to talk. I was slowly falling in love with someone myself, and half the time I didn't know what to do or say next. Not that I'd just go off and fuck anything that had a workable, healthy vagina. All right, ladies, get these jumpsuits on. Spurlocks, separate sides, split up evenly, Luke instructed. My ass won't fit into a one-size-fits-all jumpsuit, fucker, Downey grumbled as he held up the black jumpsuit. It stretches, a young girl said from behind the counter. I turned, seeing a cute little 18, at most, year-old staring at us with googly eyes. Yeah, Downey, Bennett jeered. It stretches. The good thing is you don't have to put that big head of yours in it, otherwise you'd be screwed. Downey flipped Bennett off, laughing quietly as he shoved his feet into the incredibly stretchy spandex. What the fuck? Are these fucking leotards? James asked as he looked down at his body. The girl said behind the counter. They're supposed to be more roomy than that, but I guess y'all are too big for them. You fucking think? Michael muttered, looking down at his body the way his body most certainly did not fit into the jumpsuit. The pants portion of the jumpsuit hit him about 2 inches above his ankles, letting about 2 inches of his sweatpants peek out the bottom of the suit. The same went for the top portion. You could see about 3 inches of the Under Armour long-sleeved t-shirt he was wearing. These aren't one-size-fits-all, John grumbled. I snorted and got into my own jumpsuit, barely containing the laugh that threatened to burst free from my chest when I saw the way the suit made me look like I had boobs. This is attractive, I teased, rubbing my fingers on my nipples. Nico snorted, looking down at his own body. This better be fucking good, he growled. When that comment left Nico's mouth, a bright flash followed by the sound of a camera's fake shutter pierced the silence around us. We all turned to the source, the young girl, and glared. She visibly wilted, hunching down into herself as she got not one, but all of our attention at once. If that gets on social media, I will literally bust your ass. I'll find some way to arrest you, even if I have to follow you around and observe your every goddamn move to do it, Foster growled. The girl's eyes visibly widened at that threat, and I had to suppress a snort of laughter that threatened to pour from my throat. Jesus, Foster could be such a dickhead sometimes. She turned quickly and started gathering plastic-covered tubes as well as boxes, bringing them over to us. There are 1,000 rounds here. I need to show y'all a how-to video before I can let y'all use... Never mind, she said quickly when she registered that we were all looking at her like she was stupid again. I'm sure y'all can figure it out. Each player has his own color. Let me know when y'all are ready and I'll turn on the fog machine and lights, she said quickly before hurrying away. You're scaring that poor girl, I teased Bennett. Bennett raised his eyebrows at me. She shouldn't say stupid things if she doesn't want to be called out on it. Shaking my head, I walked to the counter and picked my color. Pink, of course, and started filling up the 3 containers as well as the paintball gun. Have you ever done this before? Nico asked as he eyed me. I nodded. Yeah, my mom used to buy us games at the local field all the time. She thought that we had too much energy. She only took us when we beat the shit out of each other too much. Then we'd all get our rivalry out for a few weeks, then she'd take us back again when we started it back up again, Foster replied, choosing yellow. I always won. I snorted and threw him a look. That's 'cause you were fat and the balls bounced off of you without breaking because of all your fluffiness. He threw a ball at my face. Take that back, fucker. You were fat? The girl asked from across the room. Foster ignored her, as did the rest of us. Once we were locked and loaded, she led the 8 of us into the room. You're not playing, AC? Downey yelled loudly. No, they can only play 8 at a time. I'll be upstairs watching, though. I can't wait to show this video to the chief, Luke yelled. AC stood for Assistant Chief, something that Luke hated to be called because he hated the job as well as the title. As we walked into the large warehouse and the lights turned on, I felt the first smile of the day turn up the sides of my mouth. Oh, this is going to be fun, I breathed, taking in the walls, fake rocks, ropes, and blinds. Foster said, You're going down. I pointed my finger at him and said what I knew would rile him up. Bring it, fat boy. With that, the lights went nearly black and we all scattered. A smile took over my face as I listened to Foster's outraged curse. I'm not fat, fucker! Michael peeled off his shirt, smearing paint from the bottom of his chin to the tips of his hair. His body came into view, and my mouth dropped open. I'd never actually seen him with his shirt off. He was always sure to wear a long-sleeved t-shirt of some kind. I was surprised as fuck to see tattoos and not scars or something, the way he was meticulous about not showing any of his skin. What the fuck, dude? Foster shoved me to the side. I shoved him back, and we got into a slight tussling match that landed with Foster on the floor and me straddling his chest. I took a leftover paintball out of my pouch at my side and slammed it down onto the top of Foster's head, totally drenching his curly blonde hair with bright pink paint. Fucker! Foster twisted and threw me off of him. I grinned. You look good in pink. He threw a paintball at me, but it didn't burst. Nonetheless, I bent down to pick it up right when the phone in my pocket rang. Are we done here? I asked Luke. He nodded. Yeah. Got a hot date? I nodded. Yeah. And I did. With a woman that wanted something from me that I wasn't sure I should give her. Something that I wanted more than anything in the world. Something that had the potential to change both of our lives. Chapter 7. Sex is like an Olympic dive. Head first. Coffee cup. Miller. I walked up Mercy's front walk with determination. Determination to tell her no. Determination to tell her she was making a mistake. But the moment she opened the door, eyes puffy from crying, I knew I wouldn't say no, and I probably never could have. My hand went up to her face, cupping her cheek in my large, work-roughened palm. A palm that had held the gun that had taken many a men's lives. A palm that had killed multiple men. A palm that hadn't ever had anybody touching it that had meant something more to me than a passing glance. And Mercy was much more than a passing glance. Do you know what you're asking me? I asked softly, pushing her inside and closing the door. She nodded. I know it's disgusting to have sex with me. The results of the blood tests came back showing that I was clean of all diseases. I know what I'm asking you is wrong, but I can't. I have to have that option. I don't know if I'm pregnant, but if I am, I need to know that it might not be his. I need to know that there's every possibility that it's yours. My brain needs that out. My stomach dropped. Honey, I said, leaning close until our foreheads touched. Having sex with you doesn't disgust me. It makes me hot. It makes my palms burn to even think about them running over your silky, smooth skin. But I don't think you're ready. I don't think you'll be ready for a long time. I'll wait for you. This," I gestured between her and me, "this is something good, and it has the potential to be something much more than just a friendship. I don't want to taint that by moving too fast." Her head dropped forward until she was resting her forehead against my collarbone. "Please." Every shield I directed on the way over here fell, and I knew I would do it. I just needed to make sure this was what she wanted first. "What if you're not? What if in however many days you get your period and all's well?" I asked, truly wanting to know the answer. She turned around and ran her hands through her hair. "When you think about having a baby, you think about two loving parents making that child out of something special. You think about two consenting people who, although they may not love each other, chose to make that decision to have sex. What if, when the baby grows up, he or she will hear about everything that happened to me? What will I tell her? At least if we do this, there's a slim chance that I really won't know. That the baby could have possibly been conceived the right way," she said desolately. "The baby might look like him, and you'll know anyway. It might all be for nothing." I played the devil's advocate. She shook her head. "You're both tall with blonde hair. Both of you have blue eyes. Please, just once." I looked at her, really looked at her. "If we do this, I'll always be a part of your life, part of the baby's life. Are you ready for that?" I refrained from saying, "if there is a baby." She shook her head frantically. "I couldn't ask that of you." I moved forward, pressing into her, letting her feel the hard length of me, hoping that it'd scare her into changing her mind. "You didn't ask that of me, I told you. There's a freaking difference," I snapped. She shrugged, leaning a little closer to me, making sure I knew that she wasn't running away. "I could go find someone at a bar right now. I could do it, but I don't want just anyone. I want you. I will, though, if you won't. I can't live with thinking he was the one to make me pregnant. I need that cop-out. I need that escape." I pushed her until she fell back on the couch, and I looked her over. When she went to sit up, I followed her down until my body covered hers. "You will not do it with anyone else but me," I snarled, and then slammed my mouth down on hers. My control was lost. Just the idea of her going to anybody else for this, for her to have yet another man that wasn't me inside of her, was just unthinkable to me. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't let her do it either. She was mine, even if she did think she was just doing this for the escape. What she didn't know was that there was no escape. This was it for me. I knew Mercy was mine, even if she didn't. It'd take time, but I'd convince her of that. In the meantime, though, I'd give her what she asked. It'd just be icing on the cake if we did conceive a child tonight, because if we did, she'd be stuck with me. She'd be mine, and there would be a little tiny life that would always connect us. If I was the father or not, didn't matter. Not one damn bit. Her small hands came up, lifting my shirt as she went. "Once," she whispered again. I shrugged out of the shirt, disconnecting our mouths for only moments before she was slamming her mouth back on mine. "Once," I confirmed. All of the hesitance I expected from her was nowhere to be seen. She was hot and crazy. Her hands were everywhere, and her hot little pussy was rubbing on me, searing me through 2 layers of clothes. "I want to be on top," she pleaded. I reversed our positions instantly, grabbing a hold of her hips and rolling off the couch. I landed on the floor between the couch and the coffee table, Mercy's mouth immediately seeking the softness of my mouth. Her hands, though, went down between us, where she started quickly yanking open the buttons of my jeans. Snap, 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 snap. All 5 buttons came undone in a rush, and my erection, that wasn't clothed in underwear, mostly because they'd been covered in paint, sprung out to greet her. I hissed when her hand closed around me, fingers soft and smooth, yet strong. My eyes watched her, taking in her expression, the set of her mouth and the lines around her eyes. I was watching for any sign of discomfort while trying valiantly to stay in control. But her urgency, the way she took control of the situation, was making that nearly impossible. She stood suddenly, stripping off her shirt, followed shortly by the black sleep shorts she'd been wearing when I'd arrived. When she went to sit down on me once again, my arms lifted and pulled her down, settling her to where each knee was planted into the carpet on either side of my hips. My erection now screaming. My hands, though, held her away as she struggled to move forward, placing her mouth against mine once again. "Mercy," I said, causing her eyes to lift to mine. "Yeah," she asked breathlessly. Her hips started to move, her hot core rolling over my bare cock. Something that I'd never, ever felt before. I'd always, and I do mean always, worn a condom. I never even chanced it, making sure my bare cock and its contents didn't come anywhere near a vagina. Which was why it wasn't surprising that my cock jumped at the contact, primed and ready to go. "Miller," she groaned. "What is it?" I looked into her eyes, seeing no trepidation, no hesitation, only need, want, necessity. Collapsing my arms until she rested fully on top of me, her pretty nipples digging deliciously into my chest, I let her have me. I laid back, crossing my arms until my hands rested underneath my head. She smiled, leaning forward to drag her turgid peaks against the hair of my chest, running them back and forth, deliciously slow. Then she moved up, reaching back until she had my rock-hard cock in her hand. With a slow, delicious movement, she placed the head of my cock against her slick entrance and slowly sat back. My length slid inside of her. Her eyes widened, but she didn't stop, only pushed down more and more until I was seated fully inside. My cock was stretching the walls of her pussy so wide that I was sure it had to be uncomfortable. But she didn't have any discomfort showing on her face, only pleasure. Her eyes dilated and her hands came down to sit on my chest as she started rocking her hips back and forth, undulating on top of me, making her clenching core seem to massage my dick as she moved. She didn't so much lift off of me as grind, allowing the head of my cock to hit the back of her, filling her so far that I had to grit my teeth at the realization that she was made perfectly for me. "Oh, God," I groaned. It took everything I had not to reverse our positions, throw her onto her back, and force her to take my cock as I rode her hard and fast. She didn't need that, though. Not this first time. Hell, probably not any time soon, if ever. "You feel so good," she breathed. "I didn't know it could be like this." I licked my lips. "Kiss me." She leaned down, forcing my cock further inside of her as she gave me the kiss that I asked for. It was sweet, something that I wasn't used to having. Something that I planned to never give up because I found that I liked her brand of sweet. When she went to pull away, I leaned forward and captured one of her nipples with my mouth, doing a half crunch as she rode me now for real. Faster and faster until I was sure if she didn't hurry up and come, I was going to blow without her. But she came through, leaning back suddenly so my cock tunneled in, hitting a different part of her and ripping her nipple from my sucking mouth in the process. She didn't seem to notice any pain, though. She was too busy clamping her pussy down onto my cock, causing my eyes to cross as I joined her. My release poured out of me, shooting into her like I'd never felt before. The wetness of her pussy and the feeling of her muscles proved too much for my senses. I poured everything I had out of me and into her in short, jerky bursts. "Ugh!" I grunted, bucking my hips as she rode me through both of our orgasms. She collapsed onto me, my cock still jerking in the aftermath as we both breathed hard. "I liked it," she whispered softly. I snorted out a laugh. "Yeah, I liked it too. A lot." She kissed my jaw, but didn't move any more than that, and I found myself not wanting to either. Here I was happy, and we could act like the real world didn't exist. All that was here was mercy and me. My mercy me.
Chapter 8. I like 3 things. 1, tattoos. 2, men. 3, beards. If you have all 3 of those things, we can get married Tuesday. Secret thoughts of Mercy. Mercy. My face burned as I thought about how I just practically went all Dom woman on Miller. First, I'd practically forced him to have sex with me. Then I'd mauled him, attacking him like I was a woman possessed. Then I made him go home. What the fuck was I thinking? The bad part was that he'd actually left. Here I sat, by myself, 15 minutes later, wondering what the hell I'd just done, my mind still in a fog. He disappeared out the front door without a backwards glance, and I still sat on the floor beside the couch, his juices combined with mine, leaking out of me, wishing he'd come back. Just when my mind started to drift towards a place where it really didn't need to be, keys started jingling near the front door, and then it was thrown wide open. I managed to snag a pillow off the couch and cover the majority of my body when Miller strode right back in, his arms filled with drinks and food. "I hope you like hamburgers because I'm fucking starving.
My brother ate all my Captain Crunch this morning, and we've been running around all afternoon long. I haven't eaten since sometime last night,"
Miller said as he sat the stuff on the coffee table directly in front of me.
"Not that I don't like looking at you naked, but you might drip into some questionable places and I'd have to come over there and lick it off. Then I wouldn't be eating like I really need to be. I can feel my blood sugar dropping as we speak,"
Miller teased as he started pulling out packages. I watched as he sat a cup, literally a fucking paper cup, full of fries down in front of me, followed shortly by the world's largest burger. "What did you get me?" I asked with wide eyes as I poked at the massive mountain of foil.
"Burger with cheese, lettuce and tomato,"
Miller said around an enormous bite of food. I shook my head and started unwrapping the burger. It smelled divine, but I couldn't help but freak out a little. He was acting so normal, like something monumental hadn't just happened. Like I hadn't just had the best orgasm of my life. The first time I'd had sex after being... I squeezed my eyes tightly shut at that thought. I didn't want to bring Mitch into this. He had no place in my thoughts anymore, not ever again. Except I couldn't make my heart collaborate with my head. I had tons of reasons I shouldn't be thinking about Mitch right now. First and foremost, because I didn't like him. Second, because I just had the best sex of my life. Third, because I was pretty positive that I was going to get to do it again if the look in Miller's eyes were anything to go by. His eyes hadn't moved from above my chin the entire time we'd been eating. He'd been staring at my boobs, my belly, and anything he could see over the coffee table.
"You're thinking too hard.
Just let it be," Miller said, placing his hamburger down and looking at me with sincerity as he said it. I swallowed hard. Then my mouth sort of spewed its contents in a massive word vomit. I like you a lot. I want to have sex again and I want to do it soon, but I feel like I shouldn't have liked it. I feel like I should be in a corner right now crying my eyes out because I just had sex for the first time since I was raped. I could be pregnant right now, and you offering me a hamburger instead of thinking this was earth-shattering is just crazy to me, I spilled. Everything I was feeling right then was poured out of me and straight into his ear. He raised his eyes in surprise at me for being so open and honest.
"I know you don't feel that you should have enjoyed it.
But so the fuck what if you did? Every woman isn't the same. Yes, what happened to you was traumatizing, and yes, it was tragic. But you don't have to wallow in your tears to have grieved over what was taken from you.
You did that already, and you've had the support of your friends. You didn't like the situation that you were in, so you fixed it. Granted, it was a little unorthodox, asking that of me, but I was more than willing. If I wasn't, then I would have told you so. I was mostly worried about you. Don't beat yourself up, and just let it go."
I found myself smiling at him. Isn't that a children's song?
"What? Don't beat yourself up?"
he asked in confusion. I shook my head. No. Let it go. He shrugged.
"Who the fuck knows that? I don't have any kids."
The unspoken yet hung in the air as we stared at each other with wide eyes. I opened my mouth and closed it again, unsure of what the hell to say. In the end, I decided to eat my burger and find the offer funny. Nobody could say that Miller wasn't an honest guy.
"What do you usually get on your burger?"
he rumbled, watching me bite into the tasty treat. I pointed with my free hand at the burger.
"Dish,"
I said around a mouthful of food.
"I usually get chili cheese fries and a milkshake for my sides, though."
He raised his brows at me.
"Now you're speaking my language."
I cracked a smile and continued eating, grabbing the million ketchup packets and tearing each individual one open before I started smothering my fries in them.
"That looks gross, though,"
he said, eyeing the way that the ketchup drenched the top of my fries. Not a single white space was left. I shrugged. "I'm a ketchup person," he snorted.
"That I can tell. I bet you put ketchup on your eggs, too."
I grinned around a mouthful of burger and reached for the plastic fork in the bag. I put ketchup on everything, even my ham and cheese sandwiches. He made a fake gagging gesture and shoved 12 fries in his mouth.
Have you thought about when you're going back to work?
He asked curiously. I nodded. I don't actually work. I supervise. I call around, pay bills, collect payments, which I've been doing from underneath my comforter since... I hesitated and grimaced, but he nodded in understanding.
It's kind of cool what you're doing.
How did you get that up and started? He questioned, taking a sip of his drink. I eyed my to-go cup, but took a drink anyway, trusting him. He'd spent a lot of time with me in the last week and knew exactly what I liked. I smiled when I tasted not 1, but 4 drinks. You got me a suicide? He nodded.
I felt like a dork getting a little bit of every drink they had, but it was fun. I don't see how you mix all those carbonated drinks, though.
I shrugged.
YOLO.
He turned his head in confusion.
YOLO?
You know, YOLO, you only live once?
The song?
I confirmed. He shook his head with exaggerated slowness.
Not a fucking clue,
he said with wide eyes.
Then again, if it's pop or R&B, I don't listen to it. I'm more of a classic rock kind of man. I only listen to it when I'm working out and lifting weights. There's a certain tone one should set while doing that. It should get your adrenaline pumping, not make me want to be a girl.
I stuck my tongue out at him, and he laughed at my reaction.
You're horrible, he muttered.
I shrugged. Do you want to watch a movie?
He shook his head. Nope. I want to play some cards.
I leaned forward, my bare breast touching the cool wood of the coffee table, causing me to shrink back in surprise. Shit, I hissed.
Out of curiosity, why aren't you dressed yet?
I was gone for nearly 20 minutes, he asked as he finished the last of his fries. I blinked, wondering how I should tell him that I'd been wallowing over the fact that he'd left me. I said. I was... He grinned.
You thought I'd left, so you were laying there in a depression?
He offered playfully. More like I was trying to think of ways to torture you for leaving without a backwards glance, I said dryly.
You're saying I couldn't do a thing to you to torture you?
He shook his head.
I'm a SEAL, baby. You can't do anything to me that I haven't experienced before.
I launched myself at him. Challenge accepted. We laid there in silence for a few moments, both of us allowing our heart rates to return to normal before either one of us moved. I was now wearing Miller's button-up shirt, and he was tickled to death, or so he said. I'd worked up quite a sweat trying to convince him that I could torture him to death with tickles, but it had worked differently than I'd expected. He'd started laughing at my inability to tickle him, and I'd taken it upon myself to prove to him that he was ticklish somewhere. In the end, it had been his laughing at my failed attempts that got him.
Do you think you're pregnant?
He rumbled quietly. The sweat on my skin was cooling rapidly, and goosebumps started to roll over my skin. Was it bad that I wanted to be pregnant with his child? I'd always wanted to be a mother. In fact, when I'd originally entered the relationship with Mitch, I'd been thinking about that going into it. My biological clock had been ticking, and at the age of 29, it was time, at least in my opinion. I was ready to be a mother. That had been why I'd chosen Mitch. He was stable relationship material, everything I thought I'd wanted. What I hadn't realized, though, was that I would be placing myself with a man that wasn't mentally stable. The first clue should have been the way he'd refused to move out of his mother's house. The second should have been his mother herself. I don't know. I want to say yes, I said softly.
I hope you are, too. You're not the only one that wants a baby. A family to call his own. You and I aren't so different. I have my scars that I don't want brought out into the light, and you have your scars that you wish were taken back into the shadow. But I guarantee you this, he said softly. I won't ever leave you. And I won't ever do anything to you that'll hurt you. I'll be your shadow that makes sure you're always protected. This I swear to you.
He rasped against my forehead. I love you was on the tip of my tongue, but instead, I just hugged him. Hard. or as hard as I could. He didn't seem too affected by the severity of my hug, though. Something must have been on the tip of his, too, because when he leaned back and looked into my eyes, I saw questions there. However, neither one of us said a word. He held me, spoke to me, teased me. And let me tell you something, it was perfect. Exactly what I'd needed at that point in time. One thing was clear, though. It'd be nearly impossible to be so close to him and not do anything with him again. One time was not going to be enough. At least not for my body. Chapter 9. I want to play hide and seek, and your penis and my vagina are the two main players. Mercy's secret thoughts. Mercy. I returned to work, for real, a week later. The night before had been fraught with nerves, and Miller had held me throughout. I was nervous to be seen. Life went on like it had never even happened, yet I still got looks. An inconspicuous glance here, a sly glance there. They thought I didn't see, but I did. And I wanted to kick their ass. Even the bitch, Sarah Higgins, who was currently sitting across the diner from me, snickering into her menu as she spoke to her husband, Devin Higgins. I pulled out my phone and texted Miller, even though I knew he was working today. Hey, he said to text him anytime. This counted, right? Mercy me. I'm getting made fun of by two grown adults, one of which is the man I dated in high school. Miller answered nearly immediately. Miller genuine. Where are you? Mercy me. Catfish Charlie's. His response took longer than I thought it would, so I put the phone into my pocket and started to fish out some money for the drink I'd ordered. I'd yet to get any food because the waitress was too busy talking to her fellow co-workers and casting me covert glances when she thought I wasn't looking. Well, my first solo outing had turned into a big pile of shit. Maybe I wouldn't be going to the Greater Business League of Kilgore's big dinner tonight. In fact, I might come down with a stomach bug between now and then, especially when Devin got up and started heading my way. Fuck! He slid into the booth on the other side of me and smiled his I'm so charming smile. It was the one that had gotten him every girl he'd ever wanted. Everyone, except for me. He would have gotten me, too, had I not overheard him talking to his friends about how he was going to tap that beanpole after the football game. Now, I know that I'm not the curviest woman on the block, and 11 years ago I was even worse. But you didn't act like that. Not when you'd sweet-talked the girl into going out with you with your silver tongue. He'd been pissed when I'd stood him up for his date, and then had refused to talk to him anymore. I think it was more because his ego was bruised rather than him being truly upset. He'd gotten over it quite quickly, mostly by fucking the most popular girl in school, Sarah Higgins. They'd been married for a long time now and had 3 beautiful kids that they ignored. Devin, I greeted him neutrally. He grinned, giving me a glimpse of his straight, white teeth. How are you feeling, Mercy? He asked casually. Way too casually. He was either fishing for something or here to rub my nose in it. I'm fine. Your wife looks pissed that you're over here, I said, chancing a look in Sarah's direction to see her glaring daggers at me. Jesus, but the woman really hated me. It's not like I ever went out with him. I accepted a date and then never went. That should be the end of it, yet it wasn't. The rivalry had gone on for nearly 11 years now. I got a new car, she got the same kind, but with more options on it. I got a new house, she bought the one next door and added an addition on it. I went to the community college to get my business degree, she went to a 4-year college and got her bachelor's degree in the same. On and on it went. Sure, they could be coincidences, but they weren't. I knew she was doing it just to show me that she could. I wasn't even anything. I still couldn't understand it. Why me? She and I have a bet. She says you have a boyfriend, and I told her the boyfriend was the one. His words froze in his mouth as he got a look at something over my shoulder. Move, Miller's very pissed-off voice said. In fact, words couldn't even do justice to how pissed off he looked. Devin startled. I did as well. Miller just kind of showed up out of nowhere. I hadn't even heard the bell on the door jingle with his entrance. Devin stood slowly to his full height. I'd always thought that Devin was what I would consider big and built. That was until I saw Miller in the next moment making his way up to within inches of Devin. It was like night and day. Devin wasn't built. Miller was built. He looked unbelievably sexy. I'd also thought the same that morning when I'd seen him dress. I'd watched the meticulous process from start to finish, me in the middle of the bed with my comforter up over my shoulders and around my front. He'd started first with a basic pair of white socks. Then he'd put on his underwear, followed by these black pants that had to have at least 1,000,000 pockets. Then he'd start to fill in those pockets: wallet, phone, keys with no less than 15 keys, clips filled with bullets, change, and what looked like a Leatherman, but he'd called it a Raptor or something. Then he'd started on the gun belt, and I'd watched, just as enraptured, as he put on the different odds and ends onto his belt. He'd followed the belt up with a white t-shirt, a Kevlar vest, and a plain black polo. He was in much the same as he'd left with this morning, except now his shirt was covered in what looked like dirt, and he had a small tear where the shirt buttoned. Then I started to take a closer stock of his body, comparing him to Devin, and I was in awe. Devin had been the high school football star and had kept up the body he'd had in high school, even going as far as to add on more muscle. He wasn't a small man, but compared to Miller, he looked like a freaking runt. Miller's muscles bulged as he raised up his arm and held his pointer finger only millimeters from Devin's chest. "How about you keep your bullshit to yourself, and the next time you think to come and harass my girl, you think twice. Maybe think about what it'll feel like to have my fist planted in that pretty little face, Devin held up his hands. "Sorry, man." He didn't sound sorry, but we were starting to draw the attention of every man, woman, and child in the diner, as well as outside on the street. So, with shaky legs, I stood, tossed my $1.50 down on the table to pay for my drink, and grabbed a hold of Miller's bicep. My fingers couldn't even touch as I wrapped them around his bulging bicep, not even close. His muscles jumped under my touch, but he never took his eyes off his target. And Devin was trying really, really hard to hold up under Miller's scrutiny. "Baby, are you okay? Do you need me to call the police?" Sarah asked in her nail-against-chalkboard voice. I'd hated that voice for 11 years now, and if anything else, it had only gotten more annoying. My hands tightened on Miller's arm, and he finally looked down at me to see what was wrong. His eyebrows lifted when he saw that my eyes were directed to the woman over his right shoulder, which caused him to turn slightly to keep both of them in his sight, taking me right along with him. "I am the police lady," Miller snapped. Sarah raised her eyebrows at me. Those perfectly sculpted-in black pencil eyebrows that I'd wanted to rip out for my entire life, arched like they did when she was about to say something snotty. And she didn't disappoint. "Well," she said in a huffy, fake Southern voice, "it's obvious that if you're with her," she said, pointing at me, "then you're not a worthy police officer. Surely you could find someone that hasn't been used so thoroughly." I started forward almost before I even realized I was moving, startling both Miller and Sarah. My hand cracked across her face with a sharp clap, causing her head to whip around comically. I had never slapped someone before, but damned if it hadn't felt freaking awesome. My hand stung slightly, but overall it didn't hurt like I'd seen in movies. And during my contemplation of this, Sarah had tried to retaliate, but Miller stopped her before her hand could move more than a foot from her body. I smiled secretly inside, nearly dying in laughter as she gave Miller the most venomous look she could muster with her face streaming tears and a red handprint over her face. Devin, who'd been watching in silence, finally started forward when Miller had Sarah's wrist pinned to her body. Miller started to move her away from me, but Devin, not one to be shown up, threw himself into the fray. "Get your hands off my wife!" Devin roared. "Oh dear," I said, pulling out my phone and calling Foster. I could see this going into dangerous territory really quick, especially with the way the citizens dining in the cafe and standing outside started to encircle us, their voices rising. "Hello?" Foster asked questioningly. Hey, this is Mercy. Your brother and I are at Catfish Charlie's, and we have about 15 people surrounding us. I think we need some backup, I said hurriedly. I could hear Foster move in the background, and then what sounded like a door slamming shut, followed shortly by the sirens turning on in the background. Be there in less than 2 minutes. Keep me on the line. He sounded exactly like his brother with his bossiness. Keep me on the line. As if I would have done anything differently. Soon the crowd went from 15 people to even more, and I was pushed back until I wasn't even within arm's reach of Miller anymore. Knowing he'd be able to handle the situation better if I got myself out of the way, I moved until I was behind the swinging door that led behind the counter, and then went even further to back into the space between the ice machine and the cash register. I could still see everything that was going on, but they couldn't get to me unless they jumped the counter, which I didn't think they were going to do since they all seemed interested in was Devin yelling at Miller to let his wife go, all the while his wife tried to slap Miller for assaulting her indecently. "You're trouble," an older male's voice said from the window that led into the kitchen. I looked up to find Jimmy John, the owner of Catfish Charlie's, looking at me accusingly. I held up my hands and said, "I didn't have anything to do with it." He shook his head. "Mercy, girl, I've known you since you were barely old enough to stand. You're always in the middle of everything, whether you mean to be or not." I couldn't help it. I laughed, which caused Miller to whip his head around and look at me, which then caused Devin to take a swing at Miller while his head was turned. Miller's head whipped around with the force of Devin's punch, and he turned back slowly to glare at Devin while still trying to restrain Sarah. Miller threw one perfectly timed punch straight to Devin's temple. Devin dropped like a brick, and the crowd went wild. I sat in Miller's padded office chair as I listened to him and the chief speak. Well, Chief Rhodes, a veteran officer of 35 years, was the one doing the talking, and it was more yelling rather than talking. I'd known him for 29 of those years, since he was my father's best friend, and I'd never heard him yell at another officer like that. I started to rock forward, unaware that everyone could see me. Tears poured down my face as I listened to Miller take the brunt of the blame for me. Something I never should have brought him into. I should have called 911. Maybe then I wouldn't be hearing my boyfriend get yelled at and put on probation. "Shit," Miller hissed. I heard his boots pounding on the floor as he came into his office, and then dropped onto his knees in front of me. My head snapped upwards, and I watched with tear-filled eyes as he reached forward, pulling me into his arms. I went willingly, seeing the horrified look on the chief's face. I wrapped my arms around Miller's neck and cried. "I'm so sorry, Miller. I never should have brought you into all of this." He rubbed his large palms up and down my back in slow, soothing strokes. "It's okay, Mercy me. I would have been the one to come anyway, even if you had called 911. I was the closest to the scene." I clenched my eyes shut tighter. "No, I mean at all. I've practically ruined your life." He squeezed me tighter. "You didn't make me do anything. I'm a grown man. I could take you all hog-tied with a blindfold covering my eyes." I leaned back, eyes still pouring tears, and laughed in his face. "I'm no fainting violet. I could take you if I had a desire to." "Miller," Chief Rhodes growled from the other room. "Your brother needs a ride from the emergency room. You can have the rest of the day off. Tomorrow, too. Come back Wednesday with a better attitude." With that, the chief turned and left, not bothering to look back. "You pissed off the chief for me. I think that's very romantic," I teased, taking my hand and running my curled fingers against his jaw. He had a sexy beard today, something he decided to start growing because of some bet between Miller and Foster. It had started out innocent enough 2 nights ago, but had ended in an all-out no-shave march for the two of them. They tried to pull their other brother into it, but apparently his wife wouldn't let him go into another sibling rivalry beard-off. Personally, I thought the entire situation was hilarious, but that was just me. "Honey, I'd piss off the entire world for you. The chief is a piece of cake in comparison.
And I'm meeting your parents at dinner tonight. I'd never be able to face your father if I hadn't," he growled. I cracked a grin and leaned forward, giving him a kiss on the nose before I made an effort to stand. When I did, I could see the entire police station watching us through the plate glass windows of Miller's office. The nosy cops didn't even bother to hide the fact that they were watching, only continued to do so. Some even went as far as to wave. Those, however, were the men of the SWAT team. They were worse than a bunch of giggling teenagers. "They're all watching us," I whispered down, running my hands through Miller's hair. He groaned and placed his face against my stomach. "I love it when you put your hands on me." I giggled and grabbed onto his ears before pulling him up. "Let's go get that little brother of yours. Seems someone needs to take care of him." "Yes, ma'am," he drawled. "Wow. I guess I win," Miller goaded his brother. "Fuck off," he snapped, glaring at Miller over the shoulder of the male nurse, who was busy cleaning off the blood from the cut on his jaw. When Foster had arrived, he'd immediately entered into the fray, helping defend his brother from the moment he walked into the door. Then promptly got a syrup bottle to his face. The glass had shattered instantly, embedding in the bottom of his jaw and chin. He'd been a mess of blood and syrup, but he'd managed to cajole the crowd away from Devin, Sarah, and Miller. Miller quickly got control of the situation, just as 3 more officers arrived, arresting over 20 people. Sarah and Devin had been arrested for assaulting a police officer, Devin being the one that had brained Foster with the syrup bottle. Sarah had clawed Miller's neck and face, but it wasn't anything nearly as bad as Foster's injury. "They didn't shave all of it," I said, going around to the other side to place my hand on Foster's chin and pulled him towards me. The nurse tossed me a thankful look over his shoulder, happy that I'd broken the glaring match between the 2 men. "That's right. I still have 4/5 of the beard, and it wasn't me who shaved it. This guy did," Foster said, pointing accusingly at the man in front of him. Sighing, I grabbed the wet rag from the nurse and started cleaning Foster as if he were a small child that couldn't do it himself. I probably did a little harder than was necessary, but seriously, what was their deal? Foster had been hurt today, all because he was trying to help his brother. They needed to cool it with the bed. "How many stitches did you end up having?" I asked, eyeing the nasty-looking wound. 31, a male's voice said from behind us. I cringed the moment I heard it, sinking into Foster the moment I heard the man's voice. Foster and Miller both caught the reaction, coming to attention the second I'd done it. Foster scooted over until he was sitting up straight on the bed, his feet dangling over the side to allow me to get between him and the man entering the room. Miller stepped in front of the doctor, halting his forward progress before he'd even made it 2 steps inside the room. I was hyperventilating, squeezing my eyes tightly shut as I prayed that he'd leave before it went to a full-blown panic attack. Oh my God, that voice sounded so much like Mitch's that I wanted to puke. He looked exactly like him as well, even if he was a much older version of him. Dr. Rain Moose, Mitch's father, was a good man. He was a really nice person, and I'd loved him the moment I met him. Something had to be said for a man that tried so hard to take care of his family, but it failed. He and Mitch's mother, Linda, had separated just last year. He'd been the only good thing about going over to Mitch's house, and once he was gone, I'd hated being anywhere near Linda. It was as if Rain had kept her grounded, and without him around, she seemed to be worse. "I think you need to leave," Miller ordered quietly. When Rain looked over to me with his bushy eyebrows and shock of white blonde hair, nearly the same as Foster's, I knew he felt bad. Devastated, in fact. "No," I said softly, leaning into Foster. "It's okay. Miller, I'd like you to meet Dr. Rain Moose, Mitch's father." Miller froze, looking at Rain as if he was a bug, studying him as if he'd become an interesting specimen. Rain's eyes were all for me, though. They were filled with sorrow when he said, "I'm so sorry, Mercy." I nodded, not really knowing what to say. "It's okay" didn't really sound like the best thing to say. It wasn't okay that his son had raped me.
Although I knew it wasn't his fault, it was always going to be in the back of my mind that he'd been responsible for raising Mitch. What if... I shut off that thought quickly. No, it wasn't Rain's fault. If it was anyone's fault, it was Linda's. I know. I finally settled with saying. He smiled a half-smile and turned his attention to Foster, who hadn't moved an inch since Rain had come into the room. I know you're ready to go, and you're more than welcome to once the nurse gets you your discharge papers. Don't get the wound wet for 24 to 48 hours, and be sure to keep a close eye on it for infection. I called you in a prescription for an antibiotic at Kilgore Drugs, and a pain reliever as well. Is there anything else I can get for you? Rain asked Foster. Foster shook his head. No, that's it. With that, Rain had been properly dismissed, so he turned from the room, only looking back over his shoulder at me twice before he disappeared around the corner. What the fuck? Miller asked, turning around and pinning his eyes onto me. I shrugged. Mitch's father is a nice man. He doesn't deserve to have me so scared of him, but I couldn't help it. He looks so much like Mitch that it hurts. Miller nodded and turned to his brother, but was interrupted by the nurse coming in with a stack of papers in his hand. All right, this is your discharge instructions. If you need anything, feel free to call your primary care provider. Anything else I can do for you? Foster shook his head in the negative. With that, the nurse nodded and left, reappearing again with a wheelchair. Foster snorted and stood, shrugged out of the hospital gown they'd made him slip on over his pants, and picked up a bag of clothes before exiting. Miller snorted and cracked a smile before offering me his hand. I stood, taking it willingly. Looks like we won't be needing that wheelchair. Thanks for putting up with him, Miller said thankfully. The nurse nodded. Men are always the worst. I know he wasn't purposely acting like a douchebag. Miller snorted. No, he really is a douchebag. I heard that, Foster said from down the hall. I covered my mouth to hide my smile as we walked hand in hand out the door. The last thing I saw as we exited the ER was Rain looking at me with ghosts haunting his eyes. Chapter 10. If you're arguing with your woman and she says, "Go ahead, I don't care," don't listen to her. It's a trick. Fact of life. Mercy. 4 weeks later. I licked my suddenly dry lips, scared to death to even open the box that would soon determine my fate. Miller had no such problem ripping into the box. The first thing to go in the trash was the directions, followed by the tiny remains of the decimated box. Jesus, I hissed, snapping the plastic stick away from him before he could rip the plastic off of it, too. I would have liked to read those instructions. He grinned at me. Just piss on the stick. Would you like me to help you? I smacked him on the arm and pointed to the door. Get out! He laughed. I'll turn my back. We'd shared a lot in the last few weeks, ranging from our bodies to the bedroom to clothes. Yet we hadn't shared the bathroom together other than showers. There had to be a line drawn somewhere, and him watching me pee on a stick was it. You better not turn around, I huffed as he turned and started reading the nearest thing, which happened to be the Cosmopolitan magazine I'd gotten in the mail earlier in the day. I didn't bother to ask why it was in there. There was a thing such as TMI in a relationship, and that was part of it. Are you done yet? Miller asked in exasperation. I snorted. I haven't even gotten the wrapper off yet. He whipped around and tore into the package with ease, handing the little white stick over to me before going back to reading something in the magazine. Anything good in there? I attempted to make small talk. He said. How to please your man when you go out with friends. How to give your man the best blowjob of his life. What happens to your breasts when you eat too much salt. I blinked. Which one of those has you the most interested? I asked. I could practically hear the smile overtake Miller's face as I looked down at the test in my hand, then attempted to pee on the stick without peeing on my hand. What a high salt intake does to your boobs, he teased. I grinned and pulled the stick out, happy that I'd managed not to pee on myself in the process, and set it on the counter like it was a bomb ready to blow. Hey, I said, when Miller turned around and started staring at the test as if he could will it to turn pink. Are you sure you're late? he asked for confirmation. I rolled my eyes. Yes, I said slowly.
How do you know?
He persisted. I flushed the toilet and pushed him with my shoulder to get him to move out from in front of the sink. Then I washed my hands, studiously ignoring the white stick on the counter. I kept my eyes on everything but it. The walls of my bathroom with its hideous white orchid-flowered wallpaper. The way my shower curtain matched everything but the wallpaper. The way Miller kept his eyes on the stick, fists planted on the counter as he watched. Are you going to stare at it for the whole 2 minutes? I asked worriedly. God, why was I so freaking nervous? My eyes ran down Miller's torso. He was shirtless and barefoot. His uniform pants were the only thing he was wearing, having ripped the rest of the uniform off the minute he'd walked through my door. I now had a designated spot for him to hang his things for work, as well as his clothes in my closet, something I found that he didn't do, instead throwing everything he had on down on the couch the moment he walked in the door after a shift. He'd gotten off of work only an hour ago, but he'd made a stop at the store to buy some pregnancy tests. He probably looked like a weirdo buying as many as he had, but he was happy, so I didn't mind.
I don't need a whole 2 minutes. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck the plus sign and the 2 lines mean,
he grumbled. I snorted. Well, it would have said it on the directions. His eyes lifted, and he glared before bending down and picking up the crumpled-up directions.
2 lines, and no plus sign means negative, he read. 2 lines and a plus sign means...
He looked up at me, meeting my eyes when he said,
positive.
My heart started to pound ferociously. My eyes widened and my breathing sped up. Holy shit, I breathed. He grinned and dropped the paper, which, I noticed, fell to the floor, completely missing the trash can. His arms wrapped around my shoulders, and he stared into my eyes through the mirror. My eyes started to water, and then slowly, the tears spilled over. I hope it's yours, I said desperately. His eyes, those beautiful blue, soulful eyes, were drowning in happiness. My heart lightened slightly as I smiled sadly at him.
It's going to be okay,
he urged again. I nodded. I know it will. I just hope it's yours. With all my heart, I hope the baby is yours. He kissed the side of my neck.
The baby is mine. It doesn't matter whose fucking genes he or she carries. That baby will be mine just as much as it's yours.
The heartfelt promise from him had me breathing correctly again. But the little niggle of need slid down my spine as I snuggled into his arms. Now that I was pregnant, would he be around like he used to be? And what would everyone say? I had a feeling that this was going to get a lot worse before it got better. I just hoped what I thought wouldn't become a precursor of bad things to come. Which was proved to be true an hour later when I got an express letter from Mitch's lawyer telling me to meet them in 2 days' time to discuss what he'd left me in his will.
Miller. You fucking what? My brothers yelled in unison. I looked at them sharply, wondering what I'd said to make them both react like that. What the fuck? I asked, standing up from my crouched position in the waist-high water. Please, tell me you're fucking joking, Foster pleaded, hands going up to his head and crossing at the top of his skull. My brows furrowed. What? You knocked her up? After everything she's been through? Foster all but yelled. Ducks that had been coming in hot turned sharply, banking right and flying as fast as their wings could carry them. What the fuck would possess you to do that? Trans growled. I didn't do anything. We did it, I said slowly. What was their deal? I had literally only said 2 words. Mercy's pregnant. Those 2 words had caused them both to explode into condemnations and accusations, which led us to now. You can't fucking use a condom, for God's sake. Now you'll never know whose kid it is. Can you do a DNA test this young? Trans asked. He's so fucked now. She'll say it's his and he'll have to pay child support, Foster said with a snide tone in his voice. I stopped and stared at the both of them. You're fucking kidding me right now, aren't you? My brothers froze at the hardness and the absolute hostility that put a lethal edge in the tone of my voice. Miller, Trent said, raising his hand. What's going on? Foster didn't open his mouth again, only watched me, as did Trance. "Listen, you stupid fucks," I hissed. "I'm going to tell you this once, and once only. Mercy is mine. That kid she's carrying is mine, and if you don't like it, then you can get the fuck out of my life. Don't make me do that, because I'm telling you right now that if you ever make me choose, I'll choose her. Every single fucking time, and twice on Sunday. That woman is a part of me, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect her from everything, even my own brother's rudeness." Trance's face tightened, as did Foster's, but they didn't argue. "Listen," Foster said softly, "it was never meant to come out as hurtful. We're just worried about you, man. Tell us what's in your head. We love Mercy. We just don't want to see you caught up in all the shit that we can see in the very near future." I visibly relaxed, knowing instantly that they'd have my back. What Foster had just said hit closer to home than he even knew. We drove home in silence, the thrill of the hunt long gone. They followed me inside my place, though, not thinking even for a moment that I would deny them entry. "Fuck," I said, dropping down to the couch in front of my brothers. "This has been a long fucking day, and I need to get your opinions on some things." They both sat, but not before they each grabbed a beer from the fridge. We were at the apartment that I shared with Foster, although there hadn't been much sharing lately. I'd spent nearly every night I had off at Mercy's place and only came here when I needed some more clothes. Slowly, it was all being moved over. The only thing that remained now was the big stuff. "Shoot," Trance said as he offered me a beer. I took it and twisted the cap off, folding the aluminum in on itself and tossing it into a can in the corner of the room. It bounced off the top, overflowing from the red coffee can since there was no room left in the already full canister. I watched it twist for a few seconds before it settled beside the others on the floor before continuing. "Mercy got a letter from her ex's lawyer. Apparently, he left her a sizable amount of money in his will as well as the house that his mother is currently residing in," I said tiredly, pinching the bridge of my nose between two fingers. They blinked. Trance was the one to come up with words first. "Is she going to take it?" I shook my head. "No. We're going to go up there tomorrow. She says she'll refuse it and/or sign the waiver saying she doesn't want it. It'll then go to the next person in line, which is probably the mother." Foster raised his brows. "I'd take that fucker. Fuck him. She deserves to have that house and all of his money. Fuck him." Eloquent, but rightly said. I'd been of much the same opinion, but it wasn't up to me, it was up to Mercy. I tried to tell her that already, but she doesn't want it. "I'm going to be supportive of whatever she wants to do," I said honestly. They both stared at me blankly. "And the baby? You know they're going to ask. Hell, man, we said something and we're your brothers. There'll be talk about who the kid belongs to. You know that, right?" Foster finally added. I nodded in agreement. "We know that. It's why we did it. They'll speculate, but it'll never be proved. That's why we did what we did. She didn't want to have that always hanging over her, over the baby's head, and I gave that to her." They both stared at me hard before nodding. "Then we'll support you, and my babies will have a new little cousin to play with," Trance said, extending his hand. I took it with a smile. "Damn right they will." Chapter 11. If it's hot, wet, sticky, and not yours, don't touch it. Note to self. Miller. I walked into the lawyer's office with Mercy on my arm, worried that this was all a big mistake. Not only would she have to see the ex's mother, but she'd have to see the father, too. The father that looked exactly like Mitch Moose. The father that had sent her into a panic the last time she'd seen him. "All right," the lawyer said once we entered the room. "We're here to read Mitch Moose's will. Everyone that is in this room has been mentioned in the will in some way, shape, or form. Are you all ready to proceed?" The mother glared in our direction when we sat down in the chairs to the right of the lawyer's desk. The lawyer's name was Ryan Monk, and he was an estate lawyer in Kilgore. He specialized in wills for one's estate once they'd passed. Ryan started reading the will, and unsurprisingly, the majority of the little things went to Mitch's mother. However, then he got to the house. "The house has been left to Mercy Shepherd, as well as the house she will get the entirety of Mitch's life insurance policy, as well as his—" I didn't hear the rest of what the lawyer said, because Mitch's mother went into a flurry of action. She tore the papers from the lawyer's hands and threw them against the wall. I stood, placing myself in between Mercy and the crazy bitch, using my body as a shield. Rain, the crazy bitch's ex-husband, stood too, pushing the woman to the corner of the room. I glanced at Mercy out of the corner of my eye, seeing that she was standing back from the desk, more towards the wall. I nodded at her, telling her to stay where she was at, and turned back to the mother just in time to see her push the ex-husband away. He fell to the ground, tripping over the expensive rug on the floor, and landed with a loud thump. Then the mother launched the lamp across the room in Mercy's direction in the next moment. It missed her, but not before it caused the TV that was hanging on the wall to crash to the ground. Mercy leapt out of the way in time for it to smash to pieces at her feet, but she stumbled and fell, hitting her face on the corner of the desk. I was moving almost before she leapt and was able to get to her the moment she fell completely to the floor. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the father move to detain the crazy bitch and was grateful. The lawyer sat stunned behind his desk, looking at the entire thing like it was happening in someone else's office. "Mercy," I said urgently, looking into her eyes. She winced, lifting her hand to come to a rest right above her hairline. Blood started to seep between her fingers, causing my stomach to roll. "I'm okay," she said softly, getting up to stand. But when she stood, her face flashed to a deathly white and she looked down in horror. I followed the movement of her eyes and stepped back in horror. Horror only because she was bleeding from between her legs, and badly. I scooped her up in my arms and started to run down the hall. The first thing I did was place her into her seat before buckling her in. The next thing I did was rip my t-shirt off and hand it to her. "Put it over the cut on your head," I ordered. She complied gingerly, placing the t-shirt over her cut, and I walked around to my side of the car after closing her door softly. I was glad we'd taken the cruiser today, because I utilized the lights and sirens as I sped frantically to the hospital. Mercy's jeans were saturated with red, from the apex of her thighs all the way down to her knees in bright red blood. She was staring straight ahead of her, eyes locked on the road in front of us as I weaved in and out of traffic. Her hand that wasn't covering the wound over her head, though, was still clutched tightly in mine. "It's going to be okay," she said softly. I looked over at her eyes to find them on me. My doubt must have shown on my face because her features softened. "It's not over yet." That was all she said until I pulled my cruiser into the emergency drive at the ER entrance and rushed to her side. I scooped her up, much like I had before, walking directly through the hospital doors. The people in the front room rushed around at seeing all the blood and started taking her straight back to her room. "What's her history?" the nurse who was the first one to us asked. "She's pregnant and took a hard fall. Her head hit the corner of the desk, and that's how she got the headlock," I told them, following them as they opened door after door. We finally made it to the back of the hospital, where she led us into the room furthest to the right. "Is she allergic to anything?" the nurse asked as the doctor entered the room. "She can answer, and she is not allergic to anything," Mercy said tiredly. "Sir, if you can leave the room while we perform the internal," the doctor started to say, but Mercy started to fight. "No!" she screeched, pulling away from the nurse's hands and into my chest. She practically crawled up my chest, and I looked at the doctor, who was staring at Mercy with not a little amount of concern. "She was raped 6 weeks ago," I said softly. "She's not comfortable with having a man do this. You'll need to find a woman, preferably one that's small." He nodded and left without another word, and a woman returned not long after with the name Dr. A. Abernathy embroidered on the breast pocket. "Hello," the woman said softly. "I'm Dr. A. Can I see you now, dear?" Mercy turned her head so it was no longer buried under my chin, enabling her to see the sweet-looking doctor. She was in her late 20s and had long blonde hair that came down to her waist. It was pulled back in a low ponytail out of her face, allowing me to see her pretty blue eyes. Eyes that were filled with sadness and hurt. The nurse that was already in the room gently took a hold of Mercy's hand and helped her onto the bed. "Do you want us to cut your pants off or let your husband take them off?" the nurse asked softly. "Husband," she said softly. Something warmed inside of me at hearing those words. Moving slowly, I gestured towards the door. "Close it." The doctor nodded and turned to close it, then kept her back turned to us. I slowly worked the pants down Mercy's legs, shimmying them over her hips and down her legs with practiced ease. This felt nothing like it normally did. I was surprised to see that there wasn't nearly as much blood as I'd once feared. The nurse, Aubrey as her name tag read, held up a gown to cover her legs even before I thought to ask her to. I smiled at her gratefully, then turned so I could watch Mercy's face to ascertain how she was doing, which, if the pale blank look was anything to go by, wasn't very good. "Mercy me," I said softly. She turned her face towards mine, and I leaned down to give her a small kiss. "Tell me what you're thinking," I demanded softly. She closed her eyes for a minute, and when she opened them again, I saw her inner fire. "I'm gonna take that bitch's house and kick her the fuck out. Then I'm gonna donate the place to the homeless shelter," she growled. I blinked. Then I threw my head back and laughed. "That's my girl," I said through the tears of laughter. "That's what I wanted to hear."
"Mercy, I don't want to be on bed rest, I grumbled. Miller looked over at me with pity. It's only for the night. I sneered at him. That's easy for you to say. You get to go to work, and you get to go take a shower. I still have blood all over me, I replied. My head doesn't even hurt. I'll wait to take a shower with you, he teased. I wrinkled my nose. Then I'd just be subjected to smelling your sweat on the sheets. No, thank you. He winked, then looked down at his phone on the bed between us when it started to vibrate. Mummy calling. Mummy? I asked teasingly. He winked and pressed answer, then put it on speakerphone. Mummy, how's it shaking? Miller asked loudly. I shook my head and laid down on the pillow, watching Miller's face as he spoke. Miller, genuine, I got a call today from your brother telling me I'm going to be a grandmother again, and not by him. Does Foster have some floozy knocked up again? His mother started in without preamble. Miller's eyes scrunched closed and a scar appeared that wasn't normally visible right under his eye. It stretched across his cheekbone. I reached my hand out and traced the scar, causing him to open his eye as he replied to his mother. Mom, Foster was never the father of that girl's kid. His mother didn't wait for him to finish. I'm not hearing this again. That kid is his. She said so. It looks just like him. I have a grandkid running around this town, and I know it. Foster's just too stupid and stubborn to admit it. I also don't hear you denying that he knocked another floozy up, she snapped. Mother, Foster doesn't have some girl knocked up. I do, Miller said loudly. Silence. I took my finger away from the scar and stared at the phone like it was a live bomb about to go off. Then a surprised, excited squeal sounded from the phone, making us both laugh. Micah! My baby's having a baby! His mother screeched. I closed my eyes and smiled. Thankful that I was still pregnant and witnessing this conversation under much different circumstances than I would have been if I'd miscarried like I'd thought was happening earlier. Turns out that the source of the bleeding hadn't had anything at all to do with the baby, and everything to do with the fact that I'd managed to fall on a shard of glass. I was to follow up with my OBGYN 2 days from now to have a more thorough exam, but from what they could tell, I was fine. I was on bed rest for a day because of the concussion I'd sustained when I'd hit my head. Whatever the reason, the baby was still snugly in my womb, and I was happy. I knew that this baby was Miller's. From the bottom of my heart, I knew it. So I chose to rejoice in the pregnancy because any baby was a blessing from God. I just hoped my parents reacted the same way that Miller's mother was still reacting. Jesus, woman, we're in the bar. Take it to the back if you want to yell about babies and bullshit. A gruff older man's voice grumbled from further away. That must have been Micah, Miller's father. Miller yawned loudly. All right, Mom, we're heading to bed. It's been a long goddamn day and I have to be at work at 4. Wait, she shouted loudly. Are you coming down for the family reunion next weekend? He opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows at me in question as if to ask, well? I nodded. That actually sounded like a lot of fun, and it'd be nice to get to spend more time with his family that he loved to talk so much about. Yeah, Ma, we'll be there, he said gruffly. I smiled at what she said next. Great! I made us cool shirts! With that, she hung up before he could reply, and I laughed my ass off at the expression on his face. What? I said in between laughs. You don't like wearing matching shirts? He shook his head. Nope. At least not what she thinks as cool shirts. I pulled his hand away from his chest and into my own, tucking my chin against his big fist as we gazed into each other's eyes. I need to tell my parents tomorrow, I said softly. He gave my hand a squeeze and closed his eyes. We can do that after I get off around 5. We'll have them over for dinner. Sound okay? I nodded, thankful that he wanted to do it with me. My dad's going to be pissed and might not understand, I said softly, still watching his face. He opened his eyes and smiled slowly. Then I'll make him understand. I woke in the middle of the night to Miller's hands cupping my breasts, and his big body pushed up behind me. His erection was poking me in the backside, and I wanted him. Badly. I should have never said, just once. I jinxed myself by saying it, and now I didn't know how to tell him I wanted more. As my eyes fell closed once again, I knew I'd have to find a way to convince him I wanted it. He wouldn't do anything until I gave him the green light. My mind was on green. My heart was on green. However, my mouth was on red. I'd never been the best with expressing my sexual desires, and even more so now. The one time I told a man what I wanted, he'd used it against me. And although I knew that Miller would never do that to me, I couldn't make my mouth say the words. I'd have to show him. Hopefully he'd figure it out soon, because I couldn't keep waking up to this. It was torture in and of itself. A special kind of torture, but still freaking torture. Chapter 12. You don't need to drive me crazy. I'm close enough to walk. Coffee cup. Mercy. I looked out the window at my dad and Miller, biting my lip with worry. Just give him a chance to cool down, honey. It'll be okay, my mother said softly. I turned around on my couch, staring at my mother with trepidation. I've never seen him so mad, I whispered. She nodded. Honey, she said hesitantly, how do you think it feels that he's experiencing this? You're a little girl. We never wished this for you. It never even went through our minds as a possibility when we thought about grandchildren. It's Miller's, I said softly. Her worried eyes turned from the window to me, and she smiled sadly. I know you want it to be. It is, I said firmly. I know it with my heart and soul. She looked at me and then nodded. Okay. Then what are we going to do about damage control? Everyone else isn't going to be as easy to convince as we are. What are we going to do then? I shook my head. I honestly didn't know how this was going to turn out. If the day in the diner was any indication, it wouldn't go over really well. That was the problem with living in such a small town. People thought they could butt into your business because they've known you since you were a baby. They didn't care that they were butting in where they didn't belong. They only cared about the next tidbit of juicy gossip. Well, my mother said. Oh, dear. I looked out the window to find my dad and Miller in a hug. What are they doing? I asked, standing up in alarm. My mother stood beside me, and we watched as Miller got the shit hugged out of him. My father had gripped him in a hug so ferocious that it was turning Miller's face red. Not that he pulled away. He stayed there, eyes locked on me through the window as he took the pounding on the back that my dad was giving him. So, do you think he's happy? My mother teased. I'd been the one to tell my mother, while Miller had taken my father outside to tell him. I'd just told my mother. I'd always felt that news, good or bad, was worth telling. It was like ripping off a Band-Aid. Miller had obviously done a little explaining with his news. That's why he had taken so long. Honey, my mother's voice called to me. I turned to find her staring at me. What? I asked. She studied my face for a long second before she said what was on her mind. Don't use him. I don't know if you're with him now because of what happened to you or because you really want to be. No matter what the reason, you need to evaluate that before you take this relationship I see growing in his eyes any further, okay? She asked softly. I nodded. I've thought about that, I explained. In the beginning, I think that was what I was doing. However, over the past few weeks, as I've gotten to know him, I feel such a connection with him. I feel like we've known each other forever, and the way he treats me makes me all warm inside. What he and I have, I can't even explain it. It's something like you and Daddy have. Maybe even something more. She looked at me for a few more seconds, then nodded. All right, then. Let's go make some dinner. Next weekend you're going to your parents', my mother asked. Miller nodded. Yep, Vegas, baby. I scrunched up my nose. I've never been to Vegas before. I've also never been on a plane before. You've been on a plane before, you just don't remember it, my mother said, scooping up a dollop of mashed potatoes and handing the bowl to my dad. My dad took it, but chose not to comment on our usual argument. I think she's smoking something, I said to Miller. My sister was the one who was on the plane. I said, turning my gaze to my mom, have never been on a plane. Just because you don't remember doesn't mean that it didn't happen, she laughed. My father snorted. That's what she said when I allowed her to stop her birth control pills. I don't remember it. She says I said it. She's been using that argument for 30 years. I choked on my chicken, and Miller pounded me on the back. Thanks, I coughed. Let's not talk about that at the dinner table. I just finally got my appetite back after you told me about how hot dogs were made. Well, they're all ground up noses and assholes. There's no pussyfooting around that. Just because you like hot dogs doesn't make them what you want them to be. He laughed. I turned to Miller. Are you sure you want to be a part of this family? I said it teasingly, but he took the question seriously. Yes. It's not any worse than mine. You'll see that in a week's time. I patted his thigh. I could feel his keys through his jeans pocket, as well as something else circular towards the bottom. When I started to trace the outline of it, he captured my hand, flattening it so it rested on the hard muscle of his thigh. Wondering what that was all about, I tried out the whole show him I want sex thing. Yet when I started to move my hand towards his crotch, and had just gotten to where my fingertips were on the seam of his zipper, the dog started to bark at me. I looked down to see my mother's Boston Terrier, Hiccup, at my feet. Hiccup was an asshole. He was such a cock-blocker. He did it to my parents, too, so their gazes followed my hand, taking in the fact that I didn't have my hand in my own lap. My mother said, You know, dear, if you wanted to feel him up, at least put the damn dog outside. My face flamed. Miller's confused. What? Was drowned out by Hiccup's incessant barking. I tried to move my hand away, but Miller, not understanding what was going on, moved my hand closer to his lower belly, pulling me in close. What's he barking for? Miller asked, looking down at the dog who kept nudging my arm to get me to let go of Miller. Hiccup probably would have kept barking, too, if Miller's page hadn't gone off. On that note, I said, standing up from the table, it's time for us to go. Actually, Miller said, looking at the readout, I've got to go straight from here. Do you mind staying here? I'll come back for you once I'm done. We can take her home, my father said, standing up, too. No, he said firmly. I'll be back. Something seemed to be said silently between my father and Miller, because my father nodded instead of pursuing it any further. Giving me a quick kiss on the top of my head, he said his goodbyes and was gone in the next moment. My father sat back down and continued eating his dinner as if nothing had happened. Although he'd had to deal with being called out in the middle of dinner so many times that he'd probably lost count, this was new for me. Having a worry. I'd done it a lot when my father was a firefighter. However, my father was currently stuffing his face with his low-salt meal. It was different to worry about someone else. That meant that Miller meant a whole lot more to me than just a casual acquaintance. To worry was to care. And right now, I was a mess of nerves, thinking about him being out there with guns pointing at his pretty face. 2 hours later, my mother and I were glued to the TV as we watched the scene in front of us unfold. I popped yet another piece of popcorn into my mouth, so beyond full that I didn't know why I still had the bowl in my hand. Do you think he'll jump? I asked my mother. She shook her head. Hell no. He's too chicken shit to do it. I snorted, but agreed. Devin Higgins, the same man who'd been responsible for Foster's stitches and beard failure, was threatening to jump off the highest building in the city of Kilgore. Even if he did jump, he wouldn't die, my father rumbled from behind us. We both turned and stared at him in confusion. Really? He shook his head. Dead serious. What would happen to him? I asked curiously, turning back to the news station that was playing the live news. Broken back, a lot of broken bones. If he's lucky, Dad said. Was my reply. Is that him? My mother asked excitedly. I moved to the edge of my seat to look at the screen more closely. No, that's his brother. How do you know? Dad asked. I got up and pointed at the screen. That, I said, indicating the bald spot on his beard.
This is where he had to have his beard shaved for his stitches.
Why didn't he shave it all off? Mom asked. I shrugged and took my place back on the seat. I've asked this question myself. It all boils down to the fact that the brothers have a bet, and whoever's the first one to shave their face has to pay for their beer for a year. My father snorted.
Now that's a bet.
I secretly agreed, but I was staying out of it. Seemed the Spurlock boys played dirty when it came to their bets, and they weren't going to spare their women if push came to shove. All was fair in a love and war and all that bullshit. That's him, I said, pointing to the screen. Miller was approaching Devin from behind, moving slowly as not to draw attention to himself. It was good that he was there, too, because the moment Miller reached the edge of the building, Devin jumped. Miller only had enough time to grab a hold of Devin's belt. Devin's shift in body weight took Miller down to the base of the ledge hard, slamming him so roughly against the brick that I was sure he'd be able to hold on. My mother and I both gasped as we sat forward in our seats. Devin was dangling like a small child by his belt, but he was anything but a child. The camera zoomed in on the two men, and I focused in on Miller's face. What little I could see of it was beet red, and veins popped out all along his neck and forehead. The muscles in his arms bulged as he tried desperately to hold on. People underneath scrambled. I half expected them to do what those clowns in circuses do by putting out the trampoline, yet there was none of that going on. They all just moved out of the way. Miller's hand and arm was bursting with veins, and it wasn't helping that Devin was flailing around like a fish out of water. He was saying something, yelling it really, and Miller was yelling something back. Then I fell, sliding off the couch to my knees as Devin lifted something out of his pants pocket, pointing whatever it was at Miller. Miller visibly recoiled, but kept a hold of the belt as he tried in vain to hide his head from whatever Devin had. Then the gun came into view as Devin put the gun up to his chin and then pulled the trigger. The violence of the shot threw the rest of Devin's body backwards, and Miller dropped him. That was the second time I saw someone's head blown to pieces in less than 2 months. I barely made it to the bathroom in time to heave about 5 pounds of popcorn, as well as dinner, spew out of my stomach in a rush. "Jesus Christ," my father growled, dropping down to his knees to smooth my hair away from my face. "Get it all up, baby." I did. And then some. "Daddy," I gasped into the toilet bowl. "Why'd you let me eat so much popcorn?" He snorted. "Because you don't know how to listen." Chapter 13. Shut your 3.1415926 hole. T-shirt. Mercy. "All right, boys," I said to the crew. "Wrap it up so we can go home. Remember, we have a 3-day weekend to celebrate Easter, okay?" "Yes, ma'am," Brock laughed. "Don't forget we have that meeting with the realtors on Tuesday, okay?" I nodded, giving him a thumbs up, and said my goodbyes. I walked out of the freshly painted house that we were building, waved to Maine, and moved quickly to my car. The drive to my place was short, and I was thankful because I was exhausted. This pregnancy shit ain't no joke. Add in painting an entire living room on top of that, and it equaled out to one very tired Mercy. Miller was waiting for me when I pulled into my driveway. I lived in a small, middle-class home in one of the older neighborhoods in Kilgore. The outside of my house was painted a dark gray, while the shutters on the sides of the window accented with a deep red. The front of my house had flower beds that begged for weeding, yet I just hadn't had the time. I had a large oak tree with a wooden swing attached to one low-hanging branch, and that was where Miller was currently sitting, pushing off lazily with one foot planted on the floor, while the other planted on the seat of the swing. He was wearing blue jeans, brown cowboy boots, a white T-shirt, and a black SWAT hat. He looked better today than he had last night. Last night, he'd just come to get me and then had taken me to his place. His only reason had been that he hadn't wanted to leave Foster alone. I hadn't argued, and I'd gone to bed with a very silent Miller at my side. He hadn't explained, and I hadn't asked. I didn't want to push him. But I'd hoped he'd have at least told me what was going on. When I'd woken up, he'd been gone and at work for over an hour, and Foster had been there to take me home. I'd learned in a news conference put on by Downey that Devon's fingerprints had been linked to a long-standing case that had happened 3 years ago, of a woman who'd been raped, then murdered. Her body had been found in the Sabine River, and the only thing they had to go on, evidence-wise, had been a fingerprint. Since it hadn't matched anybody's that had been in the system, there was nothing they could do. His prints had been scanned the day he'd been taken to jail, but his lawyer had been there to bail Sarah, as well as Devon, out the moment they'd walked into the police station, so he hadn't been there long before he was out again. The prints had pinged about 2 hours later, and that's when the arrest warrant had been served. However, Devon had known that he'd be pinged for it since the murder had been broadcasted far and wide throughout the region. He'd been in hiding at a friend's place when he'd been found. Law enforcement officials had chased him all the way to the bank, where he'd climbed the outside emergency ladder that had been on the side of the building. That was when the standoff had occurred, leading to the SWAT team's arrival. I pulled into my drive and parked underneath the awning. Miller didn't move from his spot, causing me to frown. He'd never once failed to meet me at my door if he was aware that I'd arrived, never once. I knew he'd seen me pull in. I'd watched his head follow my progression down the street from a quarter-mile away. Hell, he'd heard me, too. Grabbing my purse, I exited the car and started to walk slowly over to him. "Hey," I said once I was close enough. I noticed that he had bags under his eyes. Those baby blues didn't shine like they usually did. They were hard and wary. Not that it was a surprise that he'd be tired. He'd been gone half the night with that call, and he had to be on shift at 6 this morning after that. "Hey," he said in his deep, rumbly voice. I tried to sit down on the swing beside him, but he caught me around the hips and directed my ass at his lap. I took the direction easily, sitting on his lap and pulling my feet up onto the wooden bench. His arms encircled my upper body, and he pulled me in close, resting his head on the top of mine. This was new for us. Although we were affectionate, and he kissed me every once in a while, he was always respectful of my personal space, which got to be a bit annoying at times. Sometimes I just wanted him to be him and me to be me. I wanted him to grab me from behind and try to scare me like I saw him do with James's wife, Shiloh, the other day while we'd been eating out with them. I wanted him to wrap his arms around me and kiss me desperately. I wanted him to be the man he wanted to be without gauging his desires beforehand. He was always careful not to do something that he thought might scare me, and although I was grateful, I wanted to be normal. To have normal with him. And this, sitting in his lap, felt normal. It felt right. "We're waiting on Foster, then we can go," he rumbled. His voice even sounded tired. Poor guy. "Do you want me to drive?" "Didn't you both have to work today?" I asked softly. He shook his head. "Yeah, we both had to work, but we can handle it." I said, not agreeing nor disagreeing with him. I'd found that Miller did what he wanted regardless of his limitations. For instance, he'd fixed the sink in my house. When I didn't have the right tools, he'd improvised, mostly by using his brute strength rather than letting me go buy a new tool that could have saved him a lot of trouble and time. I found it easier just to let him do what he was going to do. "How was your day?" he asked, rubbing his hand up and down my back. I smiled, resting my head against his collarbone. "It was great," I yawned. "But I'm so tired I could sleep for hours." He chuckled, causing me to bounce up and down on his chest. "Yeah," he agreed. "I know the feeling. How were you going to drive if you were tired, though?" I shrugged, jostling his head that was still resting on the top of mine. "I'd have stayed awake," I mumbled to him. "Maybe. Probably." He said. "Everybody left you alone?" I nodded. I didn't go anywhere out in public but out to lunch with the guys. They're like a human fortress, though. Nobody got within 10 feet of me except for the waitress, and she was new in town, so she didn't know me. "Good," he said, sounding pleased that the guys had taken care of me. Although I found it nice that they were doing that, they couldn't be there forever. When my belly started to grow, and I couldn't hide my pregnancy anymore. I was sure the gossip mills would start running full force. "How's work?" I asked, running my palm up and down his chest. "Long. It was fun, though. Foster got to help deliver a baby with the paramedic today." Miller laughed. I smiled. How'd that go over for him? Foster, from what I could tell, was baby-phobic. He liked his nieces and nephews, don't get me wrong, but there was just something about the small ones that freaked him out. Like a few weeks ago, I met Miller and Foster while they were having lunch. While we were eating, some woman had come up to Foster and asked him if he'd be willing to take a picture with her baby. I'd had a good laugh because Foster had looked so incredibly uncomfortable holding the child that it was hilarious to me. A big, badass police officer was scared of a tiny kid. Foster chose that moment to pull into the driveway, and Miller waited to answer until his truck was turned off and he started toward us. When Foster got to within 3 feet of us, he said, "All right, boys and girls, who the fuck is ready to fly?" announcing his presence. I raised my brows at him, and he smirked at me. Raising my legs with one hand, Foster sat down on the empty space where my feet had been, and I heard the swing groan. "Oh, Jesus," I whispered, looking up at the branch. "Just don't swing us, and I think we'll be okay." Foster snorted and pushed off with both feet. "It'll be fine," he said laughingly. "Would you two stop it?" I said in exasperation. Miller turned his pissed-off eyes to me and glared. "I deserve the right to glare at him." "Yeah, well, maybe you should do it when we're not getting frisked and cavity searched," I snapped. A giggle from the other side of airport security had me turn in to see a very beautiful black-haired woman. Trance, Miller's other brother, had his arm wrapped around her, hugging her to him closely. "What the hell are all of them doing here?" Miller rumbled by my side. His eyes weren't on the black-haired beauty, however. They were on... I stiffened and turned my head past the pretty black-haired woman to a wall of leather. There were 7 of them in total, and they all had women with them. All except the last 2. Those 2 were older. One reminded me of Dumbledore, or Santa. The other one reminded me of Sam Elliott with his badass beard and salt and pepper hair. They were all dressed nearly identical. Blue jeans, black motorcycle boots, and a t-shirt. They also had a leather vest over those t-shirts that I'd learned from watching Sons of Anarchy were called cuts. Airport security was giving them wide berths, but they kept their eye on them nonetheless. From what I'd heard about the Dixie Wardens, these men were heroes, every single one of them. Their wives were heroes, too, for supporting them. I just hoped, one day, I'd be able to give Miller what their wives gave to them. I'd heard nothing but good about them. "They wanted to come and Mom invited them," Trance shrugged. Miller sighed. "You know, I wanted this to be low-key. You know this is going to get out of hand really quick." Trance wasn't the one who nodded, though. It was the woman on his arm. "Especially since there's drinking allowed on the plane." The woman smiled. I blinked. "Why would that matter?" I asked curiously. "My baby brother is scared to fly, so he drinks until he forgets he's in the air," Miller drawled, emptying his pockets in the box that the airport security provided him. Then he removed his shoes, jacket, and belt, dropping them down on the scanner table. His stuff zipped through, and it was my turn to empty my pockets and put my carry-on bag through the scanner. "Ma'am," the man said, "you need to step to the side over there." I followed his finger to the woman who was standing at the screen waving me over. "Why?" I asked the very jittery-looking man. "Random additional body and baggage search," the man said, eyeing the men that were now crowding around the checkpoint waiting for me. "I swear it's just random, but my boss is over there making sure we do it, so I can't say no. I'm sorry." Trance, Miller, and Foster all looked formidable standing there with their arms crossed tightly across their chest. But the really scary thing was the men at their backs, also with their arms crossed. My eyes squinted in confusion, but nonetheless, I took my bag and body over for the additional body search. I walked over to the woman with trepidation, giving Miller a "stay the fuck there" glare as I went. The woman watched the interaction and smiled a killer smile at me, waving me in. Don't worry, big boy, I'll take care of her, the security worker said to Miller before shutting the curtain behind us. All right, honey, let's do it. 5 minutes later, I was slipping on my shoes and coming out of the curtained-off area with a laughing woman behind me. Have fun out there, and thank you for being such a good sport, the woman said, handing me a card. I took it. Thank you, Lashandra. It was good meeting you. I'll definitely give your daughter a call. Miller caught me once I got past the gate, sending another glare at the woman who waved at him conspiringly. What was that about? He asked me, pulling me into his side. I told her the smell here was making me nauseous, and she gave me her daughter's card who sells essential oils. She said she used the peppermint during her pregnancy and that if I was curious about it, to give her daughter a text. I said, showing him the card. Where do you put this oil? He asked curiously. And you didn't tell me you were nauseous. I wasn't nauseous until you started driving like a maniac to try to make your brother car sick, I muttered. He grinned unrepentantly at me. It was worth it. I'm sorry. What happened to y'all? Trance asked when he noticed Foster and Miller walking stiffly at my side. I giggled, turning my face into Miller's arm as he replied. Your stupid little brother sat on Mercy's swing, then swung his legs. The chain snapped, and you can guess what happened after that. Miller growled, turning a glare on Foster. I full-out laughed at the innocent expression on his face. I didn't think it'd break, Foster said loudly. I winked at him and took a seat next to the dark-haired woman, holding my hand out as I did so. Hi, you must be Witty. She smiled at me, taking my hand. I'd like to go ahead and apologize for my husband now. My brows furrowed. Miller told me he didn't like flying. But is it really that bad? She nodded sadly. Yes, I tried to talk him into taking some anti-anxiety meds, but he refused. So by the time we land in Vegas, he'll be drunker than a skunk. He also gets chatty when he gets drunk. I most certainly do not, Trance argued from his seat on the opposite side of her. What did he just say? I gasped, leaning over Miller's lap to see Trance in the seat behind me. Witty's face was flaming red, and she sank down even further into her seat. We'd practically taken over the entire first-class section. Luckily, they'd not overheard that particular comment. Miller buried his face into my belly, smothering his peals of laughter with my shirt and stomach. It's time to come clean, you fat motherfucker! Trance yelled again. What kind of name is Dixie, anyway? I asked, turning my face down to see Miller's face. His face was still buried in my belly, but I heard him say, Ask him. Thinking, why the hell not? I leaned in and asked Dixie, who was seated across the aisle from Trance. What's up with your name? I asked curiously. Dixie, a.k.a. Santa, turned to me and grinned. My real name is Normus. So how does Dixie fit in? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Dixie Normus, he said, as if talking to a slow child. My brows furrowed, and Miller started roaring in laughter. I could feel the laughing puffs of air against the skin of my belly, and my nipples tightened at the feel of him against me. Dixie Normus. Oh, shit, I said, throwing my head back and laughing right along with the rest of the men. Oh, man, Foster said from the seat in front of me. Why does that never get old? Probably because you've got the mental capacity of a 13-year-old, Witty muttered darkly. Chapter 14. The sex was so good that even the neighbors had a cigarette. T-shirt. Mercy. I walked beside Witty as we walked down the hallway from the plane's exit. My eyes were on Trance, who was, indeed, drunk. He was barely putting one foot in front of the other, and I honestly didn't know how he was walking with the amount of alcohol he'd consumed. He hadn't looked that drunk when he'd been sitting, although once he'd stood up, that all had changed. Miller, however, had been expecting it because he caught him before his knees even had a chance to buckle. What's the deal here? Why does he hate to fly so much? I asked, turning my gaze to Witty. Her mouth curled in the corner as she said, I don't think he has a reason. More, I just think it's a phobia of his. He says he's had it since he was a teenager when 9/11 happened. I don't blame him. That day affected us all, some large and some small, but still just as important. I nodded. I could see how that'd scare him. Hell, I couldn't say that it hadn't crossed my mind as the plane started taking off. We stayed silent as we walked down the hallway and into the main part of the airport. I could hear boots clunking behind me, and I looked over my shoulder to see Silas there. Silas, I'd found out, was the president of the motorcycle club that Trance belonged to. He was in his early 50s, from what I'd been told, but the man could totally pass for late 30s. I hadn't realized he was the father of Sebastian, another man I'd met only today. Sebastian and Silas looked as if they could be brothers instead of father and son. Silas smiled at me when he caught my eyes on him and gave me a wink.
"You ready to meet the parents?"
he asked. I blinked, then started getting nervous. Of course, it had occurred to me that I was meeting Miller's parents, but I hadn't thought about how important it was, this initial meeting. I wanted to make a good impression, which was why when I saw the bathroom just before we got to the baggage claim where we were to be meeting, I darted inside and went straight towards the stall, where I promptly started to hyperventilate. I sat down and buried my face in my hands, leaning forward to try to circumvent the panic I could feel rising at an alarming rate. What if they didn't like me? Would Miller think differently of me? Hell, Miller didn't feel anything for me. How could he? He hadn't made so much as an ass grab since I'd forced him to fuck me. The door to the stall opened and I halted my sobs. Silent tears tracked down my face as I waited for whomever was outside the stalls to finish the fuck up so I could resume my sob fest. Except whomever it was didn't just leave.
"What's wrong?"
Miller said from above me. I screamed like a little bitch. "What the hell, Miller? What have I told you about boundaries?" I yelled, yanking my pants up and turning to glare up at him. He started to grin unrepentantly at me before he saw the tears in my eyes. Then he frowned.
"What's wrong?"
he demanded. Then he literally jumped over the stall. I wasn't sure how he did it, but one second he was on the other side and the next he was gathering me into his arms. "I don't want to talk about it," I said lamely. He chuffed.
"Get over it and tell me what the fuck is wrong."
Always so elegant, my Miller. "What if they don't like me?" I whispered fiercely. His eyes softened as he cupped my face.
"They'll like you, honey. You've already got my brothers wrapped around your finger, and we've got our parents wrapped around ours. Trust me. It'll all be okay. I wouldn't have brought you here if I didn't think they'd like you."
I closed my eyes and leaned my head against his chest. "Okay," I sighed. "Let's go." He took my hand, stopped for a squirt of the hand sanitizer dispenser, and pulled open the door to the bathroom. I hadn't even made it out 3 feet past the threshold when a barrel of energy hit me, gathering me up in her arms and pulling me into her. "Oh," the woman, who I guessed was Miller's mother, said, "I've been waiting for you for 35 years. I blinked. 35 years? She nodded. The moment I had Miller, I knew I was only ever going to have boys, but I knew that one day Miller would get married and I'd have a daughter. "Hey, what about me?" Witty teased from the chair beside Trance's slumped form. "I like her," his mother whispered, "but you are exactly as I pictured my daughter-in-law to be." Then she turned around to Witty. "No offense." She smiled. "None taken, Sloane. I know Miller's your favorite." Sloane, Miller's mother, nodded. "That's true," turning back to me. "He is my favorite." My jaw dropped. "You have a favorite child?" She nodded. "He's the only one that I got drugs with when I was birthing them. I don't care what the heck you say, you don't forget. You remember everything about the birthing experience, and those other 2 kids left me with scars. Horrible, ugly scars." My eyes widened, and I turned my face up to Miller's to see him smiling. That smile was contagious, though. It caught on my face, and when I turned back to Sloane, I said, "I think I'm going to love you." She beamed. Positively beamed.
"Are you sure you don't mind going? We don't have to,"
Miller said, eyes turning to me as we walked out of the elevator. I shot him an eye roll. "No, it's fine. Your father got the tickets. You should go." I tried to get out of it once more, but it seemed the man's mind was set on me going with him, or not going at all.
You're coming with me. He got a whole fucking section. He won them,
he corrected me. I've never been to a wrestling match before. How will I know what's going on? I asked worriedly. He was dragging me out to the hotel's lobby where we were staying, and further beyond into a side room where we were meeting the rest of our group.
This isn't real wrestling. This is reality TV wrestling. There's a huge difference. All these guys are actors, really fit actors who perform a show.
That's right, Foster said once he heard what Miller was saying.
They are pretty good about making it look real, however. There's a guy
Let's not talk about him, please. I want to be able to keep my dinner down where it belongs, Miller rumbled. I rose my eyebrows in question at him, but he ignored them, and me. Well, it was obvious he didn't want to talk about the guy. Trance was the last to arrive, and I was surprised that he looked halfway normal. The man had been passed out by the time we'd arrived at our hotel, and Miller, as well as Foster, had to carry him up to his room. The funny thing was that the entire time he was being carried, not one single person said a thing about the large man passed out drunk. Although, since I'd been here, I'd seen literally 3 other people being carried around like that. It was obvious that it was a normal occurrence in Vegas.
Well, now that the life of the party is here, Foster said loudly, we can go.
Trance flipped his brother off. And that was the end of that. At least until we returned home, that was. An hour later, I was in awe. There was a massive crowd in the stadium we were at. We were on the front row of all places, and I could literally throw my cup of Coke and strike the man currently on the stage.
I hear we have some ex-military in the house,
the announcer said, looking towards our group.
If one of you wants to come up here and show your skills, we'll offer you all a free dinner at the Showgirl Saloon and show courtesy of the WWE.
My mouth dropped open. I looked to Miller to see him glowering. That little prick, Miller snapped. I blinked.
What?
That's how Dad got the tickets, Foster observed.
Because fucking Ferris Blue's a douche canoe. He knew we'd be here for the reunion, and he wanted us to come out to witness his success.
I blinked. Who's Ferris Blue? Ferris was wearing a black Speedo with boots that came all the way up to his knees. His hair was down, wet and messy surrounding his head. His eyes were white, literally fucking white. He had to have been wearing contacts that blocked out the color of his irises. Regardless of what was on his eyes, he looked fucking creepy.
Ferris Blue is a man we went to school with. Always the class bully and all-around shithead,
Trance said thoughtfully.
Dad had to have known what would happen, Foster said.
Miller nodded.
So who's going to do it? One of you or me?
I stiffened.
What do you mean, who's going to do it?
He nodded towards the stage.
He's going to get one of us up here because he just can't help himself. I'm just wondering who he wants, because he's hated us all since before I could count. Maybe that pretty little lady right there wants to come on up here and try a real man on for size,
Ferris said. I looked around, trying to figure out who he was talking about, when I finally realized he was speaking about me. Only because I saw my face on the huge, big screen in the middle of the arena. Miller stiffened at my side.
I guess that would be me.
Then, without any further hesitation, he hopped the fence that separated us from the stage and walked up slowly to the ring.
Miller. My mind was not in a good place. I was still reeling from the total clusterfuck of last night, and now this motherfucker was calling my girl out in front of 15,000 people. There was no way in hell I'd let Ferris fucking Blue pull the same thing he used to. We weren't in high school anymore. On the other hand, I didn't really want Mercy to see that side of me. I'd been trying so fucking hard not to show her my rough side, not to show her how easily she could be hurt by me, not to show her how easily I could lose my temper. She was about to see it all, though, and this was the ultimate test. I slid in the ring on my belly, standing to my feet almost before I was all the way on the mat. Ferris watched me with his little beady eyes as I walked towards him. When I was within arm's reach, he lowered the microphone and smiled. "Been a long time, Genuine." I gritted my teeth. I hated when he called me Genuine. He always said it so facetiously that I wanted to fuck his face up every time he did. "Try to keep up for the crowd's sake, okay?" Ferris said into the microphone. I smiled painfully at him. What a dick. Try to keep up with me, my ass. He moved as if he was going in slow motion, and I knew instantly he was going to try to sweep my legs out from under me. I backed up, putting room in between us, causing his leg sweep to make him look stupid instead of it being effective. "Play along," a man said from behind me. I raised my brows and glanced to the side to see some man with a headset covering half of his head and a black t-shirt that said Stage Manager. Dismissing him as less than nothing, I turned back to Ferris to see him running towards me. I moved, letting him run past me, stepping even further than I normally would so I could get a good swing in, and waited for him to bounce off the ropes. Which he did, seconds later, bouncing off hard and coming back at me with twice the speed as his charge. I raised my fist and swung. My fist connected with his jaw with a snapping crack. The crowd in the first 8 rows all gasped as Ferris went down hard. Out fucking cold. What surprised me the most was Mercy. The moment Ferris went down, Mercy started jumping in excitement, screaming my name and cheering me on. After a full minute of him not moving, I exited the ring to the crowd's stunned silence, bypassing the stage manager and his wide, speechless eyes. That was when all hell broke loose. Men started pouring out of the tunnel that the contestants stayed when they weren't on camera. Men, every single one of them bigger than me, pounded down the walkway. I turned my eyes to the commotion that I felt going on the opposite side and smiled wide when each and every man, sans Silas and Dixie, hopped over the fence and ran up to flank me. Right about the time my brothers got to either side of me, 10 of Ferris's former teammates stopped directly in front of us. My adrenaline was pouring through my veins and my hands twitched to fight. I'd had a really long fucking day and an even longer month and a half. I needed to let off some serious steam, and this was exactly the way I would do it. "Let's see what you got, boys," I said, gesturing them on with my fingers. The front one smiled with his gold teeth and hot yellow skin-tight bikini bottoms, or whatever the fuck they were called. He had on red boots, too. "Are you supposed to be Hulk Hogan's love child or something?" I asked, inciting the man further. "No," he hissed. "Well, then what are you supposed to be?" I quipped. He struck, throwing his weight at me like an ox. He'd have hit me hard, too, had Trance not lifted his foot up when he got within reach and stopped him with a heel to the chest. Hogan Jr. fell to the ground, gasping in pain. Then the rest were on us. Chapter 15. The only B word you should ever call a woman is beautiful. Why? Because bitches love to be called beautiful. T-shirt. Miller. "Aren't the point of the chairs to hit people with?" Foster asked a Las Vegas police officer. Tony rolled his eyes to me. "Please, for the love of all that's holy, shut your brother up before I have to arrest him." Foster grinned and saluted him silently. Tony and Foster were good friends. We'd been stationed here when we were in the Navy, and Tony DeRoy had been a regular at the bar we used to hang out at during our free time. He also used to work with Trance before Trance moved to Louisiana. Why was this even taking place? Tony asked me. I pointed at Ferris, who had dried blood on his face. "That fucker right there." "God damn it. How many times do we have to pull him off of one of you?" Tony shook his head in aggravation. "You need to get a restraining order." I shrugged. "No big deal." "All right, well, they can resume the show," Tony directed at the stage manager. "Just don't pull that shit anymore. The people watching this show, witnessing it, don't understand that this wasn't staged. You're lucky they didn't kill your people. Thank you for calling." With that, Tony knocked me on the shoulder and started to exit the building. The entertainment that was happening in the ring, in the form of 2 women jello wrestling, didn't interest me in the least as I turned around and finally went back to my section. I hopped back over the barrier that led to our seats and barely had my feet on the ground when Mercy hit me. She scaled my body, wrapping her arms around my neck and her feet around my waist. "Holy shit, that was hot," she gasped, giving me a kiss on the mouth. "I could totally see myself surviving a zombie apocalypse with you. You'd totally be better than Daryl." I opened my lips in surprise, and she took advantage of the moment, sweeping her tongue inside. I kissed her back, hot, hard, and nasty. My fingers threaded through her hair, and my arm wrapped around her waist, holding her to me. All of the emotions I'd been holding back by sheer force of will broke through the wall I'd erected out of self-preservation. I moaned into her mouth, relishing the way she felt surrounding me. It was only when the hoots and hollers of the crowd penetrated my excited mind that I realized we were on the jumbo screen. "Shit," I said against her lips. "We're drawing the attention of the crowd." She nipped my lip. "Does that bother you?" I shook my head. "Nope." "Good, because right now I'd do just about anything to stay in your arms." "Anything?" I asked, leaning back slightly. She nodded. "Anything." Those words were what I'd been waiting to hear.
Mercy. Miller and I walked hand in hand from dinner, following behind our crowd. It was an amazing thing to watch, these huge men. They walked so effortlessly and seamlessly, like they were a well-oiled machine. They were also intimidating because not once had we slowed our walk from the restaurant to our hotel. The entire time people moved out of our way, even if they had to turn sideways and back against buildings to do it. Miller tightened his hand on mine, bringing my attention back to him. "What?" I asked. He looked at the two in front of us, Silas and Dixie, and then slowed minutely to put more distance in front of us before saying anything. "I need to know something," he said quietly. I blinked, butterflies starting to swirl around in my tummy. "What?" I asked. He swallowed, making his Adam's apple bob before he said, "Do you want to take our relationship further?" I paused, my stride faltering as I took in what he said. I knew that if I said no, he'd respect my wishes and never bring it back up again. However, if I said yes, all of my dreams could come true. I'd literally dreamt of him and our first sexual encounter on a daily basis since about 20 minutes after it had happened. It didn't help that we'd slept in the same bed together nearly every night since the attack had happened. It was pure torture to sleep up against his rather hot, and I mean hot literally and figuratively, body and not want him. "I want to say yes with everything in my body and soul," I said quietly. He let my hand go and pulled me into his body, wrapping his arm around my shoulder as we walked. "But?" I took a deep breath and then let it out. I still have those dark tendencies. I still want it all. I licked my suddenly dry lips. I still want to be told what to do. I still want it to be rough, but I'm not sure I can handle it like that yet. My admission caused him to squeeze my shoulder in understanding. "Then we'll work up to that. Whatever you can handle, I'll give you. And until that time comes, you'll be in charge, okay?" His acquiescence of my fears left me feeling teary-eyed. "Then yes, Miller. You're what I want. You've been what I've wanted for a really long time now. I just wished that other thing hadn't had to happen in order to get you here." He kissed the top of my head before saying, "Me neither, honey, me neither." Then we were back at our hotel and saying goodbye to the others for the night. It was when we were at our hotel room door that I started to get nervous. If I was to be in charge of all our sexual encounters, was I the one to have to initiate it? Miller must have sensed my unease, though, because he closed the door and flipped the lock before pulling me into his arms. "Naturally. Mercy me. Naturally. You just let it happen however you can, and I'll take the hints, okay?" he offered. I nodded and started stripping out of my clothes. I was nervous. In the 6 weeks since he'd last seen me naked, my body had changed. I was a little softer around the edges, less bony and fleshier. My breasts, although not much bigger than before, now had dark areolas. My exercise routine had definitely slackened, and now my thighs had a little more jiggle to them than muscle. But as I stripped off my clothes, Miller watched as if I was the most beautiful woman in the world. His eyes flared as, first, my shirt came off, followed shortly by my bra. He licked his lips as I kicked my shoes off, then started unbuttoning and unzipping my pants. When I finally got to my panties, I turned around and bent over as I slipped them off my hips. They fell to the floor with a soft wisp of fabric, and I turned to look over my shoulder, finding Miller at the edge of the bed, hands fisted in the pocket of his jeans. He rocked backwards as I turned around and started to walk towards him. His eyes were what gave me strength. Knowing I could do this, I walked toward him and stopped when my bare toes touched the tips of his boots. "I'm okay," I promised, seeing the slight concern in his eyes once I got closer. He smiled, lifting his hands to cup the side of my face. "I know, mercy me." I grabbed a hold of the blue t-shirt he was wearing and lifted it up and over his shoulders. He had to hunch forward for me to do it, but do it I did. After his shirt was off, I studied the tattoos that covered his chest. "Why this one?" I asked, running the tip of my finger over the eagle just under his heart, lining his ribcage. He shrugged. "I liked it." I smiled. That was a good enough answer. "This one?" I asked, working my way down his torso to the anchor. "That was the day I graduated SEALs training," he rasped. I hummed, following the tendrils of a Celtic design down into his pants, barely dipping my finger in past the waistband before I pulled it back out. He took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Trying to maintain his cool and keep his promise of letting me be in control, I was sure. The man wasn't made to be submissive, but he was giving it to me, making sure I was comfortable in what we were doing, and I was thankful. Leaning forward, I ran my tongue over one of his nipples while I worked his belt loose. I felt Miller move, and something hard hit on the bed behind him. His belt popped free with a slap, slap, slap as I unthreaded it from the loops of his pants, then tossed it to the floor with a loud clank. Running my tongue around the outer edge of his nipple and working my way inside, I slowly unbuttoned his pants and pushed them down over his hips. They fell heavily to the floor, keys and other things clacking against the floor as they dropped. My hands then went to work on his underwear, pulling them down. I went with him, licking his belly all the way down, dropping to my knees as his dick sprung free from the confines of his boxer briefs. I said, leaning forward and running my tongue around the outside of his cock like one would an ice cream cone. He hissed but didn't move as I studied the large cock in front of me. The head was a dark, ruddy red from the amount of blood that was pulsing in his cock, filling it up so hard that it felt like a cement brick in my hands. Leaning forward, I grabbed the back of his thighs with both of my hands, clutching them tightly as I took the length of him as far into my mouth as I could make it go. His leg hair teased my distended nipples as I started to slowly work his cock with my mouth, pushing the head as far back into my throat as I could go before I pulled back. On the fourth such instance of taking as much as I could, he made a groaning growl of a sound, causing me to look up. His eyes were positively wired, alight with need and want. I raised my hands up, cupping his heavy balls in my hand, rolling them around slowly as I worked my mouth up and down his length. His eyes stayed pinned with mine as I did so, hands on his head so he didn't accidentally make me do anything I didn't want to do. Taking one more long suck and pull, I released his cock with a loud slurp and stood. Putting my hands on his chest, I pushed him until he was forced to sit. Well, I say force, but it was more of a he allowed me to do it kind of thing. I smiled as he finally sat, pulling his legs wider as he waited for what I was going to do next. I didn't disappoint him as I turned around and presented him with my ass. He couldn't resist touching then. He leaned forward, grabbing me around the hips as he guided me backwards. He let one hand go to grab the length of his cock, aiming it upward as he guided me down. Slowly, I was filled with his length. He filled me to capacity. I was so full I wanted to cry with the rightness of it. I was so wet for him. And there was not a single thing on my mind but right here and right now. No ghosts of our pasts. No what's going to happen in the future. Only the here and now. The way his cock filled me. And the sounds of our breathing. God, Miller growled, finally letting go of my hips and running them up my sides, trying to contain himself once more. I smiled to myself and started lifting my hips out of his lap. Riding him in a reverse cowboy position was different and had my thighs burning in a matter of moments. "I need your hands. Help me," I gasped. He felt so good, and I couldn't decide if I disliked the burn in my legs over liking the burn in other places. When his hands met my hips, though, and started helping me move up and down, I gasped. The flesh of my ass met the saddle of his hips in a rhythmic slapping motion as he helped me ride him. "Oh, yes, Miller," I groaned, feeling him hitting that spot that I knew would take me over the edge any minute. His arm encircled my waist, pulling me into his chest until there was nothing between us. This new position allowed him to get deeper inside of me, hitting a spot inside that made me jolt with the exquisite pleasure of it. "Yes," I hissed, slamming my hips down now. The tempo was no longer rhythmic, but raw and frantic. I was working hard towards my own orgasm. So hard, in fact, that I didn't realize what my frantic pace was doing to him. His breath sought in and out of his lungs as his abs tightened. "Hurry, I'm not going to be able to hold on much longer." I let my hand snake down between our legs, finding the little bundle of nerves that was pulsing. With the heel of my hand, I pressed against my clit and let my fingers feel where we were joined. He growled something into my back as he pressed his forehead against my shoulder and tightened his arms around my waist. I smiled, loving the feel of us together. The entire thing was so erotic that I was tipping over that imaginary edge and plunging down into the depths of my orgasm within seconds. I screamed, yelling out my pleasure for all to hear. He tensed, and I knew he was coming, even though I couldn't feel or see it happening. He fell backwards, pulling me with him. His head hit the butt of his gun, but he didn't stop grunting and thrusting as he fucked me hard, working his orgasm out himself. The added wetness to our movements let me know he'd finished, as well as the way he'd fallen limp. His limbs hit the bed as if he was exhausted, leaving me balancing precariously on his chest. I moved my legs up until my feet balanced on the bed on either side of his knees. "I like this woman on top thing. I could really get used to this," he rumbled softly. My face was tilted to the side, lying against his chest. His chest hair was tickling my lips as I smiled in agreement. "You can be on top next time. I don't think my legs could take another spin like the last one," I said tiredly. He snorted. "I like that thing you do with your hips." I was in agreement with that, too. My pussy clenched just at remembering. His dick, which had been soft inside of me, slowly started to fill with blood once more. The sensation in and of itself was absolutely delicious, but also weird. It was a feeling I'd never experienced before, but I hoped I'd get to many times over for the rest of my life. He sat up and disengaged from my body with a wet, sucking sound. Then he rolled us until he was on top and between my legs once more. When he slid inside of me once again, my eyes widened in pleasure. Leaning forward and dropping down, he came to a stop when our lips were a hair's breadth away. I could feel his earlier release leaking out of me before he pressed back inside, our combined releases easing the way for his tunneling cock. "What?" I panted, my arms going up and around his neck to pull him in closer to me. He thrust slowly, in and out, until I was panting with the need for release almost before I could believe it. He moved his hips only, looking into my eyes as he worked his dick inside of me. In and out. Oh, so slowly. Tears slipped from my eyes as the sweetest and most delicious orgasm I'd ever experienced took over my body, pouring into me like warm, melted honey. The warmth suffused my body as he released inside of me once again, kissing me breathlessly the entire time. I licked my lips. "You know," I said hesitantly, "we'll have to keep doing that. At least until I get too big to do it anymore. I hear pregnant women like a lot of sex." He shrugged, eyes staying pinned to mine. "You can have me day or night, baby. If I'm here. And if I'm not, then you have my cell phone and pager number. The pager I'll always have on me in case there's a SWAT situation in town." I blinked. "You want me to page you if I want to have sex?" He grinned. "Well, sure.
Why the fuck not?
Chapter 16. I don't jump to conclusions. I cannonball into them like a motherfucking boss. Mercy's personal thoughts. Mercy. I woke up in Miller's arms, happy and content. I was thirsty and extremely hungry, though, which must have been why I'd woken up at this ungodly hour after the night I'd just experienced. It was 6 a.m, and I stretched, deliciously sore from the night before. Rolling to my side and out of bed, I performed my morning routine and then got dressed. All the while I did so, I watched Miller not move a single muscle. He looked so cute. He was sleeping on his back with one arm up and over his head, while the other one lay outstretched on the mattress where I'd been previously laying. The white sheets were tangled up with his legs, in a twist along his side and only covering a very minimal part of him. His blue boxer briefs were bunched up at the top of his thighs, something that would have bothered me to no end, but didn't seem to affect him in the slightest. He was snoring slightly, and the beard, that had already been on the verge of too long, was now a bushy mess around his face. I nearly laughed when I saw a feather from the hotel's luxurious pillows stuck in it. Each time he breathed in and out, the feather would blow back and forth. Thinking I'd leave him be and bring him breakfast back, I quickly pulled on some sweatpants, which happened to be Miller's. I had to tie them very, very tightly, but it worked for what I needed it for. The shirt I was wearing said Cinder fucking Ella. Miller had gotten it at the gift shop yesterday after lunch, and I absolutely loved it. After grabbing the white key card off the table by the door, I slowly unlocked the door, trying to make as little noise as possible. After getting out of the room without waking Miller, I walked down the hall, nearly laughing my ass off when I heard grunting and moaning from every single room I'd passed. Granted, it was only 4 rooms, and all 4 of them were occupied from our group, but it was still hilarious. I pressed the down button and waited patiently for the elevator to get there, although, as I found out last night, it was bound to take a while since there was over 45 floors in the hotel we were staying in, and we were on the 38th. I was partially hidden by the large marble column just to the right of the elevator, which was why, as Miller's parents waited, they didn't stop their conversation. I'm just saying, it's kind of weird. Miller said he never wanted kids, then all of a sudden he's all right with the fact that he has her pregnant, Miller's mother said animatedly. I know, dear, but you don't know what happened. He could really love her. You just have to talk to him, his father said tiredly, as if he'd been saying the same thing over and over again. She's not his type, though. All of the girls I've met over the 35 years he's been alive, and not one of them has looked like her. Granted, he does look like he enjoys her company, but it's just so surreal. He'd been so adamant about not getting married and not having kids that I thought for sure he'd be the last of my boys to ever have any. If ever, she said in exasperation. You also don't know that, either. Give her time. Give them time, his father said softly. I know I need to, but he's my baby. Does he love her? Because he's going to be trapped with her forever. Literally, he'd never leave her. Do you remember when he got that puppy when he was younger and we found out it had a heart defect? His mother asked. He must have nodded because I didn't hear the reply before she continued talking. And he refused to let him go. He's got such a soft heart for those that can't take care of themselves. Do you remember how we tried to take that dog back to the breeders and he refused to let it go? He nursed him until his very last days and then buried him in the backyard all by himself, his mother continued. I choked, placing my clenched fist up to my mouth to keep in the sob that wanted to break free. I leaned my head against the marble column, so thankful it was there that I could quite possibly hug it. Are you okay, Micah? Sloane asked worriedly. Fine. That wasn't me, Micah confirmed. Luckily, I was saved by the doors to the elevator opening, and the 2 of them disappearing inside. Coming out from behind the pillar once the door shut, I pressed the button for the elevator once again. I wasn't going to get breakfast, though. Not anymore. Was that what I'd done? Was he really staying with me because of what I'd forced him to do? I had forced him, and Jesus, what if I was just another case of pity to him? Someone he felt he had to take care of, Oh my God, what have I done? I asked desolately. I'd ruined his life. He'd been too good of a man to tell me no, and I'd been so fucked in the head at the time, only thinking about myself, that I hadn't understood what I was asking of him. After a long wait, the door finally pinged open, and I rushed inside. Or would have, had I not ran smack dab into a wall of muscle. I said, reeling backwards with the force. The man's hands came up, and he smiled. I immediately shuddered. The man, Ferris Blue, had one hell of a black eye, and he was staring at me as if I was his last meal. "Well, well," he sneered. "What do we have here?" He ran his finger up the outside of my arm, circling it around a piece of my hair that had fallen from my braid. "Mercy? Darling?" a not-so-amused voice said from behind me. "You okay?" I visibly wilted when I heard that rugged, weathered voice. "Yes, Silas. I believe this man was getting off the elevator. I was going down to breakfast. Care to join me?" I asked loudly, turning my wide, fear-filled eyes in Silas's direction. He took in my crying eyes, as well as my about to collapse if he didn't get the man away from me knees, and grimaced. "Sure, darling. I think we'll let Mr. Blue take the elevator by himself, though." Ferris stepped into the elevator reluctantly, eyes on Silas the entire time the doors closed. When he was finally cut off from our view, I turned to Silas and said, "Thanks." Silas patted the top of my head, then pressed the elevator button. "I didn't do anything, darling. Go eat your breakfast." I didn't bother to correct him that I had any plans on eating breakfast. In fact, I planned on going to gorge myself on Dr. Pepper and play the quarter slots until I either ran out of money or won big. The doors opened, and I stepped onto the elevator, waving at Silas as the doors closed. His eyes studied me the entire time, and I let out a relieved breath, going weak in the knees when he didn't stop me from leaving. However, I managed to stay upright when the doors opened again, admitting a laughing couple. They were so lovey-dovey with each other that I wanted to puke. Fuck my life. "Will you put me some Dr. Pepper in a beer mug? I want it in one of those big ones," I said, gesturing towards a beer mug that was about the size of my thigh. The waitress smiled. "Sure, honey." I fed my first quarter into the slot machine I'd commandeered and pulled the lever. 7 star. I repeated it over and over. This wasn't near as much fun as the advertisements made it look. "Please tell me," a deep voice said from behind me, "that you're not seriously drinking beer." I glanced over my shoulder at Silas and grimaced. "What are you doing here?" I asked tiredly. "Nothing," he said, taking the seat beside me, feeding a quarter in and immediately hitting 3 cherries. Quarters started to pour out of the machine, filling up the tray. Alarms started to sound and people tittered excitedly. I gave Silas a disgusted look when he scooped the entire booty up and deposited it in my rapidly deteriorating bucket. "How'd you do that?" I asked, gesturing to his machine. He shrugged. "The power of observation. The old lady that was sitting here before me had been here since this morning when I went to bed around 1. She left with her single cup she'd come with, which meant she didn't win anything or she'd have had more. It was bound to happen. These things wouldn't be so popular if one didn't pay out every once in a while to keep the crowd interested." I blinked, stunned by his words. Power of observation, indeed. "So what are you doing here?" I asked, feeding in another quarter. "How'd you find me?" 7 cherry. Fuck. I glared at Silas as he, once again, hit a winning combination and more quarters poured out before he answered. "Followed you," he answered mildly. I lowered my eyebrows at him. "How?" "You were still up on the floor when I got to the ground level, and that's got to be the slowest elevator on the planet. How'd you find me?" He gave me a droll look. "You're in the casino in the same hotel we're staying at. If you didn't want to be found, you wouldn't be here." I scrunched my nose up at him and pulled the lever again. Cherry, cherry, 2 cherries. Shit. I'm in the back of the casino. I'm being inconspicuous, I spat. He snorted.
Whatever you say, dear. I know better than to argue with a pregnant person.
How'd you know I was pregnant? I asked accusingly.
He raised his eyebrows. Having to go pee every 30 minutes, almost thrown up at the smell of an airport, sleeping nearly the entire plane ride, eating a brownie fudge sundae with French fries as a side. If that doesn't spell pregnant with a capital P, I don't know what does.
I sighed.
Whatever.
We played in silence for well over an hour before I started to wonder why he was still there. Why are you here again? I asked curiously.
Because you're sitting at my slot machine, he said, raising the beer the waitress had just brought over for him to his lips before taking a drink.
Well, looks like you got the better one anyway, I muttered, pulling down the lever. 7, 7, 7. Alarms started blaring. Confetti dropped from the fucking ceiling and people started to crowd around me. Instead of being excited, I got overwhelmed by the sheer amount of people that I started to freak out. Silas's reassuring hand at my shoulder, though, stopped my overreaction in its tracks, and I was able to smile as, instead of dropping me quarters, a printed receipt started to print out of the machine. What the hell is that? I asked in confusion.
You won more than the machine had to give, so they give you a printed receipt that you'll have to take up to the corner, Silas said, gesturing towards the wall where a glassed-in receptionist stood, taking tickets just like mine.
I said, sitting back down as the people started to disperse.
You were saying about not winning?
Silas growled. I bared my teeth at him.
Shut it.
We went another 10 minutes or so when I was finally found by Foster and Trance. I tried to duck down behind Silas, but they spotted me easily and started walking hurriedly towards me.
Dude!
Foster yelled.
What the fuck?
That had been directed at Silas and not me, luckily.
What?
Silas asked, feigning innocence.
We've been looking for her for 2 hours. If you knew where she was, why didn't you tell us? Foster asked with barely controlled patience. And you! He directed his gaze to me. Do you know what the point of a cell phone is?
I raised my brows at him.
Yes. And what, pray tell, is that? Trance rumbled, accusing eyes locked on me.
I ignored them and fed another quarter in. To play Angry Birds, of course. Silas snorted as he tried to hold in his laugh, but it made him sound like he was choking on his own spit. I turned to him. Did you know they were looking for me?
He shrugged. No, but then again, none of them called me. How was I supposed to know they were looking for you?
Trance snorted.
You stayed for a reason, old man. And the fucking police at Miller's door wasn't a good way to start his morning. He had to go down to the station with them to explain what happened last night.
Explain what? I asked, standing in alarm.
That fucker from last night was killed,
Foster said eloquently. I blinked, turning to Trance for him to translate. What?
Ferris Blue was killed, Trance translated.
I blinked in surprise. Why is Miller at the police station?
He had the flight information as well as our names written on a piece of paper beside his office phone, Trance explained. They're just following up with him and would like to speak with you, too.
All right. I walked past them. Let me cash in my winnings and go talk to them.
Miller said for you to stay here. He'd tell them everything they needed to know.
Trance explained at my back. Of course he would. Because he had to take care of me after all. I was a poor, pitiful woman who wasn't capable of taking care of herself. Whatever, I said. I'm going down there. Either you can go with me or get out of my way. Surprisingly, or could I say luckily, I missed Miller by a matter of seconds. Trance had tried to call him, but the reception in the hotel we were staying at was terrible, making each call Trance placed to Miller practically worthless. Now Trance was leading us into the depths of the Las Vegas police station so we could speak with the same man I'd met with last night, Tony DeRoy.
Don't say anything you think you shouldn't,
Trance said as he reached the door. I gave him an annoyed look. Yes, Father, he glared at me.
You don't know who you're dealing with, little girl.
I snorted.
You don't know who you're dealing with. All right, Foster said, pushing the door open and walking between us. now that you've each measured your dicks, let's get this over with before the reunion that starts in 2 hours. I didn't bother telling him I wouldn't be going, especially since his parents were going to be there. That really was the last thing I wanted to do today. Mine's bigger, I whispered to Trance as I passed. He snorted, but nonetheless followed me in. Tony, let's do this. The reunion starts soon, Trance said, ignoring me for the time being. And that was how I realized that I wasn't allowed to leave the state. Because I was a suspect in the death of Ferris Blue. Chapter 17. Hard times will always reveal true friends. Why? Because those fuckers will be downing shots on the stool right next to you. Life lesson. Mercy. She's told you this 15 fucking times, Tony. God damn it! How many more times does she have to tell you? Trance asked, running his fingers through his hair roughly. He was so cute getting all defensive over me. Why are you still here, boyo? Tony asked, sneering at him. I just shook my head. They'd literally done this no less than 5 times now in the last hour. I was really ready to get out of here, not to mention that my baby that was the size of a lentil was somehow miraculously pressing on my bladder to the point of pain. Needless to say, when Miller burst into the room a minute and 40 seconds later, because seriously, I was watching the clock while the 2 blockheads argued, I was more than happy to see him. Except he didn't look in the least bit happy to see me. Tony, you promised me you wouldn't bother her, Miller growled, turning his scowl on my captor. Yes, he agreed. I also agreed that if she came to me like you said she wouldn't, that I'd talk to her, which she did, and I did. I've just got 2 more. You're done. Get up, Mercy. It's time to go, Miller said, stopping Tony's explanation in its tracks. Hey, Tony snapped. I know you're my friend and all, but this is a murder Now, Miller growled. I shrugged and stood, walking out the door, not waiting for Miller nor Tony to protest. In fact, I ducked into the employee bathroom before either one could say a word. Miller obviously didn't see me enter the bathroom because the moment I finally got to relieve myself, he was yelling the police station down. Mercy! Miller bellowed loudly. I'm peeing! I screamed at the door. God damn! Couldn't a woman pee by herself? You need to chill the fuck out, dude. I haven't peed in 4 hours, I muttered. I shouldn't have been surprised when he opened the door. The locked door. But I was. He just barged in and slammed the door shut behind him, billowing air like he'd run a mile at a dead spring. Jesus, I said, turning my back on him as I yanked my pants over my ass. What's your freaking deal? I was still mad, which was why I was being so mean. I knew he was worried. Hell, I'd been worried about him too, but he needed to back the fuck off. I wasn't in the mood to deal with his overprotective streak that verged on the brink of irrational. What the hell's your problem with me? I just saved you, he asked, stunned that I'd snapped at him. I whipped around to face him. My problem? He blinked. That's what I just asked, wasn't it? I moved into his space. My problem, mister. I punctuated that word with a poke to his chest, leaning forward so my nose was level with his chin. Sure, I had to stand on my tippy toes and I had to lean slightly on my finger that was poking into his chest for balance, but it was the threat that counted. Is that you need to stop throwing your weight around. I'm not your pet project. That can't be fixed by you babying me all the damn time. He blinked, brows furrowing in confusion. Pet project? I nodded, poking him again. Yeah, your pet project. The poor little girl that can't take care of herself. The poor little woman who was raped in front of East fucking Texas. I don't need you. I don't need your pity either. Okay, I was being harsh. I knew. I didn't know his side of it, but what his parents had said earlier had made sense. Too much sense, in fact. A man like Miller couldn't like me. Not plain Mercy Diane Shepherd, the girl that had no curves, boobs, or bounties of any kind. I was plain Mercy. The girl who was raped.
The girl who had more in common with a man than a woman. I was the woman who burned if I was out in the sun too long, and could eat 50 donuts and have nothing to show for it but being more attractive to mosquitoes. I was the woman who walked in front of a crew of construction workers in my sexiest getup and never got a single freaking whistle. His eyes caught on mine, and he cornered me against the wall. "Is this about what you saw yesterday?" he asked, taking his hand and running it down the side of my neck, then further down my side to settle on my hip. "What I saw yesterday? Do you mean what I heard?" I asked in confusion. He shook his head. "What do you mean, what you heard? I was talking about what you saw when I beat the shit out of Ferris." I blinked. No, I was talking about what I heard your parents say this morning." Confusion clouded his features. "I don't remember hearing my parents say anything that upset you. In fact, I haven't even seen my parents today. What did you hear that made you leave and disappear for hours, which, might I add, scared the shit out of me?" Since he looked so genuinely confused, I took pity on him. Lips thinning in trepidation, I explained what I'd heard his mother and father talking about when I'd gone to breakfast that morning. "I'm gonna fucking kill them," he said, pushing away from my body and throwing the door open. I ran and jumped on his back, wrapping my arms around his throat. It didn't stop him in the slightest. He kept walking as if an extra 110 pounds hadn't just been added to his weight. He didn't have far to go, however. In fact, once he made it out of the police station, he walked 5 doors down and threw the door open to a blacked-out door with plate glass windows surrounding the doorframe. The first thing to hit me was the smell of alcohol and old wood. The second thing was the way the low red lights made Miller look like he was a super alien. A super pissed-off, muscular alien bent on revenge, ready to conquer Earth to avenge the honor of his woman. Okay, I was over-exaggerating, but I was also panicking. His parents were sitting at the bar, his father on servant's side and his mother on a stool at the very end. "We need to talk," Miller growled to the two. I immediately let go of Miller's neck, but he caught me with both hands firmly planted on my ass, keeping me in place as he walked closer and closer to his stunned parents. I ducked my head and prayed that it'd be over soon.
Miller. "Honey," my mother said as she glanced across the room at Mercy, who happened to be playing with the jukebox, pointing out which songs she liked to foster in trance. "I never meant what I said to be hurtful. I was just curious." I put both of my hands to my forehead and rubbed vigorously with the heels of my hands. "If I'm happy, you should be happy for me. None of your opinions matter here. She's mine and I'm hers. Nothing you can say or do will change that." My mother looked down at her hands. "That was never my intention with my concern for you. I was upset that it came on so sudden. There was never any other reason for it other than hearing that she was pregnant, which made me curious. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for her. She seems like a very nice young lady." I sighed. "I know, Mom. Just give her a chance, and you probably should go apologize." "Nobody has time for that, son. We have to be at the reunion in less than an hour," my father tried to intervene. "No, Micah, it's okay. I'll go talk to her, and you can go get dressed with your brothers," my mother said, standing and making her way to Mercy. Once she got there, she sent Trance and Foster to us, before sequestering Mercy into the very corner of my father's bar. "Your mother made us shirts," Foster said once he got to within speaking distance. I grimaced. "What did they say, Dad?" My father didn't bother to hold back his disgust. "Just don't read it, and you won't know how bad it is." My eyes studied Mercy's face, making sure my mom wasn't saying anything that upset her before I headed to the back room of the bar where my mom was storing our shirts. The first thing I saw when I arrived in there was neon yellow. The second thing I saw was the saying, and I nearly turned around and left. I would have, too, had my father not stopped me from moving more than an inch. My father was nearly the same size as Trance, which was a shade smaller than me. He had the same bulk that the rest of us had, the same cleft chin and the same square jaw. The only difference between us was that my father had a few more wrinkles and laugh lines, as well as hair that was on the verge of being gray. The same disgusted look on his face as he gazed at the pieces of shit we were expected to wear. "I'm not wearing that," Trance said without preamble. My father scoffed. "Of course you are. If I have to, you have to. That's the end of that." My father, although he'd been retired from the Marines for going on 3 years now, still acted like he was the man in charge, even when he wasn't. What he needed to learn was that he wasn't the only boss in town anymore. "I can't fucking believe we're wearing this shirt," Foster hissed as he took in the family reunion. Trance's wife started to laugh. "I think they're kind of cute," Vidi teased her husband playfully, smoothing her hand over the shirt lovingly. Trance caught her hand and raised it to plant a kiss on it before dropping it and throwing his arm around her shoulder. "Of course you'd think that. You're also not wearing one." "Why is that?" Vidi pursed her lips. "It was too tight, so I let Mercy wear it." My gaze turned to my Mercy, who was carrying on with my mother over by the food table. The two were laughing, pointing at my grandmother's hat that was bigger than some of the ones the Queen of England wore. One of the many kids that had been running around had hung a plastic snake from one of the back swirls of feathers, and the woman was talking so animatedly that the snake was swinging back and forth with her enthusiasm. "You're lying. That'd fit you. You just wanted her to wear it," Trance said softly, giving Vidi's head a kiss. A well of thankfulness bubbled inside of me at Vidi's welcoming hand, and I was excited to see how the two interacted, especially since they were going to have babies together. Not that Trance knew that, yet. Vidi shrugged. "I wanted her to feel like she belonged. Plus, you never let me go more than 3 feet from you. I'm pretty sure they'll know I belong." Trance shrugged. "You're really missing out with these Team Spurlock shirts. I can't believe she made these such obnoxious colors. Mine doesn't even fit." Vidi smiled widely. "That's 'cause I told your mom you were a large." Trance shook his head, laughing slightly. "You're such a shit." "Heads up!" Foster yelled from across the room. I looked up just in time to see a football a few feet from my face. Reflexively, I caught it and then launched it back at him like a missile, which my cousin immediately intercepted with a beer in one hand. "Let the games begin!" Foster roared, then tackled Aiden to the ground.
Chapter 18. Abs are cool and all, but have you ever tried Olive Garden's breadsticks? Mercy's secret thoughts. Mercy. I opened my eyes to a wall of tattooed muscle. Turning over to my back and stretching, I took in the bright neon lights of the Las Vegas Strip. I glanced at the clock and groaned. It was nearly 6 in the morning, and yet again I was awake and starving. It almost felt like deja vu as I went through my morning routine and came out of the bathroom. Except this time, Miller was awake and leaning against the headboard. His legs were crossed and the sheet was pulled up to around his hips. I licked my lips as I took in the scene before me. "You're awake." The statement had sounded breathless coming from my lips, and Miller's sleepy eyes smiled, although his mouth didn't. "Come here," he rasped in his sleep, roughened voice, patting the bed beside him. I went, getting to the end of the bed and crawling up onto it. He whipped the sheet off, giving me an unhindered view of his flaccid cock that was lying against one of his thighs. I crawled up his body, settling my ass over his lap and pinning his cock between us. The heated lips of my sex covered his, but he was focused on something else besides us, bringing my attention away from how good he felt skin to skin with me, and to the way his eyes were slightly worried. He threw the sheet back over us and wrapped it snugly around my shoulders before wrapping his arms around my body. I laid my head down on his chest, tucking my arms between us as I did. "I'm hungry," I said softly. He snorted. "You're always hungry." I smiled against his chest. "True. I'm overly hungry today, though." "You said that yesterday at lunch and dinner, as well as that midnight snack from the bakery we passed on the way home from the family reunion," he teased. I pinched his side. "I'm sure it's only going to get worse." His lips skimmed the top of my head. "My mom said that when she was pregnant with me, she gained 50 pounds because she was always so hungry." I winced. "Let's hope that's not the case. I don't think my feet can manage an extra 50 pounds. I'm already so freaking tired, there's no telling what that much weight added to it would do." "I need to tell you about Ferris," he said softly. I blinked. "What about him? Did the police find anything out?" "Yes," he said. "I got a call from Tony while we were at the reunion. I just didn't tell you." I swallowed. "Okay, what?"
He ran his fingers slowly through my hair. He was on our floor, I don't know why, and that's where you came in. Once you leave Silas, the security cameras can track you all the way down the elevator and then to the bathroom where you disappear for 20 minutes. He hesitated. Ferris followed you into the bathroom. You came out, and he didn't. I blinked, absently encircling Miller's nipple with my finger. The only thing saving you from being arrested right now is the fact that your clothes were clean, and you had no residue on you, Miller said softly. I stiffened and leaned up, looking at him. Residue? He nodded. Whatever happened was pretty messy. Whomever did it had to have left that room covered in it, or they stripped out of their clothes. My mouth opened and closed like a fish. How was that not heard or seen? Miller shook his head. I went in there yesterday with another buddy on LVPD. The stalls are all like tiny rooms. Whatever happened to Ferris was contained by the very far stall. The door was locked too, so nobody even bothered to try that door until the cleaning lady came in later that day. What does this mean for me? I asked in worry, leaning forward until my hands were resting on his muscular chest. He lifted his hands to cover the back of mine before he said, Right now you're just a person of interest, although all they have on you is circumstantial. You're allowed to leave the city, but you have to come back if they have any questions. I heaved a relieved breath. Good. That would have sucked having to stay in Las Vegas while everyone else went home. He leaned forward and captured me to his chest once again. I wouldn't have left you here alone. I threaded my arms around his neck, studying his face, the cleft in his chin, the blueness of his eyes. Taking a deep, soothing breath, I broached the subject that was never really resolved yesterday. I don't want to be your charity project. I want you to be with me because you want to be with me, and I'm sorry if I forced any of that on you unwillingly. You're free to leave, if and when you want to. I'll never force you to stay with me, I said softly, looking into his eyes as I said it. His lips tightened. I don't know where you keep coming up with this bullshit, he snapped, reversing our positions until he was settled deep between my thighs. Does this feel like you're just a charity project to me? He ground his humongous erection into me, one that hadn't been there when I'd broached the subject. Holy shit, he got hard really, really fast. The head of his cock worked into the seam of my sex, working back and forth as he looked into my eyes. When I didn't reply, he leaned back and the head of his cock nudged at my entrance, then started pushing slowly forward. My eyes opened wide in surprise. He filled me to perfection, and he felt even bigger in this position than he did in others. Oh, I breathed, lifting my hips to clamp his chest between my thighs. His eyes stayed on mine as he slowly started to move forward and backward. His eyes studied my face, taking in the slightly parted slit of my mouth and the way my chest heaved with the breaths that weren't sending oxygen to my brain. When my hips started to tilt further, he pushed up onto his knees and then pulled me up until my hips were supported by his thighs. His hands went forward and pushed the hem of my shirt up, freeing my small breasts to his intense gaze. Can I play with your pretty little nipples? He asked roughly, bucking his hips up and down. Each movement of his hips pushed the head of his cock against a delicious spot inside of me, making my breath catch with each pass. Something hot and heavy was pooling in my core, burning me from the inside out. I nodded, and he captured each between 2 fingers, bucking his hips, using the pressure on my nipples to urge me up and down. God, I gasped. The slow buildup of my orgasm turning into a rushing freight train, barreling down the tracks at me with no way to move out of the way. A silent scream stole through me as I arched my back and came hard, clamping down on his length with all the ferocity my body could muster. He grunted in surprise, letting go of my breasts and latching onto my hips as he started to pound inside of me.
I held on for the ride as my orgasm started to build up once again, not fully recovered from the last time. When his movements became jerky, he pulled out of me quickly, fist in his cock as he aimed it at my pussy. Hot spurts of semen shot from the tip of his cock. The milky white substance hit my clit and belly. I alternated from watching his face to his cock, totally enraptured with the entire act. It was so erotic, so fucking right that I came again on his fingers as he rubbed his essence into me in slow, sensual circles, focusing on my clit as he did. God, I jerked. Stop. It's too much. He grinned and leaned forward, capturing my nipple with his mouth as he continued his erotic torture, coaxing yet another orgasm from my too-tired body. Once the torture stopped, my limbs fell to the bed in exhaustion as I stared up at the mirrored ceiling, realizing too late what an erotic picture that would have been. Hell, it was one now, and all I could see was the top of Miller's head and shoulders, as well as where his cock lay against my belly as he leaned back, looking at me. You're so beautiful, he rasped, bringing my eyes back to him. I smiled. Thank you. I've never heard those words uttered from someone's mouth besides my father, and it was nice to hear, especially from his beautiful lips. He was about to say something more when the sound of my belly growling in hunger stopped him in his tracks. I guess that's our cue, he teased. I smiled and sat up, then kneeled even further to reach Miller's face. I captured his mouth with my own and said, I love you. He jerked and looked into my eyes in surprise. You sure? I nodded. Don't think you have to say it back. He captured my mouth, kissing me wetly before he ripped his mouth from mine. I love you too, you crazy girl. Hey, I said indignantly. He grinned unrepentantly and dropped me to the bed before exiting it. Walking to the bathroom backwards, he said, I'd suggest you get cleaned up. Cum has a very distinctive smell, and I guarantee you that every one of the men we came with would be able to smell it on you. I grinned. Maybe we'll save that for some time when we're not with your family. I followed him into the bathroom and took a very long, very sexy shower with him. One that had lots and lots of soaping involved, though I was squeaky clean afterward. Especially my breasts. Why are your parents staying at a hotel when they live here? I asked curiously. Miller smiled. So they can be near us. The last time we were down here, we all stayed in a hotel and Mom and Dad stayed at their place outside of the city. We didn't see them anywhere near as much as we would have liked. I nodded as we walked hand in hand down the hall. We came up short, though, when none other than Officer Tony DeRoy walked off the elevator that we were trying to enter. What are you doing here? Miller asked suspiciously. I need your woman to look through some pictures for me. That all right with you? Tony asked Miller. Miller shook his head in exasperation. You don't have shit. Tony nodded. This isn't about her anymore. We have a suspect. A suspect? Miller said shortly. Who? Miller led the way back to our room, opening it widely to allow Tony and me in before closing it firmly behind him. Tony laid out his pictures, and both Miller and I walked up to the table warily. There was only one person in each of the photos, the one where I could actually see the woman's face, since the other one only showed a person with their hood pulled up high over their head. The blonde woman had a hideous amount of makeup and too tight jeans that made her look awful. The sky-high high heels weren't any better. Not to mention, she was startlingly familiar, although I couldn't tell you who she was. I don't remember seeing her in the bathroom, but there's something about her that seems so familiar. Maybe if I could see her hair and a better picture of her, I could tell you. But right now, she just looks like she needs to find a mirror. Tony and Miller both snorted. All right, well, this is officially our suspect. This is who we believe did it. She's the one that went in just after you. Ferris followed right after her, like literally 30 seconds after her. This woman spent almost as long in there as you did.
and came back out wearing a pair of black yoga pants, black shoes, and a gray hoodie.
Tony sighed.
She had a large backpack with her, big enough to hold her clothes and belongings, too.
If you've had her all along, why'd you immediately think it was Mercy? Miller asked warily. Tony shrugged.
Timing and motive, mostly. Well, whatever the reason, just know I don't appreciate it, and the next time you talk to her, we'll have a lawyer present.
Miller growled.
Noted, Tony said, offering his hand. Safe flight home, man.
Miller took it.
You watch your six at work. Keep us informed, please.
Tony nodded, and we watched him leave. I had a feeling, though, that it wasn't anywhere near being over. At least we could go home later this afternoon with the rest of them, though. We arrived home 8 hours later, tired, exhausted, and wary. The police allowed me to go home since they couldn't pin the murder on me, but they had told me to stay in contact in case they had any questions. I'd of course agreed. Miller had been pissed. In fact, he was so pissed that he'd hired a lawyer at James's recommendation while we were on the return flight home. Some man that was supposedly a very good lawyer and could advise us on what we should do next. The return flight hadn't been anywhere near as fun as the way there had been. They'd figured out that if they gave Trance a sleeping pill the moment he started for the airport, he'd be asleep the entire flight home, which he was. The rest had slept, trying to recuperate from their crazy week in Vegas. Miller and I had both pretended to be asleep. Both of us too lost in our own worlds to worry about trying to talk about things that had no consequence. As we walked up the walk to my house, a sudden impending feeling of doom hit me the moment I saw the man waiting for us on the porch.
"Can I help you?"
I asked the man. He was in his 40s with glasses and gray in hair. He was fairly bland in appearance, but his eyes were a nearly translucent shade of brown. He smiled at me sadly.
"Yes, sorry, I was just waiting to see if anybody arrived this time."
"This time?" Miller asked. The man nodded.
"Yes, this time. I've been trying to reach the owner of this residence for about 4 days now. Are you the owner?"
he asked, pinning his eyes on me. I swallowed, then nodded.
"Yes."
"Mercy Shepherd?" he clarified. I nodded again. "That's me." He nodded, and walked down the steps toward us, a brown manila envelope in his hands about a half-inch thick.
"You've been served. Twice."
Chapter 19. I'm tired of getting fucked in ways that don't end in an orgasm. Let's just say I'm not taking it up the ass anymore. Miller's secret thoughts. Mercy.
What the ever-loving fuck is this? Some sort of vile convention of sick, fucked-up people that paired up and started taking out all their problems on us?
I yelled loudly, arms waving frantically. Miller wrapped his arm around my waist, hand going to rest just underneath my shirt against my belly. Linda wants something and she's trying to prove it by doing this.
How'd she even know I was pregnant? I hissed. And who did she fuck to get them to call in the bank loan on my house and my business?
She's trying to intimidate you, make you look bad, Miller said as we walked into the lawyer's office we had an appointment with.
As if we didn't have enough to deal with some random murder of a man I saw for no more than 3 minutes tops.
I was then served twice.
Once telling me that the bank loan had been called up on my business and house, but another one stating that Linda was filing for partial custody of my baby upon his or her arrival, a child that was not even 8 weeks in gestation, a child that I hadn't even seen at the doctor yet because my first appointment wasn't until next week. I took a seat while he went to sign us in and was instantly disgusted by what I saw on the table.
Well, she fucking succeeded, stupid crazy bitch, I growled, staring at the woman that had nearly ruined my life. It was a picture of Linda in the city's newspaper. A heartfelt story that was sure to capture your heart. Or so I'd read. I was livid once I'd managed to force myself through the entire article. When Miller sat down next to me, I handed the paper over. He took it as if I'd handed him a brown paper bag of live snakes, tipping his sunglasses to rise on top of his head and flipping it open out of the crumpled mass and started reading. His shoulders started to shake as he got to the part about her being kicked out of her family home by her murdered son's abusive wife. Mrs. Moose pleads with the public to please help her. She further explains that it was all colossal misunderstanding that her son Mitch Moose, 32, was shot earlier this year in a SWAT rescue. Miller read the caption under the main picture. It was shot in front of the family home, and Linda was holding a picture of Mitch. I tasted bile inside of my mouth, but chose not to look at the picture again. "Mercy Shepherd, Miller Spurlock, Mr. Masterson will see you now," I heard said from somewhere in front of me. I looked up and smiled at the woman. She was very pretty, even what I would call youthful, though she was in her 50s. She had long blonde hair that was pulled back in a chignon at her nape, and her eyes were a very expressive green. I stood and started following the woman. She was dressed casually in light tan slacks and a simple black cotton shirt. She smiled back at me as we walked. "You look really familiar." I winced. Yeah, that's because I was the center of attention a few weeks ago. I was raped and the media filmed the whole thing while it happened. I tried to make my voice appear uncaring, but the emotion I felt refused to be bottled up. It wasn't Miller's arm around me that had me starting, though. It was the woman's. Although I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, I've never been one to watch the news. I did hear about it, though, and I'm greatly sorry for what happened to you. I was thinking you were a friend of my daughter's. Do you know Cheyenne Mackenzie? She asked. My brows furrowed. Although the name sounded vaguely familiar, I wasn't placing a face with the name. "You're James's mom?" Miller asked. The woman smiled. "That's me." "Dana," a male's deep voice said from the doorway we were heading to. "Is there a reason you have to talk everyone's ear off before they come back here? If I'd known you were such a talker, I would have never agreed to have you here as my secretary." The woman blushed, and I thought for sure there was something more in those words than what I'd heard. Miller must have agreed, because he gave me wide eyes before we walked into the lawyer's office.
Miller, can you tell me why you're here? The hard-ass lawyer asked. He was built like a motherfucking bull, and he could easily rival any man I knew size-wise. I knew he was in the military. I was just unsure what branch he'd been in. He could easily have been a Navy SEAL. Mercy leaned forward and handed over her stack of papers, starting first with the one that was most important to us, the baby's custody. You do know there's an easy way to settle this if what you're being adamant about is true, right? The lawyer, Todd Masterson, asked slowly. We both looked at him. What? A DNA test, he said simply. No, we both exploded at once. He shook his head. That really would be the easiest way. This could all be that easily rectified. No court battle, no court costs, no lawyer costs. All over, that easily. He snapped his finger, startling Mercy. I shook my head. It isn't fucking happening. Find another way. He looked at me, making sure he had a good read on me before he nodded in agreement. Okay, that's fine. I won't force you to do it. There are other ways, of course, but there's still a chance that the judge will require you to do it anyway. I shook my head. No one's touching my kid. They're not getting anywhere near her. Mercy leaned her head against my bicep, her arm curled protectively around her barely there belly as she silently thanked me for the support. Then the first thing I would suggest is marriage, Todd said slowly. We both gaped. It wasn't that I'd never thought about marriage with Mercy. In fact, I'd thought about it a lot, especially in Vegas over the past week. However, I didn't want her to think I was moving too fast. I was giving her time to come to terms to what we were. It was more than obvious to me that she wasn't ready. She'd reacted on instinct to what my parents had said, what her thoughts were on me and our relationship. Her first instinct had been to run away, and until I could get her to come to terms that there wasn't us, there wasn't going to be any change in our relationship status. But then she shocked the shit out of me by saying, "Okay, if we do this, what will that help?" I inhaled rather loudly, bringing her attention away from Todd and straight to my face. "What?" she asked. "We love each other. We have a kid on the way. If what you said this weekend is true, then I have nothing to worry about. Right?" I blinked, and then nodded stupidly, shifting in my seat in surprise. When I turned back to Todd, he started to explain. The easy way to do this is by getting Miller's name on the birth certificate. You can do that without getting married, of course, but it's easier to just have the same last name when the baby is born. I blinked. Can she still try to get grandparent rights or something once the baby is born? He shook his head. Not easily, no. Two parents that are married, happy, and have a stable home life have no reason to share their child with the grandparents. The grandparents aren't the mother or father. Y'all are. That easy. What's the next thing? I just shook my head. Was it that easy? Surely it couldn't be. I chose to let it lie, for now. The next item on the agenda was telling him about the murder of Ferris Blue. Tell me about the murder. Why was Mercy a suspect? Todd asked, trying to get all the information. I started speaking, starting with the altercation at the WWE show we'd gone to, and finishing it up with what Tony had said to us the morning before. Did they say how the man died? Todd asked with furrowed brows. High heel through the groin, neck, torso, and face. There was a single contusion on the man's head from what they think was a long, blunt object, such as a flashlight or nightstick. Possibly a board, I explained, remembering the crime scene photos I'd looked at. Okay, I'll get my investigator on it. He's kind of pricey, but he does good work. Is that acceptable? Todd asked. I nodded, as did Mercy. Grabbing her hand, I gestured to Todd. Give him the last set. Todd grinned. I don't think there's ever been a time I've had someone come in with so much work for me to do at once. Mercy grimaced as she handed over the last packet of papers. Todd read them quietly, going through each and every one before he spoke next. So, did they give you a reason why these were called in? Todd asked, lowering his glasses from his face and rubbing his eyes. No, just that they were called in. I asked around, though, and was told that the week we were gone, Linda Moose spent quite a bit of time at the bank with the manager, I growled. He blinked. I've got a couple of people on my payroll that can do a little digging. However, as of right now, this is all legally binding. They have the right to call the loan in at any time, he said honestly. Fuck, I hissed. That fucking bitch. Mercy squeezed my hand, digging her fingernails into my skin. Seriously? Stop cursing in front of people. Duly chastised, I smiled apologetically at the man in front of me, even though I was sure Todd used those words on a daily basis, fancy suit or not. Yes, ma'am, I said with a smile in my voice. As for what you do next, liquidating some assets. Sell your house so you can keep some of the money you've made on it over the 2 years you've had it. Get married, buy a new house that's not through Kilgore Bank and Loan. Keep me updated on information, and let me know if there's anything else I can do, Todd said as he stood. We stood too, and I offered my hand to the man. He shook it, shaking my hand with genuine affection. Marines, I laughed. He'd known that I wanted to know. Smart man.
Chapter 20. Most people sleep peacefully in their beds at night because there are men out there ready to do violence on their behalf. Coffee cup. Mercy. 2 weeks later. If you'd let me help you, this would all be unnecessary, my mother said for the 5th time as we walked up the bank steps. I turned to her and shook my head sadly. I know you do, Mom, but I also know you have a lot of money in medical bills that you're paying right now for Dad's hospital stays and heart surgery. I don't want to, nor will I add to your burdens. It's fine, I promise. She had succeeded in calling in my business and home loans, making me have to choose which one I wanted to keep. I went with my business loan and had pulled out just into the green since I'd started Second Chance 4 years ago, making me realize it was the right decision. My house, however, had to be sold in order for me to do it. Her house, though, sat untouched and unoccupied, while Miller and I shared his room at his apartment that he shared with Foster. I'd had multiple offers of help, not just from Miller, but from men in my employ, the members of Free, the Dixie Wardens, and all of the SWAT team, as well as other members of the community. I didn't take any of it, though. It had been a bone of contention since we'd gotten back from Las Vegas and learned what she'd done. I was now walking into the bank to cash in the check that would pay off the rest of my business loan. Then I had an appointment at the house that I now owned. My mother, however, thought I was making a very bad decision. I didn't, and I knew that deep down. Miller didn't either. He may say he was mad, but he understood wanting to accomplish something on my own, which was why he was buying a house this afternoon himself. I'd managed to stop him from buying my house, but only just barely. He was a sneaky devil, though, and I wouldn't put it past him to do it despite me pleading with him not to. Not that he'd fucking care. I hadn't seen him more than an hour at the end of the night since I told him I was selling my house. I'd spent more time with his brother this past week than I had with him.
Miss Shepherd, how can I help you today?
The slimy bank manager asked cordially. I wanted to punch him in the fucking nose. I'm here to pay off the business. I sold my house yesterday for a good amount more than I purchased it for. Thanks for not asking. Here's the check, I said, handing it over to him. His eyes bulged when he saw the amount.
You're paying it all?
I nodded. You said pay in full on the papers, that's what I'm doing. He nodded and took the check over to the computer nearest to the wall.
Well, let's just do that real quick.
The bank manager I was dealing with was named Albert Rommel. He was probably an okay guy at one point in time, but as I'd learned just last night from the private detective my lawyer had hired, Albert had a little gambling problem. Albert liked to spend money that wasn't his, and Linda had, somehow, found out. The private detective was still narrowing down how Linda had found out, but he turned over all his information to the local PD detectives with the hopes that they'd do something about it, therefore disabling Linda's avenue to do more harm to anyone else.
All right, Miss Shepherd, I have you paid in full. The bank will be sending out the deeds in a few short weeks. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Instead of answering, I turned around and walked towards the door. My mother had a few choice words for him, though, which was what saved me from getting a glass door to the face when it was shoved violently open from the other side. "Everybody down!" a woman's frantic voice said. "Everybody down and don't stinkin' move!" Stinkin'? Despite my thinking that the woman's choice of words were childish, the gun she had in her hands was anything but childish. I dove to the floor, moving towards the corner as far as I could, since there was a popcorn machine in the way. I was fairly well hidden, although my mother wasn't. The woman with the gun hadn't spared her any mind, though, thank God. "Everybody, I said get down!" the woman screamed once again. I winced and felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. Alarm shot through me as I frantically thought through my morning. Did I put my phone on silent? When it didn't ring out, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had. Thank you, Jesus. That didn't mean I couldn't answer it, though. Who was on the other end? Turns out, it was the loan coordinator, for the loan I'd just paid off. After slowly slipping my phone out of my pocket, I grimaced as the same man who'd been calling me night and day for 2 weeks now started jabbering a mile a minute. I wasted no time in hanging up on him, though. Lifting my knees to my chest, I immediately dialed 911 with the phone in between my upraised knees and my chest. I couldn't tell you what the woman, or man, was saying. All I could tell you was that whomever was on the other end had me on the line. It helped that the crazy woman that started to sound more and more familiar continued her ranting. "I want every single bit of cash out of each and every one of your drawers, even the one in the back. Speaking of which, close the windows down and close the curtains. Turn off all open signs," she screeched. Bank robber. Got it. She looked good, too. She had on tight black pants, high-heeled boots that came up to her knees, and a black-skin tight turtleneck. She was wearing a black and white wool scarf wrapped around her face, making the only thing I could see her eyes. I couldn't even tell her hair color, but if I could guess, it'd be blonde with lighter blonde highlights. That's just what her voice made me think of. Kilgore was a fairly tight-knit community, so it wasn't every day that I didn't know who someone was, which was why it was nagging me to death that the name of whomever was behind the mask wasn't coming to me. But it was right on the tip of my tongue. Her hands were covered in black leather gloves, and the bag she held in her hand was a Dooney and Burke. So the woman needed money. Why? My guess was that she spent it all on her wardrobe. I bet she drove a Lexus. "Now!" she screamed. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, the woman repeated over and over. By the 30th time she said it, I guess she'd been there for going on 5 minutes, making her goal of 2 minutes comically incorrect. Curling into myself as well as my way beyond too tight jeans would allow, I hunched over the phone to see if I could hear the person on the phone. I wouldn't be saying anything. I wasn't one to bring the attention of a killer to me on purpose. Vaguely, I heard the words, hostages and SWAT. Then my stomach tightened. "Oh, shit," I said softly. "You need to warn Miller." I said it so softly that I didn't think the dispatcher would hear me, but she did. "Miller," I heard repeated. "Boyfriend, on the force." That time, I caught the attention of the crazy lady with the gun. Her eyes swept behind her, totally missing me where I was wedged behind the popcorn maker. It was one of those actual popcorn poppers, kind of like the ones at the movies, but shrunk into a more manageable size. It was hot, too. The smell of popcorn was so tantalizing that my mouth was watering. The butter was sitting in front of me, and the bags of pre-made, ready-to-melt-in-your-mouth popcorn was sitting only inches from my face. "Officer Spurlock. SWAT. Mercy?" "Yes," I confirmed once crazy lady turned back around. "We don't have any bags," I heard said hesitantly from the front. "The armored vehicle just picked up our deposit, taking our bags with it." The woman screeched. "You're telling me you don't have any money either?" "Oh, shit." The woman's hand, the one that was holding the gun, started to wobble. Then a lone siren pierced the silence of the morning air, causing the woman to whip her head around and stare fearfully at the door. "Someone, go lock that," the woman urged quickly. "Now!" Fuck me. My God, my language lately was deplorable. I really needed to figure out a way to stop using those words before the baby came. A movement in the corner of my eye had my eyes widening in surprise. The man was a fucking giant, and the scar on his face was very intimidating. He had graying hair at his temples, but the rest of it was a pure, rich black. The man looked uncannily similar to the man I'd met on our trip to Vegas, Sebastian. He had the same facial features, as well as demeanor and build. I'd heard Miller as well as Silas talk about the man. I believed his name was Sam. Silas was Sam's father, and Sebastian was Sam's brother. They didn't look half as intimidating as this man did. He had a look on his face that spoke a million words, or more like screamed them. He was pissed, and he wasn't afraid to let it show. He was also aware that I was looking at him and that I had a phone in my lap. He started spelling something in the air with his fingers, and it took 3 tries of him spelling it that I finally understood. "Someone's in here with me. He says the gun is fake," I whispered. I shouldn't have felt relieved, though. I should have known that if he'd known the gun was fake, that he wouldn't have stayed where he was on the floor for so long. He was on his belly with his hands up by his ears. His face was resting on the ground, and I could clearly see the outline of a gun at the small of his back. There'd been ample time for him to shoot her if that would be all it took. B-O-M-B. He spelled it to me over and over. In fact, he did it so long that I thought he was getting a little mad that I wasn't relaying the information. The truth was that I was frozen in fear. I pushed through it, though, to get the information relayed. If anything else, the responders outside the room needed to know. Otherwise, that could mean the death of every person in the room, as well as some outside. "The man, he says she has a bomb." The dispatcher cursed. That was when I knew it was all going to hell. A Charlie Foxtrot in the 1st degree. Cluster. Fuck. I'd gotten that term from Foster when he described something that was happening on the television, a show about cops in the city of New Orleans who'd been in the middle of a riot. An hour later, I knew it to be true. "It's hotter than balls in here," I growled. I'd been sitting in the corner for so long that my legs were numb, and I was fairly sure that they turned the air conditioner off, too. I was sweating. My mom was sweating. The man on the floor, Sam's, entire back was drenched. I could see this mainly because his shirt was gray and the sweat was staining his shirt a much darker gray. It also didn't help that the popcorn machine was still on. I would have unplugged it, but the stupid thing had a light on it. The moment I did, the light would go out and alert the woman to my presence. I'd try to go to sleep, but Sam kept trying to relay information to me when I dozed off and started to get pissy. Therefore, I'd stayed awake and sweated my balls off the entire time. I have to pee, too. I was fairly sure the 911 dispatcher thought I was crazy. The desk phone near my mother rang, and my eyes widened when the woman's head whipped around. She'd just been standing there, pacing frantically in a tight circle with piles of money at her feet. She hadn't said a word. And that was what was the most disturbing. "Answer it," the woman said breathlessly. The shithead, Albert, answered the phone with shaking hands. "Hello?" he squeaked. "Uh-huh." His eyes turned to the woman. "The man on the phone would like to speak with you." The woman screamed. It was an enraged scream, one that was so full of hatred, madness, and pain that I winced. What I also did was widen my eyes shortly after I finally realized who the hell it was behind all that black. Sarah Higgins, my arch-nemesis, and the woman that had been tormenting me since my junior year in high school. "Oh, fuck, it's Sarah Higgins," I whispered. Somehow I'd moved from my spot, too, because Sam started shaking his head at me when I peeked around the cart to get a better look at her. I blinked. She'd lost quite a bit of weight in the time since the altercation at the diner weeks ago. Now she resembled more of a department store mannequin. The ones that were only metal, not meant to look like an actual human being. Beep-doop. I froze as the sound of my phone going dead stopped everyone in their tracks, even Sarah. She whipped around, turned her crazy gaze on me, pinning me to the spot. "You," she hissed, marching forward. I came up to my knees first, tucking my phone into the back pocket of my jeans, before standing fully. "Yep, me," I agreed. "I'd say it's nice to see you, but that'd be a lie." The big man on the floor went up to his knees the moment Sarah passed him, and I knew what he was going to do the moment I saw him come to his hands and feet. I just had to keep her talking. "What are you doing with that fake gun?" I snapped, pointing at the gun in her hand. She lifted the gun and aimed it directly at my face. "Care to find out how real it is?" I blinked. No matter what Sam said about it being fake, I didn't have actual proof. He could be mistaken. He could be guessing. He could be freaking bonkers, too. I chose to have trust in him, though, especially since he was moving quickly towards the back of Sarah. His feet were exceptionally silent as he moved, almost like a hunting cat stalking his prey. "You're right," Sarah said, tossing the gun away and ripping open her shirt. "But this baby is as real as can be. Thanks to your batshit crazy almost mother-in-law, that is. You can thank her for this fiasco. I can't believe she made me do it, Jesus Christ." Sarah yanked off the scarf that had been covering her face, and then tossed down the bag, freeing her arms. When she had the jacket down to her elbows, that's when Sam struck, looping his massive bicep around Sarah's throat and choking her out in a classic hold that every woman secretly wished never happened to her. And as I'd always assumed would happen if that were to happen to someone that was much smaller than the assailant, Sarah clawed at Sam's arm frantically to no avail. Slowly, her struggles ceased until they were nothing more than feeble, random movements. Finally, her eyes closed and she went limp. "Fucking hell," Sam growled, allowing Sarah's body to slip slowly to the floor under his guidance. That was when I got my first good look at Sarah's chest. "Is that what I think it is?" I asked worriedly. Sam nodded, his black hair falling into his eyes before he swept it out again. "Sure the fuck is." "It actually says bomb on her chest. What's in those bottles?" I asked. He grunted, not replying. My phone chose that moment to call out its death rattle once again, startling me. "All right, people, let's get out of here. Go slow. Don't scare the boys outside," Sam said authoritatively. "Go out with your hands above your head." Sam stood, leaving the unconscious Sarah on the floor. "Let's get out of here before she wakes." My mother ran to me, throwing her arms around my neck. "Oh, baby!" "Now, ladies," Sam ordered again. I disentangled my arms from around my mom. "Now, Mom, she has a bomb strapped to her chest." "What?" my mom screeched, but still chose to follow me out, despite the fact that she wanted to look back at Sarah. "Did you kill her?" my mother asked him,
I swear to God, I babysat that girl when she was a small child. What the hell is going on in this town? Apparently, this town's inbred and needs to branch the fuck out, Sam muttered under his breath as he opened the doors and was the first one out. It wasn't in a selfish way either. It was because if anybody was going to get shot by a jumpy cop, it'd be him. Which showed me the measure of him in those few short actions he'd taken in the 2 hours we'd been in there. In fact, the entire thing was less than climatic. I felt like there was something still going to happen, yet the only thing that did was when Miller started running up the steps of the bank and picked me up into his arms. Then, without preamble, he turned around and hauled ass down the steps, with me cradled in his overprotective arms. "Where are we going?" I asked frantically. "To the courthouse," he said through clenched teeth. "But what are we going to do there? I need to talk to my mom," I said worriedly, turning around to see my mother hurrying after us. "Your mother's following us there. She's stopping to get your father," he snapped. But, I stuttered. "What on earth?" He shoved me into the back of the nearest cop car, pushing his hand onto my head to help guide me in. "Hey!" I yelled indignantly, slapping at his hands. That didn't stop him, though. It only made him shoot a glare at me before he threw the door closed and started rounding the back of the car. "Foster! Car!" he yelled loudly. Foster came running. They both got in, and Miller started hightailing it to the courthouse. I sat in the back, fuming. What in the world was his problem? When he spun a little too quickly around the corner, I placed my hand over my abdomen in reflex, which caught his eye. His mouth tightened, but he slowed down to a more manageable pace. "Where are we going, bro?" Foster asked after a few minutes of silence. "Courthouse," Miller said shortly. "Oh, okay," Foster said congenially. It was as if he knew exactly what was going on with just those 2 words. "Do you know what I was doing when I got that call that there was a bank and hostage situation?" Miller asked as he pulled up in front of the courthouse. I shook my head slowly. "No. What?" It came out breathless, mostly because the look in his eyes had me struggling to breathe. The expression in them was positively tortured. "Planning our future. But what I didn't realize while I was doing that was that you were being taken from me before I ever even officially made you mine," he rasped. "Which leads me to now. I need you to do this for my sanity. It's going to be hard, and we're going to have times where we hate each other, where you hate my job, where I don't come home until 5 hours past my shift's end, where I don't come home at all until you're so worried about me you can't see straight. Then I'll walk through that door, and it'll just be because I got peed on and needed a fucking minute to unwind with the boys. I'm not promising you a perfect life. What I am promising you is a life where I love you until I die. A life where you know I'll always have your back. A life where the reason I breathe easier is because you're lying next to me." He got down on his knee, pulling a simple black ring box from a pocket in his vest. "Mercy me, will you marry me?" he asked solemnly. I gasped, trying to recover from the debilitating tears that I knew were going to take me down fast and hard. "Of course, you stupid fool, man, I'll marry you. Just don't ever go all caveman on me again." He slipped the ring on my finger and stood, pulling me closer with 2 hands on either side of my face, making sure I didn't hit my head on the car's roof. "Is that a condition of you marrying me?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, because I know you'd never uphold that end of the deal." "You're right," he growled against my throat. "I won't." Then we were moving once again, heading straight through the courthouse, not stopping at the metal detectors because of Foster's badge that he flashed once we opened the front doors. "Okay, but you're going to have to give me a real ceremony in a couple of weeks. One where your parents are there, and your brothers. My father needs to walk me down the aisle. I also have a big extended family with the fire department. They should be there, too." We arrived at an open door that led into what looked like an office when I heard an amused voice at my back. "Got that covered, baby girl. They're all outside right now. In fact, I think the whole fucking city is out there," my father said, running into the room with his hair a mess, and his tie he'd worn to work that day askewed, and my mother's hand in a death grip. He wasted no time gathering her into his arms. God,
I thought you both were lost to me. The words, whispered with so much emotion, had the power to nearly send me to my knees. Turning my gaze to Miller, knowing I had the same thing with him that my parents had, I offered him my hand. Let's do it. Chapter 21. Drink responsibly. As in, don't fucking spill it. Note to self. Mercy. What do you want to go do? He asked softly as we walked outside in the beautiful afternoon, hand in hand. I smiled. I have something you'll want to see, and I swear to God if they did it without me, I'm going to kill them. We stopped short, though, when a man on a bike stood and smiled at us. Sam, I said happily. He cocked his head. How do you know who I was? I gestured to Miller. You've got a fan club, plus your mommy-in-law talks about you a lot. Sam smiled. Good to know. He offered his hand first to Miller, then to me. Got married? He asked, eyeing the ring that would now be a permanent fixture on my hand. Yep. Someone couldn't even wait for his parents to arrive, I said, looking up at my man, my husband. But we're having a reception this weekend. You should come. Sam's lips twitched. Sure thing, honey. I just wanted to thank you. Miller's arms encircled my neck as he kissed the top of my head. He had a slight tremor to his movements still, and I could tell he was still pretty shaken up from the day's activities. Yeah, he nodded, eyes connecting with Miller. She saved our lives. Miller nodded, something passing between them. I hear you had a lot to do with that, too. Sam shrugged. I wasn't the one on the phone, though. I had a gun on me and everything, and there wasn't a single thing I could do without knowing she didn't have a fail switch on her. Your girl kept calm, related all to the police, and in the end was the one to distract her so I could take her down. She's the real hero. I blushed at the praise. I don't know about all that, but thanks. On that note, I've got to get home to my wife and kids. They're still pretty shaken up. I just wanted to introduce myself and say that if you ever needed anything, I'm here. With that, he handed me a card and turned to his motorcycle. He swung his muscular leg over the powerful machine, started it up, and roared off. You're drooling. Your husband's right next to you, and you're drooling over another man, Miller said cheekily. I pinched him and looked down at the card. Freebirds, 100988 Freedom Drive, Kilgore, Texas. I think you need to get a motorcycle, I said teasingly. He looked at me weird. I have a motorcycle. I just keep it at Trance's place because I have to have my cruiser on me at all times. My mouth dropped open as he held the door to his truck open. After all this time, you've had a motorcycle and haven't once offered to take me for a ride? He smiled and then leaned into me, working his hips in between my splayed thighs. Honey, I'll take you for a ride any time you want me to. All you have to do is say the word, he said against my lips. I grinned and then took advantage of his open mouth by sweeping my tongue inside. He groaned, pulling me closer into his body. Something rigid pressed into my pussy through my jeans, and I knew for a fact that that wasn't his flashlight. My hands latched onto him desperately, holding him to me with every bit of strength I possessed. My belly started to flutter, and I was gasping at the intenseness of the kiss. Miller, I breathed. Wanting him closer, I started to pull him into the car with me, but he stayed my hands. You said you had an appointment, he said, leaning his forehead against mine as we both fought for breath. Fuck the appointment, I said. He chuckled and pulled back even further, then went ahead and swung my legs into the truck before buckling me in. Hey, I said breathlessly. He grinned at me. We have the rest of our lives. I pouted but didn't argue. So where are we going? He asked once he started the truck up. I gave him the address, which he drove to while holding my hand in his. I studied the connection as he played with the large rock he'd placed on my finger in the judge's chamber only an hour before. His finger twisted it back and forth on my hand, and I loved it. You're kidding me, Miller said in denial. I looked up, smiling when Miller stopped short of the house. Disengaging my hand from his, I got out and walked up to Brock, who was sitting in the bucket of the track hoe, kicked back reading the newspaper. "You ready?" I asked. He eyed me up and down. I assumed surveying for an injury, but said nothing else. Only stood and walked around to the track hoe's side and then climbed into the seat. "Let's do it." With that, he rounded his arm high above his head, causing Maine to nod on his own piece of machinery, followed shortly by the rest of my crew. Then they demolished Linda's house and all the memories that went with it. "You're a fucking nut," he said, shaking his head in denial. "That was a perfectly good house. You could have given it to someone." I nodded. "Yeah, I sure could have. I've given quite a bit to this community, though. It was time I did something for me. That house has a lot of negative memories in them. I needed it to go." He opened the truck door for me, and I waved at the guys who were still picking up the rubble while the neighborhood watched, before getting inside. He leaned in, gave me a possessive kiss on the mouth, and walked to his side of the truck. "You want to go see what I've been working on?" Miller asked, eyes shining with mirth as he continued to watch the house come down in a pile of rubble and splinters of wood. I grinned at him, wrapping my hand around his, and nodded. "Anything you want to do, I'm there. Unless it's cleaning. I don't like to clean." He winked. "Duly noted." The drive was a lot longer than I thought it'd be, but really it was only 20 minutes or so outside of the city. "That's where Nico lives," he said, gesturing to the massive black gate without taking his hand off the steering wheel. My eyes widened as I saw the man in question walking down the drive, shirtless. I licked my lips. The man was gorgeous, and his dark looks and brooding personality only seemed to add to his appeal. "Where are we going? I thought this was a dead end," I said, tearing my eyes away from Nico. Nico's wife, Georgia, was a new friend of mine, and I felt it prudent not to ogle her husband. Nico raised his hand to us as we passed, and I waved back at him. Miller didn't even bother to do anything more than a chin lift, which Nico did back before we passed him. "You're not answering me," I said, looking at Miller's face. He was grinning, smiling so wide that I feared his next actions. Veering off the road, he pulled into a driveway that I'd never seen before on the opposite side of Nico's property. "What? Oh my God! That's the old Holmes homestead! When did they get an entrance on this side? Hey, they painted too!" I said in surprise. The Holmes homestead was somewhat of a fairy tale in Kilgore. The Holmes homestead was one of the oldest and most beautiful places in the state. It had been featured on the cover of many magazines for quite some years now. It was known mostly for the millions and millions of bluebonnets that graced its rolling pasture land during the year. They didn't allow the public to cross their land, but if we were lucky, some of the bluebonnets would grow underneath the fence, and we could take some pictures in them on the side of the road. I hadn't realized, though, that there was another entrance. "How'd you find this?" I asked warily. He grinned. "I saved the granddaughter last month when she fell from her horse. The granddaughter was 6 and lost. I found her wandering along the side of Stone Road, scared and cold." "So they're letting you go on their land?" I asked worriedly. I really didn't want to get sent to jail for trespassing, which was something the Holmes did on occasion. They hated when people came on their land to take pictures, which was something someone inevitably tried to do every year. "Actually," he said, getting out of the truck, "it's ours." I followed him. "What's ours?" He gestured to the house. It was a massive house with huge white pillars in the front, holding up the porch and second-floor balcony. It had been repainted lately. No longer was the paint peeling and flaking. Now it was a beautiful white with red accents. "The house." I froze, turning around to look at him. "It's our house," he said again, once I didn't say anything. "The place is ours. The Holmes family sold it to me." "What? How?" I asked, my mind reeling. This place had to have cost a fortune. "I told you I had money.
Well, not much anymore, but I put down a fucking whack on this house to buy it. I'd heard you talking about it the other day to Memphis, about how beautiful it was, so I went and asked, and it must have been the right time to do so because old Mr. Holmes decided to sell. His kids live in Alaska and have a good business going up there. There's no reason not to sell. He moved to Alaska to spend more time with his grandkids, and I got his house, he explained. I got out of the car and warily walked across the front lawn. "This is what you've been doing over the last week?" I gasped, running my hands along the red pillars that grace the front porch. He winked. "Yeah. Me and the boys have been busting our ass to make it livable. Foster says you owe him a month's worth of home-cooked meals." "Foster can move in for all I care. This place is the freaking bomb," I said excitedly, rushing up the steps. I tried the door, but it was locked. "It's locked," I said smartly. He winked and then reached into his pocket, withdrawing his massive key ring, and handed it to me. "It's the new one." It was easy to find. All the keys on his ring were bronze, or really old-looking. The only new-looking one on the entire ring was incredibly easy to spot. The inscription on the key said, "Mercy me." I tossed him a smile, then opened the door, gasping at the sight before me. "Oh, it's beautiful!" I squealed, jumping up and down. Uh-oh. Those are stairs. I've never had stairs before. Those should prove exciting when I'm as big as a house in a few months. His eyes widened as he took in the stairs, me, and then the stairs again. "I can move everything downstairs," I snorted. "I was just kidding. I think I can handle the stairs. Don't worry." I could tell by the look on his face that he was going to worry, but I chose not to make a big deal of it and went about touring the house. "Oh, wow," I said. "The kitchen is beautiful." The countertops were a dark slate gray. "Are these concrete?" He nodded. "It was interesting seeing those going in. Your men are miracle workers." "My crew did this?" I asked, turning to look at his face. "Yep," he said, pointing at the cabinets. "They did those, too. The guys and I just focused on the things we were good at, such as painting and the floors. The back deck was us, too." I followed him through the house as he pointed out this and that. He sounded so proud of what he'd done that it nearly made me laugh. I managed to hold it in, though. "And this," he said, stopping at a closed door, "isn't either one of ours." I blinked. When he opened the door, I gasped. "Oh," I breathed. I walked into the room slowly, taking in the soft gray walls and the dark gray carpet. There wasn't much more than that to see except for one single thing. "It's beautiful," I said, running my hand slowly over the beautiful wood. "Where'd you get it?" "Online," he said, running his hand over the wood, too. "I got round because I thought it was cool. All the other cribs looked bland in comparison." The crib was a unique one, that was for sure. It was completely round with a gray tint to it. The structure and craftsmanship of the crib was exquisite. "It's beautiful, Miller. I love it." Tears started to slowly leak from my eyes, and I turned to see him staring at me, studying my face with a small smile kicking up the corner of his lips. "I'm glad you like it," he rumbled. "It's non-refundable." I snorted. "You're such a shit." He pulled me into my arms and walked me out of the room, taking me to the last door that we'd yet to see. "And this," he said, throwing open the door, "is our room." It was massive. The walls were a similar color to the rest of the house, but the crown molding at the top of the ceilings really made the color pop. The only thing in the entire room, like the baby's bedroom, was a bed. This one was a 4-poster king-sized behemoth. "Wow," I said, walking up to the bed and flopping the top half of my body down onto it. "This thing is massive." "It's big enough to get the job done," he agreed, pushing up behind me. Suddenly, my mind wasn't on the decor anymore. Now it was focused on more important things, such as the fact that I just married the man currently grinding his massive cock into the crack of my ass.
He slowly slid his hands around my hips, zeroing in on the apex of my thighs. Once his hands reached their desired location, he started to rub along the seam of my jeans, rubbing me so perfectly that I moaned in need. "I think we should have some married sex. See how it compares to non-married sex," he rumbled, going down to his knees behind me. I went up to one hand and jerkily unbuttoned my jeans. The rasp of the zipper was loud in the empty room, seeming to echo off the walls. I swallowed thickly and waited with impatience as he slowly slipped my jeans down over my hips. His hot mouth started to trail kisses up the inside of my thighs as he tugged my tennis shoes free from my feet, then leisurely divested me of my socks, pants, and panties. I gasped when he licked the seam of my sex, his tongue poking into my folds as he licked me from my clit all the way to my perineum. "Oh, sweet Mother Mary," I gasped, eyes rolling into the back of my head. His tongue went to town, teasing my clit, licking my juices up and fucking me to the best of his ability, which was fucking great. There was never one thing I'd complain about with Miller. He always read me like an open book, and never failed to get me hot and bothered. "Please," I gasped, pushing back into him. He chuckled against my pussy, rubbing his nose and lips up and down my thigh. "Please what?" "Fuck me," I gasped out. "Fuck me, please?" "Fuck me now? Fuck me, husband?" he asked for clarification. Some of the lust haze cleared, pulling my mind back to the here and now long enough to say, "Fuck me now, husband. Please." Oh, man, it felt awesome saying those words, so I said it again. "Husband, I want you now. I want your hot, fat cock inside me, filling me up so full that I can't see straight. I want you to dig your feet into the carpet at our feet and pump me so full of you that I—" Yes! He filled me with his cock so quickly that I never even had time to think. One second, I was talking dirty to him, and the next, he was inside of me, pumping so hard and fast that I couldn't catch my breath. His hand went up and ripped the band from my hair, causing my long brown locks to fall into a tangled mess against my back, which was what he'd obviously wanted. He took a firm hold with one hand, while the other went to my hip. "Feel good?" he asked, rotating his hips so the head of his cock ground against that sensitive spot inside me that only he'd been able to reach. The only thing I could do was grunt in affirmation as I closed my eyes and clawed at the bare mattress, looking for purchase where there wasn't any. "Harder," I said, needing some more. I could practically hear the smile on his face. "What else do you want, baby girl?" I closed my eyes and whispered, "Your eyes, you on top, filling me hard, staring into my eyes as I come." He slowed to a stop, then slowly withdrew from my body with a groan. Once again, the sound echoed off the room's empty walls as he moved back and gave me room to turn over. "Go to the middle of the bed," he said, shucking his shirt and pants, "and lose your top." I sat forward and pulled my shirt off my body, tossing it across the room as I fell back into place. He grinned and crawled up between my splayed thighs, prowling as he came. His rigid cock bounced, the skin of his length shiny with my wetness. A bead of pre-cum gathered on the tip, and I licked my lips, wanting to lick it so bad I could barely stay in place. He moved too fast, though, fitting himself up between my thighs and sliding back in with no resistance whatsoever. My mouth dropped open in a silent scream as he filled me, once again. His beautiful blue eyes stayed locked on mine as he moved faster and faster. My breast jolted with each smack of his hips. Each thrust moved me further and further up the bed until my head was hanging slightly off the other side. "Harder?" he asked, studying my face. I nodded. "Harder," he growled, ramping up his speed until the sharp smack, smack, smack of our bodies cheered us on. "Oh," I said when the first signs of my pending orgasm started to pour over me. My nipples beaded, and my clit swelled. My eyes narrowed to slits, and I stayed connected with him as his cock stroked my orgasm out of me. Yes, I breathed, making his eyes clench shut tightly at the pleasure in my voice. He grunted hard, muscles of his arms bunching on either side of my head. Our heartbeats sped, and my voice left me as he started to release inside of me. Long seconds later, I came back to earth with Miller collapsed on top of me, his sweaty, muscled body pinning me down between him and the mattress. "We're going to make a mess on the new bed," I said breathily. He grunted. "We'll see about that," he said, pushing his arms around my back and standing with me. I squeaked as he stayed firmly inside of me as he walked us to the bathroom. "Now we'll break in the shower. The rest of the house happens tomorrow." I giggled and kissed his neck. That'll be the day.
Miller. I walked up the stairs to our apartment, thankful that it'd be the last night there. Nothing against apartment living, but I was tired of living so close to people. It gave me the creeps to have someone not just below me, but on either side of me, too. "I'm surprised you didn't somehow find a magical way to get all of our stuff over there," Mercy said beside me. I looked down at her, still just as much thankful now, 7 hours after she'd been released from the bank, as the moment I'd witnessed it happening. I wasn't really sure what the hell happened with me. All of a sudden, though, I just knew. I knew she was going to have to be my wife, and I had to have it done right then and there, or everything wouldn't be all right. I admit I'd overreacted, but I couldn't help it. She just brought out a side of me that wasn't very caring of anybody's opinions but my own. That day will forever be ingrained inside my head. I don't ever want to witness that again, feel what poured through me when I realized you were in there, I said quietly. She squeezed my hand. "I'm sorry, Miller. I wish I could take it back. Make it not happen." "If it hadn't happened, we wouldn't know that Linda Moose was behind the whole thing," Foster said from the top of the stairs. He was leaning against the side of the door, one hand wrapped around a beer bottle and the other scratching the back of his head. "Wait," I said, halting our forward momentum. "You're telling me Linda was in on this, too?" "Oh, it gets even better," Foster said, swinging the door open wide. As we stepped inside, I came to a halt at our front door, surprised to see not only the men from the SWAT team, but the chief, Mercy's father, as well as the few of the men from Free. Free was the organization that James belonged to, as well as Sam. It all started when the unit Sam had been captain of started to disband. When they all retired from the Army, they started a custom motorcycle shop. On the side, though, they had somewhat of an underground railroad where they helped women, children, and even some men get free of abusive relationships. They set them up with a new life, sometimes nearly all the way across the country from where they'd previously lived. "What's with all the cars?" Mercy asked at my back as she closed the door behind us. "You having a going-away party in there?" Foster snorted. "Actually, no." With that, he started gesturing to the men and introduced the ones to Mercy that she didn't know. "This is Gabe, Max, and Jack. They're all partial owners of the custom motorcycle shop, Free. They're also aware of what I'm about to tell you." I blinked, surprised. "And what would that be?" I asked, crossing my arms over my chest and taking in the men. "Sarah says that Linda was behind the murder of Ferris Blue, too," Foster explained, gesturing to a signed confession that was on the coffee table between us. I bent down and picked it up, reading what Sarah said word for word. "Holy shit," I said, surprised. "What the fuck? How did we not see her?" "Makeup. She also cut off all her hair. There's nothing more than a buzz cut left," Gabe said. Gabe was Puerto Rican. He had dark eyes, even darker hair, and a year-round tan. The tats on his arms gave a dark and deadly look to him, and I knew he was the first to catch Mercy's attention. She backed into me slowly, wary of all the men now filling the apartment. Gabe was also a really good guy, something that I could tell easily in the year that I'd known him. "Why hasn't she been arrested yet?" I asked, picking up the picture of what Linda last looked like. "Nobody can find her. She disappeared the day she got kicked out of the house," Luke said. "We've got a bolo out on her, but she's good. Nobody's seen her at all, even her ex-husband." I took the last remaining seat, which happened to be a kitchen chair that was made of old leather. Once I was situated, I pulled Mercy down onto my lap and wrapped my arms around her, effectively cocooning her in my strength. She'd been awfully quiet since she'd learned of Linda's involvement, and I was worried. Worried that her head was back in that church where her whole life had changed in a single instant of time. Where her boyfriend, the man she was supposed to count on above all others, had turned on her, had taken his hand to her, beaten her senseless, and then raped her for all to see. She surprised me, though, by asking, "So what are y'all going to do?" A knock on the door had Foster standing to move towards it. Astonishingly, the man that came in was Silas. "Finally, what have you got for us?" Sam asked roughly. "If you'd chill your tits, he'd be able to talk, big fucking brother," Sebastian growled as he, too, pushed his way past Silas. Sam snorted and offered his hand to his brother, and I smiled, seeing a little of myself and Foster in the two of them. "Move out of the way, this is fucking heavy," Trance's voice called from the hallway. Speaking of brothers, I looked away from Sebastian and Sam to find Trance walking in with what amounted to a large stack of papers on top of about 10 boxes of pizza. "Happy wedding dinner, big brother," Trance said as he sat the offerings on the coffee table. Mercy giggled, snuggling her nose into my neck. "This wasn't exactly how I thought our wedding night would go," she said dryly. I snorted. "We had a good run. I don't think I'll ever be free of these boys. They're going to be permanent fixtures, especially these two." I gestured towards Trance and Foster, who were fighting over the same piece of pizza, a more crust-than-pizza piece which had a huge bubble of dough on top of it. "I wish I had brothers like yours," she whispered. I squeezed her tightly. "You can have them any time you want." "Some wedding night," Foster teased once I sat back into my seat. Mercy had fallen asleep about 20 minutes after eating, and I'd carried her to our room, kissing her on the cheek and tucking her in before I left. It wasn't too bad. She liked the house, I told them. "Which house?" Sam asked. "The old Holmes homestead," I explained, grabbing a slice of cold pizza and biting into it. "I tried to get that land when I first moved here. The old fucker told me to fuck off and eat shit." Sam laughed. "I think," Luke said, leaning forward to study the papers on the table in front of him, "that she's here. She's following Mercy, and since Mercy's here, Linda won't be far behind." I nodded. I'd come to that conclusion as well. "She couldn't have been far," Sam said. "Someone had to help that crazy fuck from this morning get into that bomb. It was strapped to her chest." We sobered, thinking again about what could have gone wrong. "You're a lucky motherfucker, big brother. I'm glad you made it," Sebastian said into the quiet. "I would have taken your wife in as a concubine for you, but your kids are fucking crazy. I don't think they all could have come." Sam elbowed Sebastian. "At least my kids wear clothes. That's more than I can say for your son." Sebastian smiled. "Yeah, he's pretty beastly like that." "Back to business, boys."
Chapter 22. Do not ring this doorbell unless you're offering me $1 million and you have it on hand. That, or you're Ryan Reynolds. If you wake me while I'm sleeping, I'll never let you forget it. And that means you too, Mr. Mailman. Words of wisdom from a pregnant person. Mercy.
"All right, so you believe you're around 10 weeks gestation, is that what you said?"
Dr. Mead asked. I nodded at him. Yes. The door to the room burst open, and Miller, dressed in his SWAT gear, burst through.
"Shit, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to be late. I didn't miss it, did I? Luke underestimated the time it'd take to run the course."
I shook my head, a smile breaking out over my face. "Nope, the doctor was just about to do an ultrasound," I answered, holding my hand out to him. "I'd appreciate it if you closed the door, though, so the staff and other patients didn't see my hoo-hoo." He smiled sheepishly.
"Sorry."
Once the door was closed, he came to my side, eyes focused on the screen instead of the huge mother-loving wand about to go up my vagina.
"Are you the man that saved that little girl a few months back?"
Dr. Mead asked, holding the wand out to the nurse. Thankfully, though, the woman that said she'd be there got there. Nothing against the doctor, but I really wasn't looking forward to having him shove that thing inside of me. I still wasn't a big fan of men being near me when I was so vulnerable, and, lucky for me, I wouldn't have to go through that. "Sorry," she said excitedly. "We had a young woman in a few minutes ago, pregnant with triplets. I just had to go get a quick look. Are you ready?" At my nod, she applied a generous amount of lube and then eased it inside of me. I winced, heart starting to race slightly at the invasion, but Miller stopped the panic in its tracks. Miller kissed my nose, running his bearded jaw over my face. I giggled and pushed him away. "You're so weird." He winked at me, those baby blues boring into mine before he turned back to the screen.
"All right,"
the stenographer said, clicking away at something.
"This is your baby."
I looked at the screen, then squinted.
"It looks like a big old blob."
The doctor and the stenographer laughed, as did the nurse.
That does it. Next time you have your sonogram, he or she will look a little more human-like. And notice I said a little more. I get he looks like an alien quite a bit. I'd say 9.5 weeks or a little less, the doctor guessed. My heart raced. 9 weeks would put it just shy of the night that Miller and I had... I shut the thought down. I'd promised myself I wouldn't question it. What's done was done, and we were going to be a happy family no matter what. Yes, Mrs. Brewer confirmed. 9 weeks. The due date should be around the first week in October. Miller squeezed my hand. That's the week of my birthday. His grin was contagious, and I couldn't help but kiss his hand, excited that he was excited. All right, Mrs. Brewer said, hitting a couple more buttons on the screen. Paper started to print out, and she handed us both a copy. There you go, baby's first picture. I started to cry. Miller cleared his throat and then tucked it into the front of his pocket, right above his heart and directly behind his badge. Perfect, I said, sitting up once the wand was taken from me. Now, I'll want to see you back in a month. We should be close to telling the sex of the baby by then, the doctor said as he headed towards the door. Is there anything else you need? I shook my head. No, you've answered them all. Thank you. With that, the room emptied, and I was left alone with Miller. Well, I asked him. He'd been staring at the picture still in my hand, eyes never wavering. His gaze slid to me. I'm happy. My tears, which had just started to dry up, started to well again. I'm happy too. So happy I could scream. He leaned forward and gave me a kiss on the forehead. Just wait till we're outside or they'll think I'm beating you. I snorted and hopped up, my ass flapping free of the paper gown they had me in. Miller took advantage and smacked it, causing me to jump in surprise. Hey, I said indignantly. He grinned. It was hanging out. It wasn't my fault. I glared at him but got dressed anyway. Do you want to head to lunch after this? I asked, slipping my shirt back on over my head. Sure, he said. I looked over my shoulder to see him staring at my ass and had to laugh. Down, boy! He winked, grabbing my panties off the chair and tossing them at my face. If you don't want me to look, how about you cover it? I caught the panties and slipped them on, making quick work of putting them and my pants on. My shoes came last, but since I was wearing flip-flips, it didn't much matter. Ready, I said, snatching my picture from his hand and shouldering my purse. He pulled my hair. Lead the way, mercy me. I did. Down the hallway, out of the office, and into the bright sunshine. My hair whipped about my face at the blast of wind, and I giggled when it flew into Miller's face. What shocked me, though, was that his eyes were alert and oriented on something far out into the parking lot. What is it? I said, catching my hair and twisting it before tucking it under my shirt. His eyes followed an old black car out of the parking lot, watching it drive down the road unhurriedly. Miller? I asked in concern. His eyes didn't meet mine until the car was completely gone from his sight. Yeah? He asked. What was it? He shook his head. Nothing. It was nothing. Linda. The next morning. Do you see this, my son? Do you see the craziness? Look at our house. I can't believe you gave that to her of all people. I gestured to our old place with a sweep of my hand. My eyes turned from the ruined house to the silver urn that was holding my son's ashes, the one I'd been carrying around since he'd been handed back over to me. The paper delivery driver stopped at the end of the driveway, gawked at the place where our home had once stood only 12 hours before, and finally threw the paper. Why, I couldn't tell you. It was more than obvious, even to me, that the house's occupants were no longer there. Nonetheless, though, I walked down there and retrieved it. It was a habit, keeping up with the happenings in the city. If I didn't know what was going on around me, I seemed to be a little unsettled.
My son had kept me grounded, and now that he was gone because of that stupid bitch of a whore, I no longer had that peace that used to keep me calm. Then, what little calm I had evaporated when I saw the story on the front page of the paper. Hometown sweetheart marries Kilgore SWAT officer. That stupid bitch! Didn't she realize what kind of prize she had in my son, what kind of life he could have given her? Then the words underneath captured my gaze, and I knew what I had to do. Couple to celebrate their wedding this Saturday night at Sacred Spur Ranch. Bye-bye, Mr. and Mrs. Spurlock. I hope you burn in hell. Chapter 23. I didn't choose this life. I chose him. Mercy. Mercy. 2 days later. Sometimes my brain shuts off where I sort of zone out for a while, and it's nice to know that when I snap out of it, I can turn to you and be like, we need to build a fallout shelter to protect ourselves from the zombie apocalypse, and you'll give it serious consideration. I said into the microphone at our reception dinner, my eyes on my husband. That's why I wanted to marry you. You put up with my quirkiness. You protect me, shelter me, and love me. There's not one thing I would change about our relationship. It may have started on the verge of impossible, but you stuck with me and loved me through it. I love you, Miller Genuine Spurlock, and I'm proud to be your wife. My eyes started to fill with tears during the first of the speech, and by the end of it, I was genuinely crying, tears pouring down my face in fast rivulets. Miller leaned forward and captured my mouth, pressing his warm lips against mine. I love the way your lips get soft when you cry. I love the way you look at me when I wake you up in the morning after a long day at work. I love the way you watch me drive down the street until you can't see me anymore. What I love most of all, though, is your heart. Your will to overcome. The way you continuously face the day when most people would have crawled into a hole and died. My wish for the rest of our lives is that I can live up to the man you've made me out to be, and forever offer you a shoulder to rely on. I love you more, Mercy me. To the moon and back, to infinity and beyond. I'm over the fucking rainbow in love with you, he said into the microphone that was still clutched in my hands. Language, I said, placing my hand over his mouth. The crowd that was watching us laughed, and I turned to smile at the people that were at our reception. So happy I could burst. All right, there's one last thing we have to do before we can cut the cake, Memphis said, gesturing towards a chair that was in the back of the room. My heart started to flutter, and I knew what was about to happen. He was about to see the garter I was wearing, as were the rest of the guests. And it proved to be fun. He loved the garter, and the fact that nearly my entire leg was exposed wasn't nearly as big of a deal as I made it out to be. Although having Miller's large shoulders wedged between my legs also had something to do with not caring. 20 minutes after we cut our cake and the last goodbye was said, Miller and I headed to the car while the crowd around us threw birdseed. You ready, Mrs. Spurlock? Miller said, circling the garter he'd pried off my leg with his teeth around on his finger. I blushed and dropped into the seat, laughing when he bent over me and hung the garter from his rearview mirror. He stopped halfway out to give me a peck on the lips, then turned to wave at his friends and mine one more time. As Miller and I drove off and the crowd of people stood behind us, I waved, turning around in my seat to do so. Miller smacked my ass. Turn around and put your seatbelt on. It was in that moment that I saw the car come out of nowhere. It smashed into our right side like a battering ram. Miller threw his arm out, gathering me to him, holding on for dear life while we were thrown this way and that. We must have spun no less than 15 times, finally coming to a stop against what I assumed was another vehicle. My head, though, was a swirl of confusion. My eyes were open, but I wasn't seeing anything. Shots rang out, an engine roared, a man screamed. More shots pierced through my fog. Even those couldn't make me understand. I must have hit my head because when I tried to look around, all I heard was screaming. She's hurt. Get him out. She's bleeding from her head. Foster's fucked up. My baby. Foster's hurt. Bad. It's Linda. My thoughts finally swirled back online long enough for 3 thoughts to pour through me. Oh, please don't let Foster be hurt. Where is Miller? Why can't I hear Miller? Linda, you cocksucker!
Miller. My head was pounding, but I put one foot in front of the other. I could do no less. My mind was a riot of emotions as I walked down the hall, leaving Mercy sleeping in her hospital bed. She was all right, but it could have been worse. She could have been pinned in her seat, crushed because her seatbelt wouldn't let her move. Had she not had her seatbelt off, she'd have been crushed. I'd have lost both her and the baby in one fell swoop. "Is he awake yet?" I asked Trance as he walked towards me with Vidi. She shook her head. "Not yet. They expect it to happen any time, though." "Thank you," I said quietly. "Do you mind if we take the stairs?" "No problem," Vidi said, turning to the door instead of the elevators once we reached the end of the hall. We climbed silently, both of us in our own little worlds. I loved the hell out of Vidi. She was so intuitive and always knew when to shut up or talk it out. This was one of those shut-up times. She didn't try to get me talking like most would do. Only walked at my side, climbing the steps one by one until we reached the surgical ICU. "What room is he in?" I asked quietly. "First door on the right. They deemed him a flight risk. He's the furthest away from the elevators and the closest to the nurses' station," Vidi explained. "Humph," I said. "That won't keep him where he's supposed to be. It'll only make it easier for him to escape." "That's what I told them, but the nurses know best, or at least that's what the nurse I told it to said," Vidi explained, turning into the first room. Trance was sitting at Foster's side reading something on his phone. Foster's eyes were open and glaring at Trance, whom I guessed had refused to say a word, as was his usual. He didn't do conflict well, and by the look in Foster's eyes, he knew a storm was a-brewing. "What the fuck happened?" Foster seethed. Trance grimaced and stood. "I think Vidi and I will—" "Sit," I said, pointing back at the seat. "Foster, they had to take your leg from the knee down." Trance didn't sit. He left, taking Vidi with him. Foster stared at me, like I'd grown a second head, and then jackknifed up in the bed to stare at the blanket where you could definitely see the outline of his leg missing. "You're telling me that I've made it through 3 tours in the goddamn sandbox," he said softly. "Countless missions as a SEAL. And the way I lose a motherfucking leg is by some royal bitch running me the fuck over?" I winced as my brother's voice went from soft and deadly to an all-out roar. "They got her, though. She was caught red-handed," Luke said tiredly from behind me. We'd all been here all night. Me because I'd been with Mercy. Luke and the rest of them had split their time with Foster and Mercy, going back and forth to hand off updates on the other. "And what was her reasoning?" Foster shot back. "Revenge," I said, walking tiredly into the room. "She hated Mercy so much from the first time she met her that she took it upon herself to ruin Mercy's life. She killed Ferris Blue after he went into the bathroom after Mercy. Her only reasoning was that she couldn't let another man have what was her son's." Foster snarled a curse. "That fucking bitch." I nodded, looking down at the bed, at the empty spot where my brother's leg was supposed to be. "You ready to talk to the doctor?" I asked. "Fuck the doctor," Foster growled. "Where's Mercy?" I smiled. "The maternity ward. They had to monitor the baby while you were having your foot chopped off." He blinked, then threw the covers off the bed. "Get me some crutches," he ordered. I blinked. "You can't move." "I had a leg amputated. I'm not a cripple," he snapped. "Let me go ask the doctor." I hesitated. Turning around, I walked out to the nurse's station to the first doctor I saw. "I need you to come talk to my brother. Now," I said hurriedly. The man and his bushy eyebrows looked at me in surprise. "Who's this?" Nonetheless, he came with me, picking up the chart when I told him the room number. "I'm a cardiologist, not an orthopedic surgeon, but I'll try my best." "Where is he?" He accompanied me into Foster's room, but it was empty. "Motherfucker," I sighed and then said, "Never mind. I know where he is." I found him exactly where I thought he'd be. In bed, directly next to my wife. His wounded leg propped up on a pillow in the middle of the bed. All his cords and drains hooked on the bed and hanging in a jumbled mess at his side. How he'd even managed to get in the bed was beyond me, let alone get down here. He was always a stubborn one, our Foster. If anyone could tackle this hurdle, it'd be him. Mercy sat crying on Foster's shoulder, her eyes pouring tears as she apologized to him over and over again for bringing that monster into his life. It's okay, Mercy me. We'll kick life's ass, you and me together. Linda's not even a player in our game anymore. I'm just glad you're all right, Foster said, leaning his head against hers. She didn't see the revenge in his eyes, though. Didn't see the rage burning deep. A rage so pure and all-encompassing that I knew it'd explode. It was just a matter of time. Miller. 3 months later. Foster's developed a bit of a reputation around town, Mercy said, eyeing Foster as he limped up to the front of the restaurant. He staggered inside, and not one single person got into his way. He literally had everyone, and I do mean everyone, move out of his way. That was because people had a fine-tuned instinct to avoid danger, and Foster was that in a nutshell. 100% dangerous. He was a live wire of built-up aggression and resentment. He didn't blame anyone, except Linda, for his condition, but he wasn't giving anybody anything anymore. Gone was the carefree Foster, who had a laugh for absolutely everyone, and in its place was a man that was so mad at the world that he could barely function. He was now known on the force as Crush. We'd all seen the video. Foster had impossibly been the one to apprehend Linda. She'd hit us, and then thrown her car into reverse, hitting Foster in her attempt to get away. Although he'd been taken down, he was most certainly not out. In the video, you can see him get up, using only one leg, and take out the car's tires. Linda overcorrects and spins into a tree, all in the span of 30 seconds. Foster had saved the day, but he'd also lost his leg to a crush injury. Hence the nickname Crush, and the entire community of Kilgore now looked out for the Crush. In fact, he was very well known, as well as the hot cop who gave tickets to everyone, even old ladies. "What are you smiling about?" Mercy asked me. "You see that girl over there?" I asked, pointing towards the booth by the door. "Yes," Mercy said, turning her gaze to the old man and the young woman eating lunch together. The girl was a spitfire, something half the department had witnessed when she'd come in to protest a ticket that Foster had written her grandfather. Foster wrote that old man a ticket yesterday morning, and the granddaughter came in to protest it. She lit into Foster like I'd never seen before, and I thought Foster was going to lose his newfound cool. I laughed, thinking about his reaction he'd had to her, but he held on to it, just barely, and then she knocked into his shoulder on her way out. Mercy nodded, enraptured with the story. Foster was her hero, and she loved him to pieces. Sometimes I had the distinct feeling that she favored Foster over me at times, but I'd figured out that it was just a special bond that the two had. He was now living with us, full-time. We'd moved him out of the apartment the day after he'd been released from the hospital after his amputation, paying the rent, even though nobody was there. This week had been his first week back on the force, but he still hadn't requalified to be on the SWAT team. He fell down, and she just sniffed at him, tossing a laugh over her shoulder as she left. I've never, not in my life, seen him as mad as he was right then, even after finding out that Linda wasn't going to jail but to a psych facility. 2 months ago, the state of Texas had decided that prison wasn't the right fit for Linda and had sentenced her to a high-security psychiatric ward where they'd be monitoring her for the rest of her life, never having the ability to leave for parole. Which worked for all of us. We were happy that she'd never have the possibility of getting out again. Our child would be safe from her forever. "Uh-oh," Mercy said. "She's getting up." I turned my eyes from my wife's face to find the girl practically bowling through the tables to get to Foster. "Hey, you!" the girl yelled. Foster froze and slowly turned to face the girl. "Yeah?" Foster asked, his stoic features not giving a single bit of his feelings away. Foster's hands went to his hips as he took in the girl. "Do you know anything about my grandfather's car getting fixed?" the girl accused. Foster didn't move. Mercy leaned closer, her arm going around my shoulders to get more comfortable as she listened. Her belly pressed up against my arm, and I felt the life we'd created stir underneath her skin. I smiled, looking down at her belly, as I lifted my hand to rest on the small swell. "What time do we have to go to the gender screening?" I asked, turning to study Mercy's face. She'd put on some weight since I'd met her all those months ago, but in my opinion she looked just as good now as she had then, if not even better. I was partial to the ways the baby had changed her, especially when it came to her ass and tits. The belly wasn't a letdown either. "Shh," Mercy hissed, covering my mouth with her hand. I rolled my eyes and turned back to survey the altercation taking place in the middle of Catfish Charlie's like the rest of the place was doing. "Well, if it was you, I don't want to accept charity, so I took the tires off the car and sent them back to the retailer. If it wasn't you, then whatever," the girl said, turning on her heel and stomping off. Foster watched her go back to the table before turning around and making his way to us. His face was what I would describe as thunderous. Pissed was only a fraction of what was on his face right then. Gone was his new, cool composure. In its place was the old Foster, the one who was hot-headed and emotional. One that I missed. One that I was happy that girl had just pulled forth from him. The moment Foster sat, I smiled at Mercy. "He bought her the tires," I said to her. Mercy's laughing eyes turned to me. "He bought her the tires," she confirmed. "You can both go fuck off. Maybe join that snotty woman when you go," Foster muttered angrily. Literally, how could he expect me not to laugh? That was what brothers were for, right?
Chapter 24. I like your outfit. Did it come with the stripper boots as well? Mercy's secret thoughts. Mercy. All right, the announcer, which happened to be Bennett, yelled through the microphone. I winced as his voice hit a particularly high note, but nonetheless hefted my big ass up and started to clap. The firefighters and the cops of Kilgore were competing to see who could raise most at the auction. I, of course, had to be here out of moral support for my husband. Husband. That still felt so weird to say. Even now, 5 months later. It felt like just yesterday that we'd met, and now here I was, 9.5 months pregnant with our child, at an auction that he'd made me promise to win so he wouldn't have to go home with some weirdo. All right, ladies, Foster boomed. It's time for everyone to get a look at what they're getting. This first thing we're going to do is give y'all a sneak preview. Please, ladies, do not grab the men inappropriately. Any of you ladies that break that will be escorted out of the premises, understand? Does that mean me too? I mean, if I was the one to touch my husband inappropriately, I wouldn't be escorted out, would I? I'd like to see them try. It'd be quite funny for them to do that without touching me. Something that, if they did, Miller might just lose his shit like he'd done last week when we'd gone to the police station. He'd asked me to wait out in the hall while he went in to review some tape of a crime that he'd witnessed the previous night. Since I'd been on the phone when he'd gone in, I'd chosen to stay outside the door so as not to disturb him. When I'd finished, I'd looked up to find a newer officer barreling down on me. He'd explained to me that he'd have to escort me out since I wasn't accompanied by authorized personnel. When I tried to explain to him that I was waiting on Miller, he'd gently taken my hand and started leading me away. I'd gone willingly enough, but wasn't surprised to hear that Miller had not only caught the entire thing on the video feed and had flipped a switch on the poor, just trying to do his job, man. I just stood back and shook my head in awe at the way Miller reamed the poor guy out. I swear it was like the bigger I grew with the baby, the more and more protective he became. Now, please give our man a round of applause, Bennett yelled, moving his arm in a dramatic fashion, kind of the way a magician would do as he revealed his big ta-da at the end finale. I'd say that the men were magical in their own way, though. They started walking down the T in the stage one by one. When Miller finally made his way down, women started screaming and yelling. Oh, they'd been screaming and yelling all right because Miller had become sort of a local celebrity with the way he'd saved that woman and child from their rapidly sinking car that had crashed in the river last week. When he got close enough to me, I yelled, "I volunteer!" He grinned devilishly at me, blowing me a kiss before turning around. He didn't do it gracefully like a model would. Instead, it was all hulkish, turning around in a stomp and walking back with his booted feet stomping against the stage's floor. "You're a dork," Memphis teased, nudging me with her elbow. I turned my face to hers and smiled wide. "That man makes me shameless." "No," Reese, Luke's wife, said, plopping down in her seat beside me. "He makes you a slut." I'd made great friends with the wives of the SWAT team, and I couldn't wait to make more and more memories. It was like we had one huge extended family of love and support. When a SWAT member loved, he loved hard. I nodded in agreement. Yes, for him I'd do absolutely anything, anything. If he told me to bark like a dog while we did it, I'd totally do it. Memphis burst out laughing, so hard that she nearly fell out of her chair. Reese covered her mouth with her hand to control her laughing, and I had the distinct feeling that I'd missed something. "Okay," I said, turning to face Memphis. "What did I miss?" Memphis wiped tears from her eyes as she spoke, finally finishing with, "And I was never really sure if it was Foster or Miller. Needless to say, what you said just struck me as funny." As she spoke, My mood dampened, becoming a roiling of emotions as I thought about what she just told me. "You're kidding," I finally managed to grit out. Memphis jerked her head. "No, I swear. Ask Miller if you don't believe me." The lights went down and music started to leach from the speakers on either side of the stage, effectively cutting off the questions that were burning at the tip of my tongue. I sat back in my chair, crossing my arms over my big belly, nowhere near as in a good mood as I had been only moments before. He seriously didn't do that, did he? I'd won him, but only grudgingly. When the old man, the one that Foster had given that ticket to all those months ago, had upped his bid to $600, I was very tempted to let him have him. It was only his desperate, wild look that he threw in my direction when Bennett said, "Going twice," that I finally bid for him. "So, you won me. Where are you taking me?" he asked, looping his arm around my shoulders as we walked out into the balmy summer air. "It's a surprise," I said, handing him the keys. "The surprise is at home, though." He took them and opened the door for me, offering a steady hand as I climbed up into his truck. "Thanks," I said breathlessly. "That's getting harder and harder to do." He snorted. "That's 'cause you're 9 months pregnant." My ears pricked up, and I turned to him sharply, my big belly leading the way as I did. You hesitated. "Why'd you hesitate?" I asked sharply. He winced. I was going to say big, but that didn't sound good, so I changed what I was going to say. I glared at him. "You know," I said, no longer able to hold in my questions, "Memphis had some things to say about you today, and I'm curious." Miller's head fell against the steering wheel. "I didn't mean to knock the wall down when I was doing that. It was a flimsy piece of shit. I'm just glad she moved," Miller said quickly. My mouth dropped open. "You're telling me that you knocked a fucking wall down when you were fucking someone, but you won't do the same for me? When did this happen?" I was hot. He'd done nothing more than slow and easy sex for the entirety of our relationship. Not to mention, this was the first time I'd heard about any of it since we'd met 9 months ago. And although I loved the hell out of him, I wouldn't fucking break. I wanted my sex a little rougher than what he was giving it. And I tried to tell him in every which way. He had an excuse list 1.5 miles long, though. "I don't want to hurt the baby, and I like doing you slow," were 2 of his most used excuses. What did Memphis say exactly?" Miller asked, looking at me warily as he started to drive us home. I crossed my arms over my stomach, feeling our son move underneath my hands, and gave him the silent treatment. "Mercy?" he asked again. I kept ignoring him, doing such a good job at it that I fell asleep after another couple of minutes. I only woke up when Miller shot the truck off and got out. He started to walk around to my side, but I bailed out of the car as fast as my fatness would allow me to. "Mercy, please," Miller moaned. I flipped him off and climbed the steps, having to stall my forward progression when I realized that the door was locked and I left my purse as well as keys in the truck. Miller, ever the gentleman, opened the door for me, which I promptly stomped through, anger hot on my heels. Whirling around, I started to wave my hands wildly. "What does it take to get you to fuck me harder than you would a fucking ceramic doll?" Miller froze where he was, dropping his keys into the jar in the entranceway table, and turned, slowly. "Oh, shit. First of all, I don't fuck dolls. I fuck you. And all you had to do, baby," he started prowling towards me, "was ask." I swallowed thickly as he yanked me to him, pulling me by my hair as he did. I gasped, opening my mouth to cry out, but he shut me off by shoving his tongue inside my mouth. He did me right there, on the floor in the entranceway, something that we'd never have been able to do had Foster been there. Pushing me down to my knees, steadying me as I went, he ripped his cock out of his jeans. "Suck it," he urged, pulling my face towards him. Looking up at him, feeling my pussy practically scream in excitement, I took him into my mouth. Miller set the pace, starting slow and steady, but slowly moving to hard and long. He was using my hair to help guide my face, fucking into me with abandon. "Oh, God," Miller said, looking down at me. My eyes connected with his, and I preened to see the desperate look on his face, the way his teeth gritted in anticipation, the way his eyes blazed with need. Suddenly, though, he was just gone. He ripped himself from my mouth, backing up several paces to put some distance between us. "You suck cock like a motherfucking Hoover vacuum. Ditch the pants. Turn over." As I did these things, I kept my eye on him, wondering how far he'd go. And go far he did. I blinked when his hands were on my ass, his fingers parting my folds as he sank one lone finger all the way to the hilt inside my pussy. My mouth dropped open in a groan as he moved it in and out of me slowly. Wet, slurping sounds followed as he withdrew his finger. Lining his cock up with my opening, he thrust roughly inside, giving me no time to recover from his invasion as he usually did. This time, he started fucking me hard. Hard, deep, and all-encompassing strokes as he held onto my hips for leverage. "Oh, God," I breathed, dropping down to my elbows on a particularly delicious thrust. "Fuck," Miller growled, pumping into me harder and harder. This was what I'd wanted all along. Unleashed Miller. The man who didn't try to put up that last little bit of fight to keep himself from hurting me. He let go, and I liked it. "Ugh," he groaned. "Touch that pretty clit of yours. Make yourself come, or I'll be going without you." Those words he just said turned me on. Knowing that this was all for his pleasure gave me my pleasure, and I burst into flames. Going down right alongside Miller in a hail of sparks as my orgasm exploded through my body. His thrust behind me became jerky as he shoved once, twice, and a third time inside of me before his cock exploded. His release pouring out of him and bathing my womb in everything that was Miller. "Was that rough enough for you, baby?" Miller asked as he pulled out of me slowly. I felt his release leak down the inside of my thigh as he withdrew. And although I must have looked like a complete wreck collapsed on the floor on my bed, I didn't give one half of a shit. I was fucking happy. Well and truly happy. Yep. Perfectly rough. "Let's do it again in an hour, okay?" I hummed in agreement. Miller scoffed under his breath. "I'll believe that when I see it. I seem to remember you saying you had a surprise for me." I smiled up at him, then offered him my hand. "That's right," I said as he helped me stand to my feet. "I do." "Wow. Who did this?" Miller asked softly as he ran his hand over the wall. "Your brothers," I said softly. I tried to help, but they wouldn't let me. He turned and gathered me into his arms. "I love it." I knew he would. It was a single blue line around the middle of the room. The thin blue line was a brotherhood of sorts. Once you were a cop, you were brought into a family that would do anything for you and with you. They'd also protect your family if anything were to happen. The eagle on the wall over there is just a sticker. A massive sticker. It'll come off when he's ready for it to, I explained, pulling him over to look at the U.S. Navy sticker I'd had made. "That's nice," he said, running his finger over the edges, inspecting as he did. I smiled, happy that he liked it. "The last surprise I had to show you is in your room," I said, pulling him along in my wake. We ended up in his man cave. I didn't think it was originally supposed to be a man cave, but that's what it had turned out to be. Foster and Miller had spent a lot of time reflecting in there after Foster's accident, and I felt that they deserved to have something special. So the guys and I had been working on it on and off since last Friday, and I'd finally finished. Turning on the light, I stepped back and let him take it all in. "Holy shit," Miller rumbled. "You made me a bar." I grinned widely. "It also has 3 taps. You can put anything in there you want." His eyes took in the room. The new bar, the military decor, the large American flag on the wall, the new leather chairs, the big screen mounted on the wall. "Holy shit," he said again, shaking his head. "How'd you do all this without me knowing?"
I shrugged. Patience, and Foster was a lot of help as well. Miller's eyes turned soft, and he wrapped me in his arms from behind. "Thank you, baby," he rumbled. "I love you more than anything." "More than your guns and ammo magazine?" I teased. "Way more, like tons more. More than my shotgun news magazine." I smiled. Living with Miller hadn't been easy these last few months. I'd found cause to bitch at him over just about anything. My emotions going all over the place as my hormones took over control of my brain. I knew I'd been rough, but I really and truly had the best husband in the world. One that would put up with my crazy mood swings and rub my feet. One that would bring me home donuts on his lunch hour because I'd been craving them and was too tired to drive. Also one that didn't flinch at having my water break all over his legs and boots. "You didn't just pee on me, did you?" Miller asked for confirmation. "Nope," I said instantly. "That's a negative, Ghost Rider." "Who the fuck is Ghost Rider and why does she keep calling him the son of Satan?" Foster asked from the other side of the curtain. As I gave one final push through the most god-awful pain I'd felt throughout my entire life, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What's that all over his face?" Miller asked when our child was pulled from my body and then unceremoniously dumped on my chest. He had a whitish mixture of goo all over him, which was now all over my chest and hospital gown. "That's the vernix, Miller. It'll wipe right off," the nurse, Cheyenne, said, scrubbing my son's back vigorously. "See? Perfect." We'd realized about hour 3 of my 11-hour labor that Cheyenne was Sam's wife. Cheyenne was a beautiful blonde with hair nearly down to her butt, even in the loose ponytail that went down to her back. She looked like a goddess, while I looked like a big pile of steaming horse puke. Miller still lifted his lip, sneering at Cheyenne. "That's gross." Needless to say, Miller hadn't taken too well to the birthing process. Although he'd handled my water breaking on him, he hadn't handled the screaming, pain, blood, and other questionable stuff that came with it. "I swear to God, you better have the goods covered because I'm coming in," Foster called from the curtained area. I looked down at the doctor currently between my legs. "My vajayjay is exposed. Maybe you can take a trip to the cafeteria for a bite to eat and come back." I heard grumbling from the peanut gallery that was behind the curtain, but they left, leaving the doctor between my legs, and the nurse still cleaning off our son. And us. "I make you tighter than ever," the Chinese doctor between my legs said. "Like born-again virgin." My doctor was, of course, out of town. Instead, I'd had the on-call doctor looking after me. And let me tell you something, he was a fucking hoot. He was the life of the party and had celebrated right along with me when I made it through another contraction. "Okay, done here. Perfect for you once again, my dear sir," Dr. Chen said, patting Miller on the back. I tore, of course. The baby that was a perfect blend of Miller and me was worth it, though. Worth every single tear, every single drop of blood, every single painful tremor. Miller blushed. Actually blushed. The baby was taken from my chest, and Miller followed him to the corner of the room where they weighed him and took his footprints. "Let's get you changed into something clean. Sound good to you?" The nurse's assistant asked me once I was free and clear from prying eyes. I took the opportunity to clean myself up while the aide changed the linens. "All right, there you go. Is there anything else I can get you?" the aide asked. Before I could answer, though, the doctor who'd been checking out the baby started to sing. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear baby. Happy birthday to you." Tears started to form in my eyes as the doctor kissed my son's feet and then left without another word. "Oh, God, that was so sweet," I cried. Cheyenne smiled. "He does that with each baby he delivers. It never fails," Cheyenne said softly. "Nice guy," Miller rumbled, eyes still on our son in his arms. "All right, you two, I'll give you all about half an hour to an hour with this sweet bundle of love. That sound okay?" Cheyenne asked as she tossed her stethoscope around her neck. I nodded my head, and she left with a wave of her hand. Silence prevailed as Miller finally made his way towards me. I was sick to my stomach. On one hand, I wanted to hold the baby with all of my heart, look at his features, smell his scent, kiss him and smother him with love.
What I didn't want to see, however, was any signs of Mitch in him.
"You ready?"
Miller asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. I nodded, holding my breath as Miller placed our son in my arms, then slowly lifted his cap from his head, and then unwrapped his tiny, bundled body. Then I gasped. "Oh, no! I can't believe he has the Spurlock cleft chin. He even has your curly hair," my mother gushed. "I can't believe you stole our baby name," Tran said animatedly. "That was our name. You stole it." "Oh, hush, you're being ridiculous," Sloane snapped at her middle son. Micah snorted.
"Your mama sure knows how to put you in line. Mercy, let her know if you need any pointers. These Spurlock boys are a handful, even after they grow up."
I smiled wide and snuggled into Miller's chest. Our son, Samuel Adams, was nestled in the bed between us. His perfect 5-pound body fitting into the small crevice between us like he was made to be there. He was a perfect, albeit smaller, replica of his father. And I was so beyond overjoyed that I could barely keep in my happy giggles. "I love you, Miller Genuine Spurlock," I said quietly, brushing a kiss over his bearded jaw. He turned into me, capturing my lips with his own, as he said,
"Back at you, babe."
Epilogue. You're going on a date for Valentine's Day? That's cute. I'm going to listen to the police scanner so I can hear my husband's voice. Oh, and most likely eat everything edible in the refrigerator. Police wife fact of life. Miller. Valentine's Day, 1 year later. We just made Samuel a baby sister. I can feel it, I murmured against my wife's lips, rotating my hips to punctuate my claim. She snorted and pushed until I rolled to the side, disengaging from her in a groan. If we did, then you have to help with diapers. I'm over this whole diaper business, Mercy replied. I smacked her ass as she got out of bed. I'll have to agree to disagree. She tossed me a "you're so not amusing" look over her shoulder and flipped the light on in our bathroom. I rolled to my back and pushed my hands beneath my head, closing my eyes and sighing. You sound like you're tired when I know for a fact that you slept in and took a nap today, Mercy said from the bathroom doorway. She was brushing her teeth, the foam from the toothpaste running down her chin. And how would you know that? I asked dubiously. She grinned. The baby monitor? I opened my mouth, then closed it. How'd you know it did that? I asked suspiciously. You have an app for it on your phone, and it's not hard to figure out what your username and password is. It's been the same since I've known you, she teased, resuming brushing her teeth. I grinned unrepentantly. You caught me. I just like to see you and Samuel during the day. She shrugged. As long as you realize that turnabout is fair play. I nodded. I never intended to keep that from you. It's just that you rarely ever have a need for that since you had that handheld monitor. I never really thought to tell you what else it did. I only found out myself a few months ago on accident. She shrugged and turned to rinse her mouth, filling a glass of water from the sink before she came back into the room. Naked. My cock started to harden, but the only thing I did was pull her into my side once she climbed into bed. My Mercy was a hard worker. She was dedicated to her job, both as an owner of a business as well as being a mom. She took Samuel everywhere she went, whether it be her office or her job site. The guys in her employ loved him, and as long as it was safe, then I was all for not having to have my son in daycare. Thump, thump. Your son's awake, she murmured into my side, sounding half asleep. Let him come. It's all right, I said just as tiredly. There was just something about having Mercy in my arms that made me let go, made me release all of the tension of the day, even if all I did the entire day was sit on my ass and do nothing. The door to the room creaked open, and I heard the distinct sound of my son's feet slapping against the hardwood floors before he was climbing up into our bed. He didn't bother announcing his presence with his voice. He only threw himself down on the bed between us and squirmed until he was under the covers, exactly where he wanted to be. We'd tried to discourage the act when he was around 9 months old, but now, at a year and a few weeks, we'd yet to find a solution for it besides locking him in his room, something neither of us wanted, so we let him do whatever he wanted. Hopefully, just hopefully, in a few years he'd start sleeping in his own bed. For now, though, I was happy. I liked having my family in my arms. The feeling was enough to make my heart full to bursting. Valentine's Day, 1 year later. I'm not sure what I thought would happen, me marrying her. One thing I could say for sure, though, was that I was in love with her now just as much as the day we married. There's not one day I regret being married to her. She's a wonderful mother to 2 children, a perfect, supportive wife, and a loving, caring woman. I was amazed by her daily. I can't believe she got this event set up so quickly, my mother said at my side. It's amazing. I couldn't either. Slinging my arm around her shoulders, I pulled her close to me and rested my cheek against the top of her head. I can't either. She raised over $50,000 in a little over 3 weeks. Now every single person on the police department has a brand new bulletproof vest. She even got one for Downey's K-9 unit, Mocha, I told her. Now she's throwing a birthday party for Elton's kid. I still couldn't believe it. She'd worked her ass off after another officer, a rookie named Elton Beret, had been shot in the line of duty. Mercy had become somewhat of the class mom of the police station. She took care of us all, as well as our children. Samuel was now 2 and was a spitting image of me when I was his age. Sierra Nevada Spurlock was the newest addition to our little family, and at 2 months old, she was the most perfect child in the world. Of course, that was a matter of opinion, but I felt that way nonetheless. Oh, look, seems your Samuel has found a woman to call his own, my mother said, laughing happily at my side. I turned to find Samuel in the sandbox, playing nicely next to the birthday girl. You did really well, my boy. I'm very proud of you, my mother said quietly, running her finger down the middle of my daughter's nose. I nodded. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for what? Mercy asked as she sidled up to me, wrapping her arm around my chest and giving Sierra a kiss on the forehead. She's proud of me for eating 32 hot dogs at the carnival you set up for the PD, I lied. She narrowed her eyes at me. I don't think it counts as aiding, she finger-quoted, if you throw it all up 20 minutes after you're done. Hey, I said indignantly, at least I went longer than Foster. That's 'cause I ate 40 hot dogs, Foster tittered from across the room. I discreetly flipped him off. Not discreetly enough, however, since I received a smack on both shoulders from 2 of my favorite women. The only other one that surpassed them both was the little girl currently shitting her pants in my arms. There you go, I said to my mom. I have to go to the bathroom. I didn't make it 20 feet before my mom started yelling at my back. Hey, boy, my mother ordered. Come back here and change this baby. Whoever smells it first has to change it. You know the rules, I yelled back. Foster and Trance snorted once I reached the bar. Nice one, Foster said. I try, I agreed. Sitting down, I reflected on how much my life had changed in a little over 3 years. A wife, 2 kids, a house, a stable job. Fuck, but I'd become domesticated. A wail pierced the air, and I looked over to see my little guy getting the smackdown laid upon him. He got free of her, finally, and came barreling at me like a ball of fire and energy. His little heart was broken, and as I caught him up into my arms, I felt complete. Everything about this moment was right. My brothers at my side, happy with a family of their own. My parents in front of me, doting on my other child. Then there was my Mercy me, my everything, my heart, soul, and drive staring at me. I love you, I mouthed. She winked. Back at you, big boy. This concludes Execution Style by Lani Lynn Vale. Narrated by Mason Lloyd and Kendall